Now, if you guys have followed my channel for quite a while, you guys probably know that my favorite show of all time is Survivor. Again, if I was counting reality shows, Avatar: Last Airbender would be my favorite, but if I was just counting, shows in general, Survivor would be my favorite. It's a show I got into randomly 15 years ago when Survivor Gavum aired like its 7th episode, and I've been obsessed with it ever since. I always look back at the scene, I always excited for the new season to come out. Like, I'm a huge Survivor fan too. I even watch a lot of international seasons, like Australian Survivor, the South Africa, even Philippines, and even the UK. And so I love the show, and so it's had a huge impact on my life, honestly. The community is definitely great. I met so many lovable people from the community. And despite the worst kind of question going on the new era and everything, there's a reason why the show is still popular to this day. There's a reason why people tune in every year for a new season. It's a show that has prompted a lot of fans. It's a show that has changed a lot of lives. And again, when the new era is definitely questionable enough, depending on who you talk to, there's a reason why Survivor has the impact on so many people. So I'm actually going to do something I wasn't even thinking of actually doing this year, but I figured, why hell not? And that's that I'm going to do a full-on Survivor rewatch. Yes, I am going to rewatch every single season of Survivor. I think most of the US seasons, I think the international ones I said would be his own video, but I'm going to rewatch every single Survivor US season. Which is something I don't think I've actually really done before, honestly, if you think about it. I just mostly rewatch like a couple moments of episodes, or just moments of Trump councils in general. But I don't think I've ever done I've never done a true full-on rewatch. So I figured, why the hell not? I think we're watching the 46 coming up very soon, and unless I'm filming this, and who knows, maybe my thoughts might actually change on this season, so my thoughts might go high, or they might go low. So that's what I'm planning on doing. I'm going to rewatch every single Survivor season, basically give you my spoiler detailed thoughts on every season, and from a scale of 1 to 10, how I would rate this season, which is the rate I normally go through for TV shows. That is what I'm going to do for y'all today. Not sure if it's going to be like a single video, or going to be like a multi-part video. We'll see how it goes, but I figured this would be a fun thing for guys. I did try to do like a review series on Survivor before I ended up moving. Then I realized that honestly, I think I kind of rushed that series a little bit, so I figured, with this not being a full rewatch, I figured it'd be perfect. Who knows? Me and my thoughts on certain seasons might actually change, or whatever. Like, who the hell knows? Definitely not gonna be fun to watch my seasons I don't like, but I think it's be fun to do. So I hope you'll enjoy me going through every single season. Again, every single season, talking about my thoughts and how much I enjoyed the season, what my favorite things about the season. So again, we got 45 seasons to talk about. I'm potentially 46 depending on when I actually finish filming this video. So I do hope you'll enjoy me doing this series. I of course love to know your favorite seasons down below in the comment section. I'm S1-46 Productions, and here is my full rewatch on every season of Survivor, starting with Survivor Borneo. Man, it's crazy that the season aired 24 years ago, in May 31st in the year 2000. I feel like, damn. And we had a simple concept of having 16 contestants that are tasked to be left survive in a remote area with minimal tools and supplies, where they must compete in challenges, to vote each other out, and in the end, someone will win the $500,000 prize. And it's real if we consider that when you look at Survivor nowadays, where it's so like twist heavy, advantage heavy, idol heavy, and this and that heavy. It's crazy the fact that also comparing this to Survivor now, it's kind of like night and day, honestly. Like, I don't say express it, but that's kind of definitely true here. It is basically night and day, and so different. Whereas there weren't any idols, there weren't any twists, there weren't any advantages. It was just 60 contestants straight on an island for 39 days, and set to compete to win $1 million. They'll win challenges, win war or immunity. They'll go top council to vote someone out, and in the end, someone will win $1 million. and we get some crazy mayhem, and we'll get contestants from different walks of life interacting with each other. And again, that's what made the season so interesting to watch. And it's not hard to see why, and honestly, when you look back at the first season, it is not hard to see why the show blew up when it did in the year 2000. Again, does this first season have growing pains? Yes. But I'm not trying to, but that's kind of normal for any first season of reality shows. They might have some growing pains, where they might be figuring itself out. I mean, it happens for any first season of any show in general, honestly. Well, they might have even the best season might have at least a few growing pains, or a few, not sure like what they really want to do with these characters, or the show and all that stuff. And that's kind of true of Borneo. It does have some growing pains. Mostly it comes to the directing and the editing, and a few things that end up not being relevant. Them actually having chats that shows the actual money and doing tribal council. But really, like in Borneo, it is not hard to see why the show blew up when it did in the year 2000. And after rewatching it, I can still see why. I can see someone watching the show for the first time in the year 2000 and being blown away by seeing these contestants from different walks of life survive on an actual island and compete for $1 million. Like, when you see the actual marooning, and it just feels so like, damn, this is where it all started. Oh, I'm seeing these 13 players compete. Again, and also, a lot of people say Borneo is one of the best seasons still to this day, and honestly, for good reason, because I think Borneo is still a great season. I don't want to say it's a top tier season, but I still think it's a great season nonetheless. And I think that always makes or breaks any Survivor season, which I'll definitely will display throughout this rewatch series, and that is the cast. That's always so important in a reality show, is if you get the cast right. But be a cast that's filled with memorable players, memorable personalities from interesting walks of life. It's definitely watch a season where everyone's just boring, or just blah. People want to see just very interesting different personalities clash. And we do get that in this season. We definitely do get a lot of different players. Like, we still have some very iconic players from this season. Honestly, maybe the pre-gen players are not the most memorable. Like, Sonya is fine as the first boot. Stacey is fine, honestly, and Joel is also fine. And Jericho also has its moments, and Ramon has a moment, and BB had an interesting downfall. And then there's Gretchen, who also has a moment. And pretty much everyone from the final 9 are all memorable players, all have great memorable characters and moments. Again, there's Greg, who of course had that cooking the film moment in the season, and to this day, people still want Greg to return. Like, I think I called so many times to return, but he never did. And he's still a very memorable character to this day, especially his reaction when he gets voted out. Jenna Lewis, again, not the most memorable here. I think she's a little more memorable in All Stars, but she still has a moment, especially in the final 9 episode, which we do feel bad for not getting a videotape from home. Jervis is also a fan character with very humorous moments. Colleen was one point America's sweetheart for a good reason. Sean and his outfit strategy. Seahawk, along with who had some pretty badass and just interesting moments, along with her Rand Stink speech, which is still the best Jersey speech in Survivor history, but we'll get to that in a bit. Then you got Noah's person plays by Rudy Bosch, may he rest in peace, who was just an incredible character all around, someone that has many humorous and great moments throughout. Then you got Kelly Wigglesworth, who also has some great moments and goes on an interesting run during the last few rounds of her season. And of course, you got the man himself, Richard Hatch. Richard Hatch. Guy who will always run around butt naked. Again, definitely will not fly in modern day, that's for sure. That's for sure, considering an incident of a season that we'll get into, but Richard Hatch is still one of the best characters to be on Survivor. He was iconic for a reason. You know, people didn't really want him to apparently win when the season aired, but he is so iconic, so memorable, so great, so hilarious. Has a great relationship with Rudy throughout the season. You just can't help but enjoy him whenever he's on screen, at least on this season. Again, depending on how he's in real life, especially nowadays, you can question that, but I'm going to talk about how he's been treated on this season. And Richard Hatch is still a fantastic character. Also, the cast is definitely pretty good honestly. I don't think there's like a true dud on this cast, and that's why New York is great, where you don't have anyone's actual dud on the cast. Like, you know, when you have great cast, bro, and you get to play that will fine, at least have their moments. So this is like one of the few seasons where I don't think there's any like true duds on the cast. And again, there's also focus on the survivor aspects. Like, you know, do you remember when Survivor actually focused on the actual survivor aspect? Me either. I'm sorry about that, but yeah, it's no secret that Survivor doesn't focus much on Survivor nowadays. It does, but it doesn't. Doesn't at least before the new era, but this season definitely focuses a lot on that, and it does make some pretty interesting moments throughout the season. As I mentioned before, the directing editing, it can be a little wonky at times, but it's more just them like figuring out what they want to do with the editing and the style and everything, and it does have a bit of a cheapness to it, but they probably didn't have the best budget at the time. And the first season still has a lot of great episodes and a lot of great moments throughout the season. Like you took some pretty great moves and blindsides. Like you got like in the final two, you got the 4-1-1-1-1-1-1 vote with the whole alphabet strategy thing with Sean. Like that was hilarious, and the whole great blindside and his like emotional reaction. You know, Jenna, and of course you got Stu's relationship where Kelly votes out Stu for like no reason during a revote. And of course you got the iconic hands on an island Mew challenge. Like I pray God someday to do bring back the hands on island challenge, honestly, because just why people still find Mew challenge this season to be the best final Mew challenge in the show's history, because it was so iconic and so memorable, and it was. Cause it was! And then you got the whole final drop cancel, and you got Sue Hawk's iconic Grand Snake speech, which is, people still think that is the best jury speech in show's history. And for good reason, because it pretty much is, honestly. It's an iconic moment for a good reason. You probably have to see for yourself, but I'm pretty sure if it's hard, you know what that moment is. And many moments that just end up putting a big grin on my face, some many unintentional humorous moments that put a smile on my face. And again, the music is fantastic from the intro. I hum it like randomly at least once every day, honestly. Again, it's not hard to see why the show blew up as much as it did when the season first aired, because, well, it is a fantastic season. It is incredible television. Now, what I say is perfect? Not really. And what's that for pains? Yes. For me, how I rank the season, even if it does have issues, it's more depending on how the season makes me feel. And that's how I go into this. Most of how the season does make me feel. That's how I'm going to some of these seasons, just to give you a heads up. So I might be a little bit biased towards a few seasons, but you know, like I said, it's my favorite show of all time, and I guess listen, all the season does have its issues. Again, the starting ending, it can be a little wonky at times, and has some weird moments, especially the final tale where they try to hook up Sean and Jenna. And of course, they got an actual protagonist, which in later season proved that did not be the most interesting in the world. Again, it's one of the shows that was still finding itself. It was a show that was still figuring itself out. And you also did some pretty awkward moments, but they're good kind of awkward moments. But again, I still think Survivor Born is still a great season of Survivor. I still do hold this season in such high regard. This also is one of the rare first seasons of reality shows where I actually would recommend you watch the first season. You don't understand a lot of reality shows. Like I say, maybe Amazing Race, I would say that, but like Big Brother, obviously Big Brother, that season was definitely a show, and the challenge, and also Hell's Kitchen. You know, I wouldn't even say that about Hell's Kitchen, honestly, even though I think it's a solid season. Again, first season reality shows, you gotta make sure you get them out right. But sometimes they may not be the best to look back on, but I can only say that Survivor is one of the shows that I do recommend you watch the first season if you ever think of getting into the show. Because I think it is a fantastic season. And it's started a reality show that's still going to this day, and for a good reason. And yeah, my favorite moment will be the Super Mass page. If I pick what is my favorite play of the season, which I'm probably going to say for this video. I always debate whether or not Richard or Rudy is my favorite. Because I love both these characters, they're two of the best characters in the show's history. But I think I'll lean a little bit towards Rudy, honestly, because he had a lot of humorous moments, but I still think Richard's a satisfying winner, honestly. A good first satisfying winner of Survivor. Unfortunately, we're not going to see him again, but it was definitely a good win. He's still a good win, that's for sure. And again, my least favorite probably would be Stacy, but even I think like I said, she's just fine, honestly. She doesn't anything that bugs me or things are total duds, so I'll give that. So yeah, Borneo, I think it's a fantastic season. That's good. I'm giving it a 10 out of 10. I think it's definitely one of the best seasons of the show still, honestly. Even despite for his growing pains. I do recommend if you're into Survivor, I would definitely recommend just watching the first season at some point. I don't know if the first season I would say you do watch, but I do recommend at some point. So, that's my discussion of Borneo. Now let's get into Survivor, the Australian Outback. Hello, mate. Oh, mate. I heard about the Australian Outback. That's my derivation of Australian accent. I'm not even sure if I'm doing it right. I'm afraid Australian. It's offensive. Anyway, Survivor, the Australian Outback. The second Survivor continuation, and a season that basically built upon everything involved in the first season. Does that mean that in the land of Australia? And a season that's, despite the fact that it does start to tear up there towards the end, I still find it to be a very interesting season. I still do definitely enjoy the show as a whole, honestly. Enjoyed the season as a whole, honestly. Again, this was definitely a time where they, I was definitely still trying to find this stuff, unfortunately. Because this is probably the only season to have actual 42 days of Survivor. Yeah, 42 days. 42 days. Yeah, the only season to have, not again, the only season to have 42 days. And another thing where it's definitely interesting looking back on this season, especially when you consider a lot of these players and what happened to them, and stuff like that, like, but I'll get into them when they get there, but yeah, I'll get them when I get there. And again, similar to basically Borneo, the cast is pretty great, honestly. In fact, I think the cast is honestly even better than last season, honestly. So again, I don't think it's like a true death, but even the players that are the least memorable still have their moments. They still have these like great memorable moments. Like the first two, Deb, who basically is the quintessential first bird of the season, or what you expect from a first bird to be. Then you got Kel, doing what was not the most interesting personality. Was of course the whole like beef jerky incident that happened that people are still figuring out what happened. Was like, did he play beef jerky or not? Did he smoke beef jerky? Like what's going on? Like whatever. You got Marilyn, who definitely has her balance moments. Mitchell had an initial top council. That's what led to his downfall. Kimmy Kappenberg, who had that amazing fight with Alicia. And Alicia had a fun drop cancel downfall. You got Scoopin', where I don't really want to explain what Scoopin' has done, honestly. I didn't even realize what he has done, honestly, till like a couple years ago, but I'm just judging him based on how he was on this season and when it aired before all that stuff happened. And I don't really want to explain what he did. I recommend just look at that guy. I recommend just look at that one, honestly. It's definitely not pretty. But Scoopin' was definitely a great presence on this season. He definitely had some great moments, and obviously, if he ended up being the first player to get medically evacuated from the game. And someone whose definition that Survivor is pretty much real when he ends up inhaling smoke and he ends up passing out into the fire. And burning some of his hands. Like it got barely showed, it got pretty bad. Like, whoa. Still one of the most daring moments in Survivor history. And then there's Jeff Varner, who did end up returning twice, and he did something pretty bad on his third attempt, which we'll get to that incident, but he definitely was a great presence on this season, and he's the one that ended up jumping out of a challenge for peanut butter. Then got Alicia, who, again, has some fun moments. She definitely was not the most interesting character in the world, though she does have some fun personality moments. Again, not fight with Kimmy. And then there's Jerry Manty, who, Jerry Manty. And I'm talking about that, but apparently Jerry Manty was probably one of the most hated people on the planet when the season aired. Even All-Star, she was one of the most hated contestants ever. Yet not had to hear of his villains, he's now one of the most loved players out there. And for good reason, because Jerry does make a fantastic TV. Like, she has that villainous, venomous personality that you just can't help but love and adore. Just also one of the first true villains of Survivor, and every scene with her was just fantastic television. They got Nick Brown, who was probably my least favorite player of the cast, honestly. He's probably making 7, but it's because he didn't really explain much personality. But again, still has moments, but he's one of the one I don't have much. He's the one I had the least to say about, honestly. And then you got Amber, who, Flores nowadays and me Pastor Rob, but I'll get them more about Amber when we get to All Stars and everything. But she was fine on this season, honestly. I didn't realize how less memorable she was in her first time, which again makes her the fact that she ended up being All Stars kind of surprising. But again, she still has some moments. Roger was definitely great TV. Elizabeth had a great moment, and her relationship with Roger was pretty much the heart of the season. And then this final three, we got Keith, who is definitely a fun character and has some fantastic character moments throughout. Then you got Kobe Donaldson, who was fun as a true hero this season, even though he does have some pretty villainous moments and some pretty douchey moments, if you really think about it. But Kobe is also a fantastic character and makes for great TV. I mean, he won like 5 media challenges in a row, which is goddamn insane. He was the first. He was probably played as the first true challenge beast in the show's history, and for good reason. It was known for being the first like true dumb move, which I will talk about in a bit. And then we get to the lovely winner, the first female winner in our history, Tina Weston, who I think is a win on. So again, definitely as someone who does have the most interesting edit. At least at first, because I didn't realize how less confessional she got in the first couple episodes. I don't think she got a confessional in the first episode, actually, if you think about it. But Tina was also a great character. She definitely has a great story, great moments. Again, was a very deserving winner. But therefore, you got a really great cast. And this season also did the directing and cinematography, and it does get a lot better this season. Like how sure it looks this season is just breathtaking. There are a lot of breathtaking shots in this season. I'm just like, oh my god, this is so beautiful to look at. And again, you do get some memorable moments by the season. Again, you got the whole beef jerky incident I mentioned earlier, and you got the whole like two tied votes that happened with Mitchell and Jeff for. It's also the only instance where basically previous votes end up counting against you for the vote. I mean, they did this next season, but I doubt they decided to stop doing it because, well, yeah. Again, this was still trying to find itself, figure out what the rules and this and that was, but it's still on for good TV, honestly. We mentioned one especially made for awesome back and forth, and of course there was the whole fight between Kimmy and Alicia. That's definitely still one of the best fights in the show's history. And again, get the whole scoop evacuation, which shows how harrowing the show can be and how real it can be. Like the scooping still haunt my dreams. But yeah, you got the whole like back and forth between Jerry and Colby throughout the season. That's a storyline that's been like the 3 seasons they've been a part of together. And you got the whole Jerry blindside and the Amber blindside. And you know what people consider to be the first true dumb move in the show's history. Basically, a couple of the me challenge was between the more popular Tina or the less popular Keith. Because I think it's been popular since this point that if Colby would have taken Tina to the end, he would have won single-handedly. I think even Jerry would have voted against Colby. Jerry hated Colby in his time. But Jerry hated Keith that much, but Colby ended up taking Tina to the end and he lost the 4-3 votes. And that's also the previous season which was a 4-3 votes. And I won't say it's as bad as people say it is, but it still makes for incredible TV. You get some memorable challenges. Again, that first media challenge was great, which lasts for 12 hours, which is insane. Insane. And probably this is a season that I think also has the most returning players out of any season, honestly. Again, Tina came back twice, Colby came back twice, Amber came back twice, Jerry came back twice, Varner came back twice, Alicia came back once, Scoop and Kimmy came back once. Yeah, there's one like 5 other people. Yeah, 9 out of 16 people have came back in 3 earlier seasons, which is insane, honestly. But that shows how popular Australian Outback is as a season. A season that has a lot of very hilarious moments, really expands upon Borneo. For the longest time, I always debated whether or not I think the season is actually better than Borneo if I really think about it. But I think after actually rewatching it, I would say Borneo is just slightly better, but I think it's because I think it drags towards the last. I think the last few episodes drag, and it's because of the 42 days. I think the finale also kind of drags too a little bit. I don't think it's like the worst finale as something probably make it have to be, but I can definitely see why, at least because of that. Honestly, again, my favorite ones probably would be the Scoop and Evacuation. That probably would be my favorite mode of the season. And then, if I pick my favorite player of the season, I probably would go with Kobe Dawson, with Tina and Jay being close behind. But yeah, I don't forget about Straight Out Back, 89.5 out of 10. A great sophomore season. A great sophomore season to the show. Now we get to season 3 of the show, Survivor Africa. Africa. Survivor Africa, the 3rd season of the show. Now, the last 2 seasons were universally praised. This one got a lot more mixed reception at the time, though it definitely has got a lot more appreciation, I think, as time went on, like a few other seasons we'll get into in this series. But the more criticism was the fact that it was set in Africa, and this is definitely not being the harshest living, in terms of the living conditions, this is not being the harshest season ever, and really for good reason, honestly. Like, when you see, you're like, look at they actually survived, honestly. Again, this is the next season of seasons that basically got a lot more mixed to negative reception when they first aired, but it got a lot more praise and a lot more cult as the season went on. And while I don't think Africa is not as great as the first 2 seasons we talked about, there's still a lot to appreciate about Africa. I'm just kidding. And going back to watching, I was like, there's some episodes I've totally forgot how good they were on this season. Again, like previous seasons, it's definitely a solid cast. Again, not the best cast like the previous 2 seasons, there's definitely a couple duds here. And there are definitely some aspects that don't really hold up that way, if I'm being honest, like, which I know is kind of normal for, some ultra seasons, that some aspects may not hold up very well. And that's definitely kind of notable here. But well, most of the cast definitely does deliver, honestly. Like you got the first boot, Diane, who had an interesting situation that did let her defeat the first boot, and it was Jessie, who was just fine, honestly. She didn't really much time until the actual episode. Then you got Cora, who is the most interesting character, but does go in a very interesting way, which I will talk about. Linda, who was definitely like Nora before Nora was what you like to be, but he's that kind of crazy, aerogenic, insane type of goofy female character that we sometimes do see on Survivor, and I don't know why I'm always stuck with those type of characters. Maybe because I'm more stuck with people that have just crazy energy, but she definitely brought a lot of funness to this show, honestly. And it was Silas, who definitely was someone that definitely had a lot of interesting elements this season, and also kind of will let him to be the first instance of someone throwing a challenge to get rid of him, but again, we'll get into that. There's Lindsay, who also goes down a very interesting way as well. Clarence, who has some pretty just crazy moments around the season as well, especially in the first episode. Then there's Kelly, who pretty much been wanting Kelly to actually return for quite a while, actually. Honestly, I did a lot of times, but I think she was definitely set to return in future seasons, but it never happened. And I don't see a lot of potential with a Kelly return, honestly. I actually wouldn't mind honestly her returning. And there was Brandon and Frank, who, yeah, I mean, more so Frank than anything, but I never really cared for Brandon and Frank. And there's Kim Powers, who I definitely still enjoyed a lot more here as well. Who's someone I definitely did enjoy a lot more on this rewatch. Same with Teresa, who was also like great presence to watch, and Shane Jr. in terms of second chance. And then of course you got the Battle 4. First you got the runner-up in Kim Johnson, who is definitely not the best runner-up out there, but I actually enjoyed her a lot more on this rewatch, actually, not gonna lie. I wasn't sure how to feel about Kim Johnson, but I'm surprised at how much I actually enjoyed her on this rewatch. And of course, it's the big three in this season, the memorable characters that also end up returning for All-Stars. First up, you got Big Tom, who may say some questionable things in this season. I'm not gonna get into those questionable things, but there's definitely still a lot to enjoy about Big Tom, honestly. And even for the questionable things, he still has many moments that makes him an all-time great character. A lot of moments that just make him just laugh so goddamn hard. So yeah, while he may say some questionable things, you just can't still enjoy him. And then there's Lex, who definitely surprisingly becomes a lot more prominent and has an interesting time on All Stars, which we'll get we'll definitely get there because that's a whole can of worms. But he definitely was people consider to be the first true survivor villain, the true first time male villain on the show. And he is nothing but fantastic TV on this season. And so many standout moments, especially especially with his attack towards Kelly and final 9 from the road votes, which that was reset, but it was reset, but she chose towards someone else, and then that's him now charged towards Kelly, which is just a fantastic episode and fantastic TV. But he's just a great character, and although he definitely would have won his main to the end. And then there's the winner himself, Ethan Zahn, who is definitely the first true likable winner on Survivor. Not saying the other two winners weren't, but he's going to be the one that's the most likable, the most charming, the person that you just can't help but not hate whenever he's on screen. And even though he has had an interesting journey to Survivor, which we'll get to also the one of the world we'll get into, especially what he's been through after the show. But yeah, he's the first true likable winner. Where that's brilliant. All I can really definitely Ethan, to be honest, on his first time run. He definitely has a lot of charming, fun moments. He definitely has some good character moments. He's just not the most standout. He's just not the most standout on his first time around. Honestly, I didn't realize that until we watched it. But it's not like he's like bad TV. He's not boring TV or anything. Like, he's still a great winner. He's still a satisfying winner. He's still a true likable presence. I just think that likes to become just a little more standout. That's all I'm saying. And overall, guys, mostly solid. Mostly solid. Again, the shots and also got some great cinematography. I think this one, the directing cinematography really improved and really kicked in. Yeah, even though the conditions were pretty harsh, which is what Season was pretty criticized for when it first aired. And there's also two notable things that happened in this season that are definitely game changing. Was that this was the first season that introduced the first tribe swap. So while that's obviously more relevant nowadays on Survivor, at least that's recent season. This was the first time they actually did a tribe swap, which was definitely game changing at the time. Like, oh my god, people are going to different tribes? Holy shit! These are getting interesting. And in that same episode, it also led to the first ever challenge draw, where basically someone actually trying to throw a challenge to try to get rid of someone. And this is funny, and it's also Ethan. And it's funny because also Ethan did this also trying to get rid of Salas, who definitely wasn't the most liked person on the, who was one of the people that got swapped and definitely wasn't the most liked, so he started doing that just to get rid of him, and that's what happened. It's also the first definition of someone pretty much getting swap screwed as well, because he definitely was actually on a good position on this tribe. He began to be in swappish with the two people that ended up voting against him and that pretty much hate him. Which kind of makes a lot of moments pretty funny, honestly. Yeah, there's still a lot of great funny humorous moments. The auction has some of the most hilarious moments in the show's history. Again, the winner is very satisfying. You get the fun challenge moments as well. Well, again, the merge does definitely drag a little bit. I'd say towards like the final 8 to final 6 rounds, they kind of drag a little bit. They definitely can feel it a little bit. Which, sometimes can happen, but this is a case where you definitely do feel it a little bit. And I definitely felt it a little bit. But that's pretty much all I can really say about Africa, honestly. It is a pretty good season of Survivor. It's not as good as the first 2 seasons, but there's definitely a lot to appreciate about Africa. Again, it's the season that definitely people are going to appreciate a little more as time went on, along with some other seasons we'll get into. And I don't really much else to say. Africa gets a 9 out of 10. And now we get to, in terms of a perception, kind of similar season that is Survivor Marquesas, Season 4. I think that did have a similar reception where it wasn't as loved as when it first aired, but has got a lot more appreciation. And honestly, I want people that didn't really care for Marquesas when I first saw it, honestly. Even when I started the for the first time, I never really cared much for this season, honestly. So I think if you saw the rank started ranking actually in 2018, like after Adam Yaddles, I think I had the season like at the bottom, honestly. So I don't think it was a bad season, but I just never found anything like popping out of this season, if that makes any sense. It goes pop, 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 pop. But I think as time went on, the more I look back on the season, especially after this recent watch, I'm not pretty high on my cases. So I wouldn't say it's like a top tier season. It's definitely much better than Africa, honestly. But I definitely do appreciate the season so much more on this rewatch. And there are definitely some great aspects of this season. So again, you got another interesting cast. A definitely odd type of cast, honestly. But overall cast that, instead of having some unedited players and not the most interesting characters sometimes, there's definitely again, so far the cast for 4 seasons, that would have been pretty good, honestly. So I want to say that, again, minus some aspects that not hold up pretty well, but again, it's kind of normal, and this one doesn't as bad as the previous season we talked about. But let's talk about the cast. First up, we got the first boot in Peter, who was one more interesting and memorable first boots of the season. So I don't think I really have much to say about the other first boots. This one I kind of do, because mostly on the way he went out, and he wasn't really considered much of a target and all that stuff, but you can help us to enjoy his interesting quirkiness when he was on screen. And I like Peter, honestly. If they were to do a first boot season, I hope he makes a return. Then there's Patricia, who was probably fine, honestly. Probably the biggest dud on the cast, of being honest. Just not much to really say about, honestly. And then there was Hunter Ellis, who the couple of this season that was interesting, as it was definitely worth to start with the season's start to not actually be so Pagani-esque. After it was definitely a little bit, wasn't starting to get a little bit less towards the Pagani aspect, but this season really doesn't, because the fact that someone like Hunter ended up being the third boot of the season was definitely surprising, because not because of the archetype he is, that normally would make it pretty far in the season, and the leader and domineering aspect, but no, he ended up being the third boot of the season. Interesting. And then there was Sarah, who was fine, honestly, and aside from her romance with Rob, there's very much I'm going to say about Sarah, for being honest. And there was Gabriel, who is definitely that type of player that just kind of was actually there just for, not really for the game, but just to have experience and everything, and to not want to be like backstabbing and everything, which was good enough for Survivor. Yeah, like having an interesting vote out, honestly, we got voted unanimously. And it was Gina, who was also fine, honestly. Again, I don't know how I feel about Gina, for being honest, but honestly, not much I can say about her this season, unfortunately. And then we get to the first appearance from Boston Rob Memorial, who is probably the biggest legend in Survivor history, and for good reason. Boston Rob is the biggest legend in the show for a goddamn reason. Because, well, he is the biggest legend in the show's history. It's interesting seeing him on his first appearance, which kind of makes me a little more surprised that he actually was considered for All-Stars, considering he wasn't even a jury member. But honestly, Boss Rob definitely stole the pre-match. He unlocked one play. He definitely stole the pre-match. He definitely had the most memorable moments, the most interesting confessionals, the most hilarious moments. Like, you can tell from his first appearance alone that Boss Rob was going to be a reality TV star, and lo and behold, about 22 years later, damn, it's been how long? Why is talking about it so fast recently? Why does, that's a rant for another day. But yeah, Boss Rob Mario steals everything he's in. Fantastic TV, and there's no hard to see why he was definitely a standout character. Why he became such a Survivor legend. And then we get to John Kara, who was kind of back and forth rival throughout the pre-merge, at least when Boss Rob swapped to their tribe. And the rival was pretty fun, but John definitely was also a fun villain and a fun character. And honestly, kind of surprising he actually didn't. He's done one a couple players on this cast. I'm actually surprised and I make a return in one way or another at some point. Is it just me? Please don't just me. And then there's Zoe, who is probably the first instance on the character that ends up being severely under-edited, or we call now the purple edit, which also wasn't like that at the time, but I think Zoe definitely, despite some of that aspect in this season too, I totally forgot, or didn't realize that Zoe was a pretty under-edited player this season, and yeah, she was. Now actually, I about Zoe aside from the way she ended up going out and everything, and actually turn on an alliance, but I don't have much to say about Zoe as a character. Then we get to Tammy and Robert, or the General, who will definitely have fun presence throughout the season, and were definitely fun foils as well. And then we get to Sean Rector. Again, another play that is a goddamn shame this guy did not end up returning. Like, how? I'm sorry, but how in the hell did this guy did not return? it's kind of insane actually that a guy, as great as a character he is, as viral presence as he is, and has so many great confessionals and was a very popular presence, did not actually make a return in any future season. Because he definitely deserves it. I think he would definitely do great honor. So again, he was a great fun presence, has many great moments, just moments that make you just laugh in general, especially during the pre-merge. You just can't help but enjoy the guy when he's on screen like that. It's a goddamn shame this guy did not make a return. Plus, he also has some of the most famous confessions in the show's history. And then there's Pascal, who I didn't actually find out some of the stuff he actually ended up doing outside the show, and again, we're not talking about that stuff, but well, this season, I thought he was actually a great presence. Honestly, he definitely had some fun moments. Yeah, the relationship with Neil was pretty great, and the way he goes there was definitely very memorable. And then you get to Kathy Vapk O'Brien, who definitely was another memorable presence of this season, who definitely had some standout great moments, some moments that make you laugh, that make you smile, but goes through a pretty interesting character arc of someone that wasn't really a lot of light on the beginning, but ends up becoming a much more interesting player and character the more she goes along. I didn't realize how much I was actually, I wasn't expecting to actually feel so much more connected to Kathy after my rewatch, but here we are. Kathy was definitely a standout on this season. And then we get to the interesting final 2, which a lot of people never really liked, which is, I never knew how to feel about the actual final 2 of Nenelia and Sepia. I really didn't know how to feel about it, honestly, so I was hoping Rewatch would actually have a new perspective on them. And I have a new perspective on them. We have Nenelia, who is a player that I had kind of up and down about, where it's just a player that had some good moments, but a player that I'm just not really blown up. A player I'm just not really more engaged by or enjoyed, honestly, much. Not that anything wrong with her, not she was boring or anything. It just, I can't explain that. I just never really enjoyed my time for her relationship with Pascal, and she does have moments, especially that trying to share a half mint to the tribe, which was a half eaten mint, which was I totally forgot that moment even happened on this season. And of course, she was kind of responsible for the big flood that I will talk about in a little bit, but she was fine. But I don't never get to Sepia, who I thankfully appreciate a lot more on Rewatch. She has a lot more great standout moments, a lot more great back and forths, and something that honestly couldn't probably easily been if this was season 1 and 2, she probably would have been a early merge boost, but she and Sean basically ended up getting people to actually join them and to get rid of the minority, which definitely a more common thing now. It was a shocking thing when the season first aired, honestly, which I'll get more into in a little bit, but I thought she was just a great character to watch. Again, another winner that is a shame that it's a goddamn shame she did not make a return. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised she didn't actually return for Winners of War, to be honest. I'm generally shocked, honestly, she did not return for Winners of War. I mean, maybe might see her return in a future season, who the hell knows, but yeah, she definitely was a deserving winner as a whole. But again, my case is definitely a very hilarious season, and again, Boston Rob and Sean making up some more funny confessionals, but everyone definitely has their funny moments as well. You also get a couple of game-changing moments throughout the season, like I mentioned with the Final 9 round, where basically the alliance of John, Zoe, Tammy, and Robert, along with Neil and Pascal. And just some things that happened during the Final 9 media challenges. And then Pascal were oh wait, I think you're on the bottom of that pecking order, so maybe we should get rid of the leader, John. Which again, while it's not relevant nowadays, it's definitely a game-changing aspect of the show at the time, and I don't see why people have praised this moment for being a very revolutionary moment of Survivor and revolutionary of gameplay in general. And it makes for some really riveting TV, and just you also get some also hilarious moments, like a moment basically trying into winning, and then they end up not actually doing something they were supposed to, and they are trying into winning. And then of course, you cannot talk about my cases without the infamous Purple Rock tiebreaker. I was gonna mention in Africa. Oh, I just realized I forgot to mention Africa. That's them still trying to figure stuff out. Well, in South Africa, when it was happening between Carl and Lindsay, they basically ended up doing a questionable tiebreaker where Lindsay ended up winning and Carl ended up winning, and they still have their previous votes that with Lindsay people. I think we got to mention that when I talk about Africa, but Let's them still figure out how to handle, tie votes. And this moment was so infamous, we didn't end up getting a tie vote till season 10. And people actually referring to tie votes because of this moment. Of this exact moment of going to rocks. In February, there's a time between Amelia and Kathy. And he ended up buying rocks, who business gets purple rocks, basically goes home. And Pat Schultz, someone who received no votes for the entire season, and probably was guaranteed to make it to the end, and up as Purple Rock. Again, a very infamous moment that we actually didn't end up seeing until start 27 and 33, which I'll definitely get into those moments we talk about them, but yeah, definitely an interesting moment for sure. So definitely the most memorable of the season, aside from the final 9 moments, aside from the giant blindside. Overall, this season definitely put a big grin on my face again. I know that does kind of drag around the final 7-6 portion, but even though it's not as bad, honestly. I still won't call my cases one of the best seasons of Survivor, but it's definitely a season that I definitely have a lot more appreciation for. And I'm going to give it a 9.45 out of 10. Okay, so what's next season we're going to be talking about? Do I really have to talk about this season? Dang, I didn't want to do this research, so yeah. Thailand goddamn sucks. Like, do I even need to talk about Thailand? Do I want to talk about Thailand? I might as well. Yeah, it's not so good that Thailand is a pretty terrible season. Like, it's so bad that even the host Jeff Probst hates it. Even production hates it. It's the point where they even have one person return for All-Stars and no one has returned ever since. And it's really hard to see why, honestly. And it's so infamous of being terrible. And honestly, my rewatch definitely didn't change that. This season is still probably debatably the worst US season of the show. That's why I will say that definitely a couple more positives I can say about it. I can try to find positives even the worst Survivor seasons. Yeah, this season kind of sucks. I might not actually explain much what's terrible about this season because, again, we all know how terrible it is. We all know that, despite the interesting theme of Thailand, they don't really focus on the theme that much. That's probably when they actually start to go through more of those type of themes, and Thailand looks pretty and gorgeous, but they don't do much of the actual Thailand themes and challenges. You also got a pretty boring and lackluster cast, probably the true first boring and terrible cast in the show's history. But the only people that really stand out, I will say, some cases do have their moments, like Helen, Jan, and Clay, they have their moments, and obviously Sheehan is a reason why Sheehan ended up returning for All-Stars, because she was actually a very likable underdog, and it's also Rob, who, I think this is my first time actually really seeing the true amazing character arc that people have been talking about, and yeah, I actually see it. I actually see why people love Rob, honestly. He definitely was a great character. He definitely was he was probably the only true bright spot in the pre-merge, honestly. I think he definitely has a fun moment. Of course, there's the iconic attack zone moment where he actually tries to choke out Clay, which I still don't have to blame him for being honest, but it does make an interesting TV, that's for sure. But honestly, that's all I really have for positive, honestly. Like I said, most of the cast is pretty boring, honestly. You also got the infamous, Tanya and Ken moment, which, yeah, I don't really want to get into details of that moment, but it proves that even before anyone else, Survivor was kind of incompetent when it comes to handling moments like that. And it shows. It really shows. It really, really shows. And there's not much except about John Raymond, or Tanya, Jed, Stephanie, Aaron, who's probably one of the most nothing characters in the show's history. Ken, Penny, Jake, Ted. And of course, the winner himself, and Brian Heidick, who is the pure definition of a player that just because he may be dominant, he does play an impressive dominant game. I will not deny that. But just because he's dominant does not mean gonna make him likable or rootable, because he's probably the most unlikable winner in the show's history. I'm sure I'm not gonna like anything new by saying that, but yeah, it's the truth. Something's the truth for a reason, and that's true with Brian. He is the most unlikable winner in the show's history, where he has so many icky and awful moments. and just has so many weird things about say about everybody, and was a terrible attitude towards a lot of the season, never trying to get to know anybody, but terribly socially, honestly, and assumed that this player was that type of person. Like, even the kid was kind of a racist cop at one point, which is like, okay. And that effect almost cost him the game, which, if I think his behavior actually almost cost him the game, where it almost lose, where it pretty much lost him like Ken, Penny, and Aaron's votes for the end of over Clay, who was displayed as being the first, who is displayed in this season as being the true first biggest go in the show's history. So one that basically is just like dragged to the end. So basically just taken and dragged to the end and having no inequity. And yeah, it's not hard to see why. Not hard to see why. I probably have one of the few winners of any reality show I've seen where I don't have any positive to say about it, where I generally hate, because you find it hard for me to actually truly hate a winner of a reality show, if I'm being honest. Like, there's definitely a couple winners that I do hate, but it's one of the winners I do just flat out hate watching. And watching this season just really affirmed that he is the worst winner in the show's history. And of course, there's also the fake merge thing that happened this season, where they end up not merging and finally they end up just living on one beach, which kind of screwed Cheyenne, which ended up letting her be voted out. Anyway, do I really need to talk about? Yeah, Thailand's terrible. Thailand is terrible. Why one saying there are a few? Why will say there are still a few positives I can say about it? Both when it comes to the occasional character moment, there's not much in general I can really say positive about Thailand. It's a pretty abysmal season. It's definitely the ability to do worst US Survivor season. We'll see if any other season might change that, though I can't doubt it. But yeah, there's a reason why Thailand has the negative reception that it's like, I don't even know if anything continues to say about it. It easily gets a 1 out of 10. Again, it still has to be positive that ends up being a 0. But Thailand is still a god-awful season that deserves the negative reception that it has. Unlikable winner, a boring pre-match, boring post-match, lack of interesting gameplay and gameplay period. It was just a boring slog. So while it does have the occasional moments with, like I said, with Jan, Ted, and Sheehan, with Jan, Ted, Clay, Sheehan, and Rob definitely has good character arcs. Definitely one of the most human character arcs in the show's history. Just overall, the rewatch definitely did not change my mind, and it still is a pretty terrible season. Can I move on, please? Now we get to definitely Asian Survivor season. That is the Amazon season that has aspects that I didn't even remember that was actually there when I first watched it. And it's definitely an interesting season to look back on. Well, I definitely say certain aspects definitely have not aged well. It's definitely the one of the early seasons probably has aged the worst, honestly. But it's a case where just because it has aged doesn't really make it still fun, because honestly, I don't think Amazon's a great season, honestly. As in my opinion, they dropped it out a little bit on this rewatch. But I still think it's a great season. I still think it's a very watchable season of the show. So there's definitely a lot to admire about the Amazon. And of course, it was when they actually divided the tribes by gender, which of course causes like the gender war, which has some pretty interesting stuff that happens throughout the season, which I'll definitely get into. And while it pretty much definitely isn't the best, it still has some great moments. I think it's really when the merge starts, when the season really kicks in, and gets some all-time great blindsides, all-time great moments. But of course, always let's talk about the cast, honestly. And so I'm going to start with this time about the cast, because the cast definitely is the most important thing in any Survivor season. When it comes to any reality show in general, like I mentioned before, the cast really is something that can make or break your season. Which is why I didn't want to talk about the cast first, honestly, and then talk about other general thoughts on the season. And it's definitely an interesting cast. Like, first you got the first boot, Ryan, who honestly, I've got how terrible of a player he actually is. Like, he's one of the worst first boots in show's history. I'm worthy first boot. Like, Jesus, I got how terrible he was as a player. Again, sometimes what's season I kind of forgot about, which I'll definitely talk about in a bit. And then we get to Janet, and there's a thing involving a granola bar that happens, which was very weird, but well, it's for fun moments. Janet's character, though, not much to say. Then Daniel, who was definitely a much better player than I actually expected. He just got the short at the stick, honestly. But it was definitely a fun presence. Jordan definitely had some questionable weird moments, but she was still fun TV. Jean was there, honestly. And then Shauna, who was definitely one of the biggest aspects of the, making the women so hot and the sexiness of the women in season, which I'll talk about in a little bit. But she was definitely a fun presence. Not a good player by any stretch, but still a fun presence. And then there was Roger, who who you can tell from the beginning was definitely going to be not a fun player to be around. And his brew episode's definitely fantastic because they did not try to hide that he was going to be the first boot. Like, they did not hide it at all that he was going to be the first boot, and it really shows. Like, oh my god, I was laughing so hard at that episode. Of course, I had the infamous peanut butter incident, which I'll talk about in a bit, and of course, Rob Stephen's iconic confessional where it was a na 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 hey goodbye. But yeah, that episode was hilarious. But Roger, not the most brand presence in the world, but his real episode definitely makes up for it. Then we get to Dave, who definitely also has his fun moments as well. He definitely has a questionable gameplay, but some fun moments. Then we get to Deanna, who another old school player. That's a shame that we never see her return, honestly, because she was someone that definitely was determined for a second chance or a return at some point. Because she was definitely a great game player. She has had some really interesting moments, good moves, and just of course some things that catch up to her, and then she ended up getting the boots. But she was playing pretty well before then. And overall, I liked him as well. I was going to say thing with Alex as well. He's the most interesting character in Will Be. He is part of a lot of the storylines of the season. He has some really fun moments as well. Again, his mindset is also incredibly memorable. And then we get to Christy Smith, who, not that I'm actually shocked that we never see her return, honestly. And she was also known being the first deaf contestant on the show, which being on the show actually does very well when helping with the deafness and everything, which I definitely do admire. And she was also a fun person, one of the best characters of the season, honestly. A lot of times she is kind of bitchy, but sometimes you do kind of feel bad for her, because obviously her not being socially connected, but overall, I like Christy as well. And also, it's ending with Heidi as well. I actually enjoyed Heidi so much more on the rewatch. Not saying I did enjoy Heidi before, but yeah. And that one was shocked we never saw her return, honestly, because she was definitely a great player. She actually had some surprisingly decent moments in terms of gameplay. And of course, her friendship with Jenna was definitely a highlight of the season. Again, another player that, again, I'll get to that in a bit. Then we get to the final four, where we get Butch. We get Butch, who was a little under-edited than I actually expected, honestly. But I still like Butch, honestly. Not much negative, not much, hugely positive I can say, but nothing negative either. He was just fine. He had some fun moments, but not much really to say about Butch, honestly. And of course, you cannot talk about the Amazon without talking about the fucking goddamn Rob sister Nino. This guy's a fucking legend. Do I even need to talk about this guy? He's still known for being the best player to ever win, and for goddamn good reason. The guy was a game-changing player at his time. This was a time when his gameplay wasn't really truly revolutionary, but he made some moves that pretty much now it's more on the monitor. They were seeing constantly every season. Some aspects he did, by constantly flipping back and forth and maneuver and this and that, it's pretty impressive. This is also the first instance where basically the swing vote, the one that was supposed to be swing votes, ended up being voted out with Christy, and Rob was kind of centuries of that move. Not mention he's just a fantastic character, has so many corporate professionals. One last again, that Roger Confession I mentioned was great TV. He was just a great guy to see it around. Again, it is disappointing. I would say that as we watch, it's a little disappointing that he didn't come to win this season. He does come one of those final jurors that was so goddamn close. So close. But he just failed. Which is probably why they decided to go to the final 3 later seasons, and also why in much later seasons they went for the 5-4 man making, but we'll get there when we get there, obviously. Yeah, Rob easily is the best part of this season. He easily is the star of the show this season. And there's a reason why he's still remembered to this day, honestly. People of course remember him for his podcast. That's 14 years now. 14 years that he did his podcast. That's insane. Yeah, Rob, as you know, top tier character, top tier player. What else can I say? And then we get to the runner-up in Matthew, who I never actually know how I actually felt about Matthew, but I can say I actually enjoyed him this time around, actually. Like, he definitely had some pretty odd moments and some weird confessional, especially with the whole machete scene, but overall, I like Matthew. I don't think they're going to win, but I don't think he's one of my favorite runner-ups, but I liked him as well. And then you get to the winner in Jenna, who... wow. I totally thought, like, maybe because it's been a while since I actually rewatched the seasons or remember certain aspects. Again, that's probably why I decided to do this rewatch series. But I totally forgot and blanked that Jenna had a much more negative edit than I remembered. I think it's a lot more negative edit than I remember. Like usually a lot of winners which you see very positively. I think Brian was done positive to an extent that was more on gameplay than him as a person. But Jenna, she really wasn't at a lot of points. Like, she definitely had some positive moments. I'm not saying she was void of that. But she's doing a lot of like negative content. Her being like bratty, whiny, and not playing very well, and having some questionable moments. And of course, her infamous moment in the final fight where she was going to quit the game, or after you voted out, yet somehow she ended up getting immunity, and ended up winning the season. Like, that was very weird, honestly, and very oddly edited, if I'm being honest. But also, I didn't enjoy it, Jenna, honestly. Obviously, my opinion did went down on her a little bit on this rewatch. Not that I did enjoy her, but like I said, she kept me a little whiny at times, and she's definitely not played the best at times, honestly, but I still enjoy Jenna, honestly. I mean, her win is kind of a bit disappointing, because again, got Rob Cicini on the season, but no, it doesn't like ruin the season or anything. It doesn't like bring the season down, honestly, but yeah, it is a bit disappointing, honestly, but I'm okay with that, honestly, and it's fortunate we now actually saw her make another return after All Stars. Because honestly, I think her making another return, honestly, would be a great storyline, honestly. Like, I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks that, but I think that would be a great storyline for her to return on this future season. And prove that she actually can be a great player and win, honestly. But yeah, I'm really surprised at how much of a negative edit she actually got, and I remembered. It was probably the most negative edit up to this point, honestly. But the cast overall is pretty solid, honestly. A couple duds, but still pretty solid. And of course, there's the whole like men versus women aspect, and that brings us to the thing that makes the season very age. And I totally forgot how fucking horny this season is. Like, I know you don't say that honestly on this channel, but look, I don't usually like say that stuff on this channel, honestly. But yeah, I totally forgot a lot of that stuff, honestly. Honestly, of course, this is interesting three, honestly, and you see a lot of times women just fantasize, men just really fantasize about women's bodies and the you know, and all this stuff about their bodies, and you get like long scenes of, and you get like long shot scenes of women just like showering and being sexy and taking their bras off and everything, like. It's not like a bad thing I'm talking about the season, honestly. It's just a very hilarious aspect of this season that I totally blanked on, honestly. But there's like some pretty hilarious ones. Of course, you got the infamous moment of the first immediate challenge in the merge, where basically Jenna Hayes had to strip down for peanut butter and chocolate. Like, that's the like. Again, I like just thinking about that scene, honestly, and it's pretty hilarious moments. And that really, but it does kind of add to the datiness, how dated the season can be, because again, that's stuff that probably wouldn't fly nowadays, honestly. But yeah, like it's not just thinking about how much more of those true scenes that you get in this season. Like, it's kind of hilarious if you really think about it. And also, now what else I can say about this? I mean, the Yellowstone looks pretty nice, honestly. Again, this boy really natural cinematography and nailed also. That's why also Jeff Probst really nails, gets a good charisma he gets as a host, and gets some really fun Jeff Probst one-liners and moments here throughout the season. Like, they do get some awesome great blindsides here, particularly the Dina, Alex, and Christy boots are three of the best blindsides in history, and all of them on a fucking row. Again, all of them really involving Rob Cicini, honestly, where Rob got involved with Dina blindside, he got involved with Alex blindside, where he blindsided Jenna and Heidi, and also we get back on board to vote out Christy, who again was the first incident of the swing votes ended up being voted out. Which, well, it's definitely not a level of common occurrence nowadays. It definitely was a surprising thing to see this happen the first time. And it was also the first time someone actually gave up immunity, where Jenna won me that round and she gave it to Heidi. I think looking at myself, for my opinion, they started to weigh down a little bit, but just not by a lot, honestly, not like a huge amount. Like, definitely are a couple seasons that happen that, but we'll get there and get there. But this is one season where I was definitely a little bit high. Like, I was definitely a little more higher, but I think it might be just about just a teensy weensy bit. Maybe that's because, again, like I said, while I didn't hurt the season, I'm still disappointed that Jen ended up winning the season, and some aspects do drag a little bit more towards from the pre-merge. Again, like I said, got a couple does with Jean and Janet, but overall, I still think it's a great season of Survivor. It was definitely a classic for a goddamn reason. And even despite the day's aspect, there's still a lot to appreciate about the Amazon. So I had to be worried I wanted to get this. So in the end, I am going to give Survivor, the Amazon, a 9.25 out of 10. Do I even need to talk about Pearl Islands? No, I'm serious. I'm not saying it's a bad. It's not like Thailand where I just say, oh, Joy needs to help table this season. This is a case like, do I even need to mention that Pearl Islands is an amazing season? Do I even need to go into detail why the season's so amazing? Because I think every Survivor fan knows that Pearl Islands is a top tier season. It is the best season of the classic era. So I rewatched the season last year because it ended up 2020 last year, and I ended up watching it again for this series, and Pearl Islands is an endlessly watchable season where it actually has bumped up a lot higher on my ranking, honestly. Again, do I even need to talk about that Pearl Islands amazing season? Because, well, it is. I'm sorry to say that, but Pearl Islands is an incredible season. Like, I think I'm just not going to talk about much this season because what is there to say about it? I mean, it's an incredible season, one of the best casts in the show's history. The pilot team is used amazingly and used effectively in the challenges. You got a pretty strong cast with Nicole, even some early boots with Nicole, Ryanez, Michelle, Trish, Sean. You got the first ever queer Austin. Where Jeff Probst kind of like beat him towards up. He actually a mean Jeff Probst where he kind of braced him for it. You got Savage, Ryan O, Tijuana, Krista, Burton, Dara, Lil, and somehow begging about out third ends to make it to the end with the Outcast twist, which while controversial and kind of screws up a couple players, was definitely great TV. And you get three of the most iconic players in the show's history. Like you got like freaking Rupert, who is, in my opinion, still the best, basically one of the players that's the best character in the show's history. Like he was definitely a character, like, and still is a character like no other we have seen up to this point in Survivor. Like he is iconic for a goddamn reason. He is just fantastic television, has so many one-liners, and his blast is just incredible. Then got a giant fair play, well, despite Jeff Probst's kind of hatred towards him, he ends up playing a fantastic character with the iconic grandma line that takes what Rob Cesternino did and just embraces it more honestly, and has such a great epic downfall. Again, that grandma line is still one of the best moments in the show's history. I'll again need to say more about that moment. And of course, you got the queen herself, the first appearance of Sandra, who was a player I never really know how to feel about, honestly. Well, because of how many appearances she's been on Survivor at this point, but I didn't get to think about it. I've definitely grown more on Sandra, honestly. Definitely some appearances definitely better than others, but I think honestly, no matter what, Sandra is always going to be an iconic character. She has so many of course, she got iconic, I can get love too! And of course, that has the iconic anybody but me strategy, which is basically kind of her staple at this point. Like, see what Joelle was Andrew now, how she is nowadays, and as I'm filming this, she's actually back competing on the latest season of The Traitors. She was always going to make for iconic television, and this season, first season, proves that. And she was definitely a deserving win. Definitely an obvious win, because I don't think anybody was going for love or her except Tijuana, but she's definitely a great winner, honestly, and she's definitely the queen of Survivor for a reason. Well, I will still say she's definitely a bit overhyped on that aspect, which I'll definitely get into talk about her later appearances. Sandra, no matter what, is always going to be great TV and AC this gun. She was definitely one of the better parts of Game Changers, and she definitely was a huge highlight in the time of Winners of War. Hell, I liked her when she appeared on Australian Survivor Bloodless Water with her daughter. Yeah, but I'm not going to talk about much, but again, I wouldn't get anything to say why Pearl Island is an amazing season. It has some of the best moments in the show's history, so many iconic moments, so many high moments. It's easily the best season era. It easily gets a 10 out of 10. Like, what you need to talk about this season? I'm sorry I keep saying that, but some seasons are praiseworthy for a reason. And I don't think I'm going to add any more to the conversation of why Pearl Island is one of the best seasons in Survivor history. It definitely is the best season up to this point. And now we get to why I actually do have a lot to talk about this season. And season that definitely is that the biggest up down trajectory, honestly, on Survivor, or on the fan face feels about it, and that is Survivor All Stars. Oh boy, dude, this is definitely what we interested want to talk about, that's for sure. A season that was definitely hyped up when it came out. I mean, it was the first time we have witnessed a returning player season. We see some of the biggest players and some of the big names from the last 7 seasons actually make a return to the island to try to prove themselves, to try to win Survivor. And while not every choice, and while you do get a couple questionable choices, which we're actually getting into, this was definitely a cast that, yeah, feels like the right place for an all-star cast. Honestly. Again, it was so hyped when we had an actual returning player season. I was so happy to see some of the big names. This is also the first time where we see 3 tribes, which, well, unfortunately, and really unfortunately, it's kind of the main scenario. It's like I wish you got 2 tribes, honestly. Like, why 3 tribes still? But we'll get into talk about those seasons. But this is the first time where we actually saw 3 tribes, which I think for this cast kind of makes sense. I mean, we got some big names, honestly, for last season. I mean, from Borneo, you got Jenna Lewis, who, one of the most interesting characters, well, I don't think she was also worthy. I think the reason why it's not a case when they wanted to get certain players back, but they weren't able to. So, David Jen's legacy does break up this season. Honestly, we got Jenna Lewis, we got Richard Hatch, the first winner. We got Rudy Botch, Sue Hawk, we got Tina Weston, Colby Donaldson, Jerry Manty, Alicia. I'm not blowing my own pick, but I don't want Alicia, honestly. I mean, got Ita Zahn, Tom, Lex, 3 of the big names from Africa. Got Boston Rob, who, probably weird that 10th place finish was an all-star. He was definitely one of the best characters. I also got Amber from Australian Outback, who was definitely one of the more questionable choices, but yeah, I'll talk about them when we get to that. Australian Outback really has a lot of people return on, so like, I can say Australian Outback was a, anyway. And also got Kathy returning. I mean, you only got like 1 person from Thailand, that's Sheehan, but that's because people, it's because, you know, it's Thailand. Eels got like General Mogaster and Rob Cesnino, one of the best personnel win return. And you only got the 1 person per Islands is Rupert. Because I think they want Sandra back, but I think due to something that happened in Pearl Islands, she ended up returning. But this is a stacked cat. You know, of course, you got a couple players that are like, really? These players returning? But you know, that happens. I'm not like beating too much about it, but that's because obviously they probably will want certain players, but they probably weren't able to get those players. Because at least that's what happened most of the time on Survivor, at least. So, there are different sessions, but again, we'll get there, we'll get there. We will get there. When we get there. Yeah. And but the reason why All Stars is definitely an interesting season to talk about, honestly, is because this is probably one of the darkest seasons in the show's history. Like, a lot of the rawness and the realness of this season is pretty interesting to see from a Survivor season. But unfortunately, it doesn't make for a fun experience. Like, you can clearly tell that none of these players are having like, any fun during this season. And that's because a lot of the pre-gaming that happens that ends up causing a lot of the major things that happen throughout this season. And while this definitely boosts up someone's legacy as one of the best players in the show's history, or the best player up to this point, I just think there's some very ickiness at points. And this is the first time we watched these seasons since when I first got into Survivor. I started watching Survivor in 2008, so I remember being like super high on All Stars, honestly. I remember being super high on this season, so I wasn't sure how my opinion was going to feel when you watch. So, what are my overall thoughts on All Stars? What are my overall take on this season? Overall, I think it's fine, honestly. And again, this season definitely has gone down for a lot of people, especially when you know what happened and all those behind the scenes stuff that happens. That's still debating and talking about to this very day. I'll give it that, but man, the season was. I thought it was kind of hard to get through, honestly, mostly because of those elements. Because it kind of makes it kind of just. After a while, it leads to some very emotional raw moments, and a couple moments that are probably some of the best moments in throughout history, and probably one of the best college travels in the show's history. I'm not gonna lie that there are some top tier moments that happened this season, and also gave birth to one probably the best reality TV show romance in the show's history. Again, because of pacing or just how the thing was presented, and all the pre-gaming that led to a lot of those moments. It doesn't make for that much fun of a watch, honestly. It's why I do appreciate some elements here. Why I want to say it's like a bottom tier Survivor season. It definitely is not that great of a season, being honest. But before let's talk about the cast itself. And I'm actually going to talk about the main couple that I mentioned, because they're probably all the big selling point of this season. Now, the big interesting element of this season, that is, of course, and that is Amber Brooke and Boston Rob Mario. Again, Boston Rob was already a huge player from my cases, honestly. I think this season though really cemented Boston Rob as like a top tier player. As like the best player to never win Survivor, as like a huge player on the show. What spent him as a legend of the show. And for good reason, honestly. Despite his ickiness at points, he was still a likable, fun presence throughout. He still has a lot of the great stuff that you love behind my cases, and there's some elements that do, again, cement him as being an all-time great player by making some great moves, by having probably displaying the biggest dominant game in the show's history up to this point, honestly, where maybe it's at one point in the Final 5, even the Final 4, and maybe Final 4, there wasn't any point in the season where Boston Rob was in any danger, which is pretty impressive, honestly. But he makes some pretty interesting moves, getting him at that move, where basically led to here and there making that move that basically led to basically the ickiness and some of the raw emotion, which I will get into. I think that's gonna be its own thing to talk about. But he's just a fantastic character. I think no matter what, Boston Rob is always going to be a pretty present on the season. He doesn't. I mean, he's coming on that Deal No Deal Island season. He honestly proves that no matter what he's on, Boston Rob is always going to be a great character on any season that he's in. Whether he's on there for a little bit or a lot, he's always going to be a fantastic TV. And he proves that here, honestly. Again, he plays probably the best game up to this point, honestly. Which, of course, lets the whole bit of joy, which, as to why I think Boston Rob is a fantastic game player, even I can he's not perfect in it. But Boston Rob, in this season, is the definition on how to have terrible jury management. He's not the first display, not only is he the first display of having an actual bit of jury, there's also a display of the first instant that Boston Rob really handled the jury terribly this season, which kind of what led to basically his loss. Most of how he treated certain people, how he did to certain people, mostly Sheehan, Alicia, and Lex, obviously Lex, and even Kathy and Tom. A lot of stuff kind of ended up leading to loss, and they ended up winning Amber to win. And let's talk about Amber for a second, honestly. And I enjoyed Amber on this season, honestly. I think my opinion went down on her a little bit on this season, because I don't think she's like the most interesting character in the world, but honestly, I think there's an aspect I think she does a lot better here, grateful for, honestly. And what, it's probably not that, yeah, I think Boston Rob should have won this season, obviously, but that's kind of what Boston Rob's doing. At least I'm more understanding to why she did end up winning the season. And of course, this led to Boston Rob and Amber developing the romance they have, which 20 years later, by the way, is still going. They end up meeting here, falling in love, having some great moments together, like that. They end the Final 5 round still amazing moments. They end up making Final 2 together, where Boston Rob proposes to Amber. Again, they're still together to this very day, where they have like 4 fucking kids together. Again, they're still together to this day. They are still together to this very day. So it definitely is the most well-known reality romance for a goddamn reason. I will think there's some aspects that do make the season kind of boring in some moments, which I'll get into in a little bit. They're definitely all at the same time the highlight of the season because of the love story they have, the love they have for each other, and just the many great moments they shared in the season. So yeah, they're definitely all a highlight of this season. Now let's quick talk about the other players, because some actually don't have much to say about, honestly. Of course, this season also had like 2 notable quits that happened this season. You got the third one with Jen Magessa, who ended up regretting not being on this season because of her dead mom, which it honestly is a very emotional moment, honestly. Especially when they revealed the 8 days her mom to pass away, which I'm still having a tear about that moment, honestly. And then there's Sue Hawk, which is another instance that Survivor was incompetent at handling certain things even before Island of the Idols. Because like, I did mention the whole Tangani thing in Thailand. They got into where basically Richard Hatch ended up rubbing him, and it was unintentional or not, rubbing himself on Sue because he was naked, because that's kind of Richard's thing. Sue ended up being pretty upset about it, and they ended up treating very oddly and weirdly, kind of make her seem a little bit crazy, which led to her quitting the season, which was, again, very odd, honestly, and it makes for an episode that I'm just like, yeah. It's very, yeah, definitely definition more comfortable. Again, I'll place it. I don't have much to Tina this season, who was the first boot, and the second boot in Rudy. Robin having a before early, but that's kind of notable. Richard Hatch kind of bamboozled this season. You got Cole Dalton's downfall on his blind side. You got Ethan Zahn being the winner that's making the forest, but end up being voted out here. You got Jerry Manti being Jerry Manti. This was a time where she was still the most hated player. So even after reading the show, she ended up getting booed. Thank God thank God on that. And of course, her drop house was very interesting as well, which I'll get into. And then you got like Kathy, who has a great interesting role in her season. Alicia, well, was kind of there, honestly. Big Thomas was kind of there. Sheehan definitely had a good role in this season. Rupert still Rupert. Jenna Lewis definitely had a legacy up. Was up a little bit on this season, honestly. I really like Jenna Lewis, but I think her legacy rose up a bit on this season. And of course, I'm talking about Lex, who was the 9th place finisher. That's of course I'm talking about him for last because, again, he basically is what led to basically the wrong emotion that ends up kind of plaguing this season. Honestly, of course, you got the moment basically we got the tribe swap, and everyone but Amber ended up watching. Everyone pretty much but Amber ended up swapping to tribe with Jerry, Lex, Kathy, and Sheehan. And most of knowing that she was going to get voted out because you get there kind of like, you take care of her, I'll take care of you, if you can. One of the most iconic lines in the show's history. A very iconic line that leads to a lot of interesting stuff. But honestly, what do you debate whether Boss Rob actually was going to? Like, I'm not like there's still a lot of debate apparently whether Boss Rob actually, really was going to keep his deal legs, besides the fact at last minute, or he wasn't going to, and whether or not. It was definitely, either way, it definitely some interesting moments where they end up voting out Jerry episode, where Mike says wholeheartedly he regrets doing that. That Pastor goes back on his deal, then it's like, you betrayed me, I thought we were friends! Like, you my friends, you stole all your friends for a bag of green bucks. And of course, the iconic moment is that Lex was kind of a hypocrite on this moment because he kind of did the same thing to Ethan and Colby in the previous episodes, where he was kind of like that to them, yet because Boss Rob did it to him, he's upset about it. Of course, he likes to say that it was different, but it's kind of the same thing, honestly. It's not hard to notice that. Which again led to that final bit of Tribal Council, which I will say it's definitely one of the best final trials in the show's history. I won't deny that, because again, more people that complain about videos at times, more so Big Brother than anything, but sometimes it can make for excellent TV, and this season proves that they can make for epic TV. With a lot of big jury speeches, a lot of back and forths throughout. People just really bashing at Boston Rob. And again, his jury management skills are terrible, and this, like I said, this is the definition of how not to handle the jury on this season, which for a longest time I was like, why in the hell Boston Rob didn't win? Like, why in the hell did vote Amber? I think after rewatching this season and rewatching the Tribal Council, yeah, I can see why. I can see why. I mean, that moment was kind of double-edged sword to while it does lead to one of the most raw and emotional moments in the show's history, and I'm all for that, honestly, truly. I think Survivor was, like, truthfully, I think Survivor was one of its absolute best when it displays, like, true human emotion. and plays characters that are the most human and genuine. And that's when Survivor's at its best, in my opinion, honestly. Those are some of my usual favorite moments in the show's history. It's when they actually reach it at. At the same time, considering all the stuff that happens, it's more so the execution and how it happens. Just basically just kind of uncomfortable in a way, honestly, to watch. And then I mentioned, like, after that moment, the seems kind of just dips the last few episodes where not much really happens. Like the Kathy brought up, like, whatever, the Alicia was just, okay. Shan was kind of boring on as far as the loved one visits. I think it does pick up a little bit with the Big Tom episode where basically Boss Rob had to win a car. Big Amber, she won a car. They were originally going to talk like Boss Rob and Amber, but Boss Rob actually convinces Big Tom to go against Jen and Rupert, and then they end up blindsiding Big Tom, which, yeah, and get an okay final 4 round, and then an okay final me and John, honestly. Like, yeah, sometimes the pacing does kind of feel all over the place at times, honestly. And the pretty much just doubles kind of fun, honestly. We do get some fun back and forth. I could get the iconic, like, Rupert building an underground shelter moment, which led to some pretty hilarious moments. And great back forth between him and Jerry, honestly. It's not void of fun moments, I'm not saying that. But it is kind of, in a way, still void of that, because, again, the darkness really does play the season in a lot of areas where it doesn't make it the most rewatchable or fun season to watch. Watching and some watch it just to have fun, honestly, and I'm saying like that, but that's kind of true, honestly. So like I said, Survivor is at its best when it develops more of the human, genuine moments. But in the case that while it does have those moments, it does kind of bring the season down, having this like dark tone throughout, and sometimes it doesn't make for an interesting, fun watch. Like. But yeah, overall, I think All Stars is probably just fine, honestly. Like, I don't think it's a terrible season. I don't think it's like going to be at the huge bottom of the barrel season of the show, honestly. But this is one of the few seasons on this rewatch. Well, my opinion did actually drop a bit on this rewatch. So I don't think it's going to be like a huge, be in my bottom 5, bottom 10, honestly. It's definitely a season that I'm not going to ever come back to, honestly, because of the dark tone. And while it does have like one of the best, shows that Boss Rob is an incredible player and one of the best to ever play the game, honestly. And you do have some good moments throughout the season in a great final trial council. You do have some great moments throughout. That tone really sets the mood, just nobody getting into. So, all in all, I am going to give Survivor All Stars a 5.5 out of 10. Now we get to Season 9, Survivor Vanuatu, which, looking back on it, was definitely an interesting season. Again, this is actually the first time fully rewatching these seasons, honestly. And the reason I started to is because I really did not do a full rewatch on all shows. Like, I really watched some episodes or some moments, but not like whole seasons. Vanuatu season, I wasn't sure how I was actually going to feel afterwards. Rewatch, I think, is definitely an interesting season one. It's definitely one of those seasons that, when it first came out, wasn't received well at all. Most of the characters that came after All Stars, which obviously was kind of loved at the time, but not so much nowadays. Vanuatu was kind of very negative received, mostly because they bring back the Manifest Women's thing again, and having not the most interesting pre-merge or the most interesting characters in the pre-merge. We'll definitely get into that. But I feel as definitely as time went on, along with more season we'll get into, it's one of those seasons that I think that the more time has gone with the season, the more I feel has aged, the more I feel people have gone to really accept it for being a good season, for being an underrated season. And I wholeheartedly agree on that. Well, I don't think Vanuatu is probably one of the best Survivor seasons out there. I wouldn't put it in the top tier echelon on Survivor, honestly. But there's definitely a lot to appreciate about Vanuatu, honestly, and it has probably some of the best stretches of gameplay and episodes in any portion of Survivor. First out, the whole thing about being on the Islands of Fire, which I think is which honestly, the scenery itself is just breathtaking, beautiful. Like, I miss what I didn't realize when we were watching season that, man, I admit it went, like, I didn't realize that when we were watching this show, I was like, I miss when Survivor used to do, like, very diverse locations. Like, while I definitely do understand why they would go for Fiji and everything, especially because they're also very less money and everything, I really miss when we used to have like very diverse locations. Locations that were like very unique and makes the season stand out a little bit more. And that's definitely the case with Rewatch, because it is on Islands of Fire, where you see a lot of great shots of volcanoes, a lot of great shots of interesting things to see from that Rewatch to landscape and everything, which makes some moments just so beautiful and breathtaking to watch. And again, I'm just going to talk about the biggest issue with this season right away, honestly, and that is the pre-merge itself. Well, I don't think the pre-merge is as bad as some make it out to be, honestly. It definitely is probably the thing that does bring the season down a bit, honestly. Mostly because it has some, while it does have some great pre-merge moments, honestly, especially the second episode, which I'll get into. I think it's more comes down to the cast. The pre-merge character, this season has probably some of the most forgettable pre-merge characters ever, or pre-merge players ever. Like, I'm pretty sure no one remembers who Brooke is, who John P is, who John K is, or who Brady is. I'm pretty sure no one remembers like who anything about Mia or Lisa. Let's say Dolly or Travis or Bubba are probably the only people that actually are memorable in the pre-merge. And I know most people think that, honestly. Also, after found that those little stuff for some reason, so I do apologize for the weird voice. Just to give a heads up. And with Travis was definitely just a fun character that ended up getting swap screwed. And Dolly, to what made her the most interesting character, honestly, still, she's not going to be a non-instance of she's the case of a non-instance basically the swing vote that ends up getting voted out. To while they'll definitely remember most of the pretty much also like you mentioned with the Dolly boot, the whole Mia blindside as well. You know, Rory being Rory, again the whole thing with Chris, the winner of the season. Could have easily been the first one voted out, but ended up getting saved by the old man, which I'll definitely touch a lot about that later. So that pretty much is just fine. It's just there. So I think if I will do this season, I think I'll probably just skip to the merge, honestly. The one that honestly episodes that aren't boring or anything, they're just not interesting. And it has some, again, it does have some good moments, but not enough to really save it. That's what I'm trying to say. I think the merge one season really kicks in high gear, honestly. Also, to while we do get a swing of votes where basically the men get picked off one by one, there's still some good moments, some good gameplay, and some good back and forth between all these characters that does make it salvageable. It's really the final 7 onwards, though, is when the season really kicks in high gear. And you get an incredible gameplay with Chris, the last man standing, basically means you get 2 people that are considered enemies throughout most of the season to end up turning on each other, which makes for some pretty interesting gameplay, and I found that around as one of the most oh my god moments in the show's history. Okay, totally forgot how incredible that moment actually was until I rewatched the actual season. Hey, still some great moments of gameplay, some great back and forth, some other good blindsides, and an epic final trouble which I'll get into. But I think we should talk about the other 10 main players, because again, other than Dolly and Travis, there's not really much to say about the other pretty much players, honestly. Of course, we got Rory, who I think is an all-time great character, who definitely is not a likable presence, but still a fun presence throughout. Leah has some really good moments, has a great back and forth throughout, especially when he, obviously, he's the one that kind of saved Chris in the first episode. Chad, who has been one of the first player in the show to closest more enough being the first player to compete with a prosthetic leg. Didn't really anything he actually does, but he was still a fun presence. Again, Leanne, she was also pretty solid as well. Again, not much to say about her, but she was still fun, honestly, throughout. They got the Ice Queen herself, Amy, who is definitely a great villain, who definitely was so fun to watch, so entertaining, and had such an incredible epic downfall. And that's what you get for being too cocky, honestly. That's what you get for being too goddamn cocky. And then we get to Julie Berry, a contestant that's so beautiful and so smoking that Jeff Probst ended up dating her for 4 years after the season. So Jeff ends up beating Chris up for it at the reunion show for blowing him out. Blowing her out. Yeah. But Julie was also fun present. I forgot how much I actually enjoyed her this time around, actually. To which she definitely is a fun presence, has a good storyline throughout, has some relationships throughout, and actually was pretty well mostly throughout, honestly. And then we get to Eliza, who I will say honestly, I'm not. There's one archetype reality show that I'm not huge. It's probably the Mean Girl archetype, was because at the worst they get and be pretty annoying, and if they take a lot of screen time, it can be like feeling just, oh, okay, we get you're just bitchy and everything. Like, it's also how they're portrayed, and well, that's one of the only Mean Girls that I actually really enjoy, actually. I think that she does bring a lot of fun presence, a lot of great back and forth, some pretty fight professionals, some pretty great fights throughout, especially with Twyla. She's a very fun character and presence throughout, and again, her black side is very fun as well. Then we get to Scout, who is also one of the most likable people on this season. Again, it's kind of a shame she didn't end up returning, honestly, but she was definitely a great presence throughout. Again, some probably also kind of go be Chris if she was at the end, honestly. And then we get to the final two themselves. Now we have Twyla, who, again, it's a shame that Twyla didn't actually make a return on the future season, because I think she was someone that actually had a lot of potential on the return. But she was just a great fiery character that has so many fun back and forth, so many insane, crazy moments. Her fight with people, especially with Eliza, her train that person. And of course, Chris actually facing that she's trying to apologize for this and that, which will lead to a lot of crazy moments throughout. But yeah, Tyler, for presence. But of course, we are going to talk about Chris Daughtry, who's part of the play I'm actually was most excited to talk about when we watch it if I want to. And I've always loved Chris on this season, but I think my opinion really shot up after this rewatch. I think he's definitely in the top tier winner, honestly. Because I've always loved the guy, honestly, but again, I don't know why in this rewatch, I just didn't appreciate him so much more, honestly. Again, he was someone that is probably the definition of the first true underdog winner of Survivor. Who was someone that honestly could have been the first boo of the season because he couldn't get off a balance beam. But then he was probably the easiest successive boot, but he had to be saved and he ends up being in a great position for a majority pretty much. And of course he was literally the last guy standing in the final 7. And when he ended up losing the final media challenge, you'd think he was gonna be good and gone, honestly. But no! Because he ends up pulling in Twyla and Scout, and even Eliza, who Twyla likes to hate each other, by the way, to pull in an epic 4-3 votes that nobody saw coming. Like I said before, I don't know how incredible that move is until I watched the season. Then he ended up getting the ice cream Amex, and even when Chris lost to me in the final 5, they still kept him around. That's because Chris is also the definition of how to play a great social game. So when you have a great social game, you basically have a good chance of making it fall, even when you probably like you should be the obvious target. Those are usually the best players and winners, in my opinion, and Chris is no exception on that role. No, he's just a very likable presence. Yeah, she can be maybe a little bit cocky at times, but it's the fun cockiness that I enjoy. And he has a pretty good story throughout. He'll be the last man standing and everything. And he also gives an epic final travel performance to where he does something I'm surprised non-winners people don't really think about. In fact, he just sucks up to the jury. He just says what they want to. He knows what they want to hear, and that's what him to win the fight through those. And that's why a lot of players don't really think that strategy often, honestly, if you really think about it. But yeah, Chris went definitely, in general, Chris's story and run definitely elevates this season. Everything from the final turn onwards is just top tier Survivor, from the blind side to the fights, to the epic moments, to top house performance. It's just incredible TV. So, well, again, pretty much is part of the thing that does bring the season down a bit, honestly. I still have a soft spot there I want to. I still have a soft spot for this season. I'm happy I do appreciate so much more than I did. Again, pretty much probably the only thing that does really hold the season back from being absolute top tier. So in the end, I'm going to give Survivor Fate I Want To, Islands of Fire, a 9 out of 10. And now we get to the 10th season of the show, Survivor Palau. Palau, definitely an interesting season, that's for sure. Like, yeah, definitely an interesting season. The show. Again, I wasn't sure how I was going to view Palau after we watched, because it's the one season I really didn't go back to often. Of course, there's definitely a lot of memory things about Palau, but I wasn't sure how I really was going to feel about it. But, hey, so well, again, I'm not sure I would put it in top tier. I would say it's probably close to that top tier, honestly. Palau, I think it's a great season of the show. Like, this was the first season to actually have 20 contestants, which, okay, around that time was definitely surprising. This was the first time that we had 20 players. You had that weird thing where basically here they selected 2 tribes, and basically the people that were not chosen were immediately eliminated, which Johnson and Wanda, which yeah, didn't really get to actually like do much of anything. So yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. I'm not sure how well they have done anyway, but yeah, 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 yeah. And that season also has some pretty beautiful scenery, a pretty great location, as well as from actual plow, which has some pretty beautiful sequences and some pretty breathtaking camera shots at points. But of course, let's get to what is this season most memorable for, and that is the destruction of the Oolong tribe. Which is the thing I think everyone knows the most about this season is the destruction of that tribe. And there's a good reason why that thing is definitely the most memorable about this season, because it is an interesting storyline having one tribe that just doesn't win any immediate challenge ever. Like the only time that the other tribes are losing something is the whole thing where they have both tribes go to tribal council. But other than that, pretty much no tribe goes to tribal council. Their tribe doesn't even go to tribal council. They end up winning every immediate challenge, and the tribe of Oolong ends up going to every single fucking tribal council. Which is insane, honestly. And which, to this day, Oolong is still probably the worst performing tribe in the show's history. I mean, while they went with a few more challenges, they didn't have any immunity. Not at all. It does make for a bit very compelling, like, seeing the tribe still lose, but at least you got a multi-star cast. Like, there's a couple of good players I'm pretty sure nobody remembers who Ashley is, who was the second brother of Oolong. Like, I'm pretty sure nobody remembers who she is, honestly. I told her played who she was, and for good reason. And maybe Kim's also not the most interesting character either, but everyone else, I thought was really. Jolanda had an interesting thing, which was kind of later, but ended up being the first boots. Jeff was someone that could have actually done pretty well, but of course, ended up getting injured, and the master tried to vote him out. Angie had some pretty surprisingly fun moments, and was actually playing pretty well, actually. Then you had James Miller, who is probably one of the most underrated female characters ever. Like, I did forgot how great James was as a character. We had some pretty hilarious one-liners, some big moments throughout. And then there was Ibrahim, who can be a bit boring at times, but he at least has his moments. Then, of course, you got the two left ones. First, you got Bobby John, who definitely, I think says a bit more honestly Guatemala, but he does have his good moments. He does have his great back and forths and great moments from a lot of players throughout. And of course, we got Stephanie Lagrosa, who, of course, is now as far up to this point, which got champion next season Guatemala, which finished second, and was second boots, and was second boots in his films, but then has made a bit of a resurgence recently, and most only she competed on a show called Stay in the Grass, and also competed on the recent Trade season. I think they do a great job making Stephanie such a verbal underdog. But she definitely has a lot of up and down moments throughout the season, mostly really down, but she never gets up, and then she ends up getting a point where she basically, it was her Bobby John that lose the two players, and then they end up going to probably the first fight, making a challenge in the show's history. And Stephanie's winning, and Stephanie, while Stephanie ended up lasting very long, she ended up finishing 7th. She was still a great presence throughout. Then we get to the core people in general, where we got Willard, who didn't really honestly get shown much until this boot episode, and it's one instance, but don't try to hide that Willard's gonna be the boot. I think other players like Kobe, who basically, and you can tell from when, obviously, when he got to the match that he was probably gonna be the first boot, and well, behold, he was the first boot. You got Janu, who obviously ended up quitting the season because they almost got the best of her and just didn't like the people she was with, which definitely has been kind of a storyline. More recurring storyline this season I actually remember it being, actually. I don't remember much from Janu this season, from her quitting. But she was still fun presence throughout. Then you got Greg, who definitely also has good moments as well, and also had an epic blindside this season. And you got Karen, which, as Katie says, Karen sucks. I don't think I can say anymore. Then you also got Jen Lyon, who, by the way, may she rest in peace, because also she did pass away recently. Passed away in 2010. And who also played a surprisingly good game up to her boot episode, honestly. Which was, I think, was pretty well, and aside from obviously with Martha Gray, was in a good position, actually. Then you also got Key, the runner-up this season, who people did not expect at all this season, and it's pretty obvious that she was going and she wasn't going to win. Then we get to to two main people this season, two main characters of this season. We got the third place finisher in Ian Rosenberger, who definitely is one of the best players of the season, who definitely had a great social game, definitely played pretty well, and was a pretty integral part of this season, and was shown significantly a lot throughout, especially with his relationships with a lot of the tribes and the players throughout, especially with Katie and Tom. And of course was part of the Fire Me Challenge, which I will get into in a little bit. The obviously is when Fire is when the game starts to really dip, but then he started to become a big target, and led to a pretty emotional moment at the Fire Me Challenge, which again I will get into. And of course there's the winner himself in Tom Westman, who is probably one of the most believable winners on the show's history. I think you kind of tell from a standpoint that he was definitely going to be a potential winner candidate, especially when I think he won a lot of media challenges. It was a big target, didn't see anything was against him, which was a pure likable presence throughout. Well, there were a couple instances where he was probably targeted. He somehow had one of the most dominant games in the show's history, and was just pure likable and won just like that. And 6-1 dose. Yeah, Tom's a great winner, honestly. Tom is a fantastic winner. He definitely is a very deserving winner, honestly. I don't remember what I would rank him in my winner rankings, but Tom is definitely a bright spot of the season. Again, this is a season where you get like so many back and forth, so many lunch shifts. It doesn't important at the final 7, but basically, they were actually thinking of voting out Tom actually. But again, like I mentioned before, Karen sucks. Which is a funny line, which if you see the season, you know why that moment's so hilarious. And you also got the great blind side I mentioned earlier, where they actually got rid of a big threat actually, and managed to get one of his close allies key to vote against them. You got the arc where basically Ian starts to go downhill in terms of his social prize, but basically he had to win the 5-5 war challenge. He took Tom with him, though he was supposed to say Katie. They didn't give each other, and then I think it was probably going to be the boot, but yeah, Garen sucks. And then Ian made the stupid decision basically tell Tom, I'm sorry man, I was actually thinking of voting out, that would have been super hard. Which, yeah, you don't say that. Which led him to be the target next round, and even Tom voted against him, but then Katie ended up voting against him, and we do end up getting the first instance of the Fire making challenge. Mind you, this was actually the first time we actually had tie votes since Marquesas. Mostly because of that damn Purple Raw tiebreaker. We also got a Fire making one before, well obviously it's when there was only Barbara John and Stephanie, and then the other became a Fire challenge to be the last one I'm understanding, and to be a sword to Korra. And while they're not most exciting, well obviously I think the Fire making challenge will obviously get a lot more epic, a lot more in the later seasons. They're still fun to watch, honestly. And of course you get the epic Final Immunity Challenge. The epic Final Immunity Challenge. Which is still barely to this day, probably still debated with Borneo, it's probably the best Fire Immunity Challenge in show's history. As well as the Fire Immunity Challenge are not talked about in such high regard nowadays, and it's a good reason honestly, which obviously they don't really do much with Fire Immunity nowadays. Eventually they'll get invented like they used to be. Like they really don't, honestly. This was an epic one. A true epic, as of course this one lasted for almost 12 goddamn hours. 12 goddamn hours! Well, it was a big battle between Tom and Ian. And I feel like whoever was going to win the game. And I don't know what Ian was like, I'm sorry for all I did, I'm hate that I did, so I'll drop, you vote me out, and then you can win. But that's pretty much what happened. I obviously I'm exaggerating, but that's kind of what happened. Honestly, because which is probably one of the most compelling arcs in the show's history that I didn't realize how truly emotional that arc was until I actually watched this season, because it is a pretty emotional moment for Ian, proving that again it can't really get to you and it can't really affect you and everything, and it makes for a pretty poignant emotional moments where Tom also does arm issues, and at the point you can tell that Tom was going to win single-handedly, and I was right. Like I don't think anyone was good for Katie to win, because obviously, I totally forgot how people didn't really like Katie this season. I totally blanked on that, for being honest. Which is very interesting. I didn't know, totally blanked on that. I didn't know how to feel like Katie, to being honest, but what can you do? Yeah, I think it was all, yeah. But yeah, I think that's all I can really say for Paul, to be honest. I did appreciate season a bit more rewatch, but I think I feel most of the same that I did, honestly. But I do think it's a great season, honestly. I do think it has some great moments. The storyline about Oolong is really compelling. The Final Media challenges, the back and Tom and Ian throughout the season. There's still a lot of greatness in this season. Again, it's probably the closest to the top tier, honestly, but it's still a fantastic season that I've definitely grown to appreciate. So I'm going to give Swire Palau a 9.75 out of 10. It just had a couple of forgettable plays that did prevent it being a 10 out of 10, but it's still a good season. And now we get to Survivor Guatemala. It's pretty much what people consider to be basically the most kind of forgotten season of the show, at least for the longest time, honestly. And again, for the longest time until Winners of War, there never was anyone that returned for the season. It's not like it was like a Thailand tour, it was like a spy season. This is more Guatemala show just kind of gone about. The season just kind of came and went. But feels got a lot more love in recent memories and got a lot more appreciation in recent memories. There's good reason to, whilst my opinion did drop a little bit on this rewatch, I like that Guatemala is still a great season of the show. Most of the location of Guatemala is just incredible. Like the landscapes and the temples and what is that, the film at was just incredible. Well, it's definitely one of the most unique locations. And I never thought, I didn't think to like be watching it, so like, man, remember Survivor used to have diverse locations? Neither did I. Back once these old men from then bring back like Stephanie and Bobby John, who basically of course were people that were the last two members of Oolong and everything, and they're gonna become the captains on their seasons. You know, and I thought that was a nice choice, honestly. And of course they both have interesting roles in the season, which I will talk about. And this one of the seasons definitely known for that it was the first season to properly introduce the hidden immunity idol. Yes, this was the season that the hidden immunity idol was introduced. Obviously, it was in different stages and everything, but you know, this was when it was introduced as a game-changing thing. To what obviously it's not a common thing on Survivor. It's not one of the biggest things that happens. Survivor is, of course, the idol. This was the season that it was actually introduced. Like, and it was definitely interesting why it was introduced as well. And I'll talk about it in a little bit. But yeah, again, I think Guatemala overall is still a great season of the show, honestly. I think the thing that does kind of bring down, I think it does have the best few episodes. Mostly because I think the two boots, honestly, are kind of some most forgettable plays in the show's history. Like, it's just fine, honestly. If I'm pretty sure I remember seeing Morgan and Brianna, honestly. I think, you know, Brooke to an extent, I didn't remember much, but except for those players, everything else, and maybe it does have patience a little bit, pretty much, but everything else I think is great about the season. I think it has a pretty solid cast overall. I mean, again, first got Blake, who basically ends up having one of the most fun downfalls of him. Basically just talking about his like drug lies and college, blah blah blah. They got Margaret, who kind of has like a little fun rivalry with John at some points and has a lot of fun back and forth between them. Then got Brian, who honestly is one of the best pretty much characters ever. It's also a shame that we now saw Brian after this season, and for again, he's still very active in the community, from what I remember. But Brian is a fantastic character. He has a pretty interesting outlook, and he's the one that have the whole bait Blake, which I totally blanked on honestly until I rewatched it. It's like, did that actually happen this season? It's what basically he happily top out his directors, which kind of led to him being voted out. And there was Amy, who was also a great character and player for that season as well. Brando has his fun moments. And Bob John was great, especially with his rivalry with Jamie throughout the season. Especially with that challenge where he goes, sorry, I can't help it. And there was Jamie, who definitely had an interesting arc throughout the season, who definitely had some back and forth, and of course, it was one of the players that was the definition of paranoid himself out of the game. And he was like, blindsided, nice! And that's how you built somebody else. Then you got Gary Hookenboom, who wasn't, I believe, an NFL quarterback. Yes, NFL quarterback, but he didn't want people to know about it, so he thought he was going to be Gary Hookenboom. I don't know what his license, but he was basically was a landscaper, but people come out of that, and it made for some really fun moments throughout the season, and it made for a great foil and character throughout. Then there was Judd, who is easily the best character of the season. He's the best part of the season, in my opinion. He just has so many, like, he's someone I probably shouldn't enjoy as much. Again, another character was kind of a shame he didn't return in a future season, because, again, he's just a fantastic character, was fantastic throughout, just has so much back and forth throughout. Has so many, like, fun moments, especially with rival with Judd, a lot of fun confessional moments. And of course, there was his blind side, which is he's the best of the season, and he's definitely one of the biggest bitters, one of the biggest salty. He has one of the biggest saltiest exits in the show's history. But I totally blanked on him, which is the most, like, yeah, I'm glad I decided to do this rewatch series. Yeah, Judd, fantastic character. Sydney was also great as well. Like, another character I'm surprised we didn't see her returning. She was supposed to be on Blood as Water, but never ever happened. Also, that would be really interesting, but well, is what it is, I guess. Lydia was definitely an interesting character throughout, someone who people were seen as very weak and was one of the more underrated players in the season. Via was a big jury threat for some reason, but her not really seemed like to be a big jury threat. But yeah, Lydia was still pretty well. I still like Lydia, honestly. And then there was Rafe, again, another player that I'm shocked we didn't actually see him make a return. Honestly, like. And after one filming this, I just found that actually Rafe was actually a showrunner of the show Real Time that came out. The show that has like a couple seasons that I heard about. And apparently he was also the writer of Uncharted. I did not know about that until I just looked him up. I was like, oh, okay. Well, that's what new video is, you always say. But yeah, Rafe is a fantastic character. One of the big gameplay in this season. It's a shame we didn't make a return this season. Now we get to final see. First up, we have Stephanie, who, of course, she's definitely returned from Sarah Palau. For of course, she was one of the worst tribes in the show, the biggest losing tribe in the show's history. And she definitely was doing a lot in this season. She definitely it's one of the players I think that played well at a point. And for the longest time, I was like, why didn't Stephanie win? But then Andrew watched season, I was like, oh, that's why Stephanie lost. Because in the merge, she ended kind of sucking as a player. Because she pissed off a lot of her allies, she pissed off a lot of people, even Bobby John, and it's kind of led to her being the boot. It kind of led to her not winning in the end, only seeing Rafe's votes. And again, I remember not understanding about that, but the more I think about it, the more it actually makes sense. And she's a little more whiter in the season than I actually remember being, honestly, so I kind of attribute to that. But I don't think she played pretty well in the merge, honestly, and mostly because she had an example of terrible dream management and pissing off people for no particular reason. So even when Hallie's Lydia ends up not voting for her, and even also Judd, they all just don't vote for Stephanie. Even Bobby John. So yeah. But I still like Stephanie. I still like Stephanie. She's definitely a big spotlight for a reason, and got a bit of a surge recently with her appearance on State against in the Traders. And honestly, if we do eventually do give a 20-player season, I wouldn't mind seeing Steph plays forever again, honestly. I think she should do well on a return considering it's been years. And then I was the winner herself, Danny Boatwright. Danny. And I still like Danny, honestly. I still like her. And she also is known for basically, obviously, not actually telling people her actual strategy on this season. And of course, most so not telling even the producers about her strategy, so that it will like leak and everything, which it's one of the most interesting TV at times. I won't lie on that. It's actually a strategy. I'm surprised more people don't actually do honestly on the show, honestly, and it makes it does make interesting moments at times. And Dana was still a good character. She still has great moments throughout the season as well. It's why I'm fine with her winning, honestly. Again, it took to win the war. Again, it took to win the war to finally get stuff from Guatemala making a goddamn return. And well, yeah, I will say Dana's one disappointed on that season, which again we'll get into with Double Wins the War. At least Comic-Con summer representation, at least. Again, for the longest time, this was known for being the most and probably still is known for being the more forgotten season of the show, honestly, which in some ways kind of a shame, but in some ways it's kind of to why I will say aside from a few moments, there really isn't much that really stands out about the season. There isn't much that like pops or whatever. Of course, there also great moments. Like you got the again, the whole rivalry with Jamie, Bob, and John in the episode 6 where they end up rah, rah, like you mentioned earlier. You got the whole Jamie blind side, you got the Babe Blake thing I mentioned earlier. You got Judd being so salty about his exits, and then you got to fight another. You also got another amazing Final Media challenge. It was basically Danny and just kind of steamrolling because they don't make it kind of fair for Stephanie and Rafe, honestly. And then seeing Stephanie's emotion when she ends up dropping, it's just like heartbreak. And everyone was like, "Hey, Danny, I know we have to be found together, but you feel throw me out if you want to, because I know Stephanie wants it more." And that's what happens. Yeah, very emotional. Yeah, you get some very emotional moments. But again, aside from those moments, there's not much that really sticks out, honestly. Like, it does drag pace drags a little bit in the pre-merge, and again, you get some most forgettable pre-merge players ever on this season. But again, the location is great. You still get the great moments. There's some great back and forth in this season that do still make the season still fun to watch. To be honest, in my opinion, did drop a little bit on this season. I still will make come out and blow them on, honestly. Even though I don't think, except for those moments, it's one that really pops, honestly, which kind of led to season kind of be a little more forgotten about, but in the end, I am going to give Survivor Guatemala a 9.25 out of 10. Survivor Gabon. Of all the seasons I've watched so far, this was the one I was actually so excited to talk about the most. And of course, that's why we can the fact that Survivor Gabon was the season that actually made me a Survivor fan. And October 3rd, 2008 was the day I became a Survivor fan. I started watching the show, and I've been OBSESED obsessed ever since. So I wasn't sure how I was end up, obviously feeling about what was going on and everything. And obviously what was like going to happen. But I'm happy to say that I still enjoyed Gabon. Like it's something that I can say. Gabon is definitely one of those seasons that is going to be for everybody, that's for sure, honestly. Like, and it could be a little bit nostalgia bias, honestly, for me, honestly, but Gabon is one of those seasons that's kind of a clusterfuck. To where there's some elements you probably shouldn't enjoy. It goes in some very weird directions with its players and has a winner that just even admits about Trump they didn't know what the hell they were doing. And has some questionable moves and some terrible gameplay and some aspects that should make you not enjoy this season. But I think when it comes to the players that you get and the contestants that end up playing this season, you just can't help but just enjoy every single second of this insane, crazy train wreckiness. Like, it's pretty much like this is like this. Survivor Gabon is, as I say, a train wreck piece, a disaster piece. A season that's just kind of terrible in a lot of areas in terms of how the season is structured, how the contestants play, and some aspects of the season. Yet I would still consider Gabon to be one of my favorite seasons, and this rewatch kind of cemented that, honestly. So I could definitely see why people would not enjoy Gabon, honestly. I can definitely see why people would not enjoy this season as much as I would, honestly. But again, I just had a big grin on my face throughout. I just kind of stopped laughing and smash myself in this crazy train-wrecking nature of this season. I think Assassin's play probably some of the worst games ever in Survivor history, and seems these weird directing choices they end up making. And also having another tribe that ends up losing majority of the challenges, like, and also having a player that's probably also to be the most screwed player in the show's history, someone who actually got so much screen time it's meant to be a winner, and yet he gets the first win majority. But yeah, let's talk about the train wrecking this year. That's young. But of course, we'll talk about the cast, honestly, where we get Michelle and Jillian, who are both in the first episode of the season, when Michelle basically plays one of the worst games I first would shoot to by being so negative and sort of no one wanted to keep us by her being a strong player. And the old woman Jillian ended up getting voted out next. Paloma was fine, Jackie was fine, probably the least notable characters, and I was associating with Kelly as well. Then you got GC, someone who said, I'm going to be the leader. But it's like, nah, I don't want to be a leader anymore. I hate this experience. Please vote me out. Yeah, shit like that, but yeah, I think the way it happened was still kind of hilarious. Then we get to Ace, who honestly, I enjoyed Ace so much more as we watch. I've always loved Ace, honestly. I just love him so much more here, basically. He's just a fantastic character. He literally is kind of like a Bond villain, honestly, but like he's the definition of someone who basically is a Bond villain. And for a while, actually played pretty well, but got a little bit too cocky for his own good, which led to even his closest ally, Sugar, voting against him. Which shouldn't have happened, but Ace was just a fantastic villain, fantastic character, one of the best, probably one of my favorite pretty much characters of all time. You know, it's got Dan, and may he rest in peace, because he did pass away. But who had also an interesting run in this season. He was also someone that kind of was also paranoid and didn't really travel with, which kind of led to me about it, which really shouldn't really have happened as much as it did, but here we are. Then we get to Marcus, who is probably debated with Aaron's probably the biggest swamp screw player, as he was probably the dominant force throughout his tribe. He was the big leader. He was given a lot of screen time, a lot of focus. Like he was like it's one of the biggest like. Marcus is probably one of the biggest edgic line sides in the show's history, because considering all the screen time he's getting and all the people talking about how great he is and everything, you would think that he actually would be a great player, that he actually would end up winning the season. But no, when the tribe ended up switching again, he ended up being tried with Susie, Bob, Crystal, and Ken. Okay, he ended up getting blindsided. In a position where he probably shouldn't have, honestly, but that's what happened. Man, like this is probably the biggest edge of blindside in the show's history, because I can't remember how big it was actually until I actually watched it. It seems like, holy shit. Holy shit, and of course the reaction to basically showing Crib is like, but man, it's like, which is one of the biggest memes in the show's history. Then we got his closest ally, Charlie, which I kind of like the weird friendship of the season, where Charlie's like, I love Marcus, but I actually like Charlie this season, actually. Then you got Randy, who had one of the biggest epic downfalls out there, where basically they didn't try to hide a meme vote out. Bob gave him fake idol, and he tried to play like one good votes on him so he can get played out in blindside, but he ended up playing it, everyone ended up laughing at him, and well, yeah. And then get to Corinne, who is also one of the better Mean Girls that I watch. Like, I noticed I'm not really a huge fan of the Mean Girl archetype in reality shows. I think mostly because of how too petty they can be, and just it can not make for the most entertaining. Like, obviously, pettiness is okay, but it's reality TV, obviously. But sometimes it can be a bit too much. But Corinne really hams it up. You can kind of enjoy her, especially with her final child speech, especially to Sugar and Susie, which I'll get into. Then we get to Crystal Cox, who's one of the most hilarious figures in the show's history for someone who apparently was an Olympian, actually, as a track and field athlete. Someone who actually was an actual Olympic athlete, and she has to be one of the worst show's performance in the show's history. We couldn't help but just freaking laugh your ass off on all of that. Like, I was laughing so goddamn hard and everything about Crystal that she ended up feeling so much. But again, it's very entertaining. Then we get to Ken, who is actually one of the better players of the season. I definitely still enjoyed him this time around, actually. Great player, definitely had a fun downfall, but definitely had a good presence. Maddie was also so naturally, I enjoyed so much more here. I've always liked Maddie, but yeah, that play I enjoyed more here, honestly. Someone who actually was, probably could have won, actually, if he made it to the end, actually, as it was confirmed in the reunion. And, alright, Maddie was a great player. Again, shocking we actually never seen him actually return, honestly. Then we get to the weirdest final three in the show's history, where we have Sugar, who probably was the main character of the season, has a lot of great confessionals, had a lot of great moments, and of course had a lot of focus on her following the passing of her dad, which is very sad. It had some pretty emotional moments, and she also found the idol, and she had against her exile 5 times, no joke. And I like Sugar, honestly. I liked her on this season, honestly. She's probably my favorite player of this season. Problem is, people didn't really like her, which led her to actually receive no vote at Final Tribal. Which is kind of weird, actually. Don't you know that? This is one case where I actually would. This is probably the only case, though, I actually would vote for the second runner-up, actually. Not sure there's other cases I don't have mistaken, but in this case, this is one of the rare cases where I actually would vote for the second runner-up of the season. Also, then against like Susie and Bob. Susie's a weird figure on this season. someone who was definitely made fun of, someone who was definitely had a weird underrated game and was really edited throughout. I like Suzy throughout, but in terms of gameplay, not the greatest, and definitely had some questionable moments throughout, but she was fine. Then we get to Robert Bob Crowley, who I always hear from a lot of people that he's probably one of the worst winners in the show's history in terms of gameplay front. And after watching this, I definitely stand by that he's one of the worst players in the show. Just like in terms of gameplay, he's the worst. Like, someone who was pretty much on the bottom for the majority of the season, someone who basically did not know what the hell he was doing. He even admitted that about tribal. I still like Bob. I feel like Bob was actually a pretty likable one, actually. I'm actually okay with him winning, actually. But, yeah, in terms of gameplay, yeah. Like, he was actually kind of lucky he ended up winning as much as he did, actually. Considering, obviously, he was on the jury and everything. But, yeah, I still liked him, honestly. Like, again, terrible in terms of gameplay. Like, his most noble move is basically giving a fake idol to one of his allies. Or one of his allies in reality. Just to appease the other side, which... And, yeah. Sorry, but yes, that's what happened. That is what's happened. But again, we have the season structure and does things that you probably wouldn't actually see on Survivor. Like, I think it's actually a little scene where anything actually really showed Marcus's area on the show. Whether it's untouchable or not, it's pretty hilarious. You can get some very fun challenge moments where they end up tricking trying to do this and that. You can get one moment basically they actually were close. Job was close to win, but they end up arguing about it. Like, that's something you would not see on a regular season, and it makes for pretty hilarious moments. Then, of course, you got the iconic Randy Brother episode where basically they don't try to hide about him being voted out. You also got a normal auction where basically you got into the cookies where you try to give Choco cookie, but she refused, and then basically she's gonna get hers to Maddie anyway, and then probably the cookie situation ended up actually costing Suzy the win, actually. No joke, that actually was the case, actually. But you get some great back and forth between a lot of the players in this season. You get some really fun blind sides, like I mentioned, with the Ace blind side, the Marcus Edgic blind side, the Charlie blind side, the whole Rainy episode is one of the most hilarious episodes in the show's history. Whether it's unintentional or not, because it's sometimes I understand an episode where basically they kind of make fun and laugh about Randy's like idol and everything, and how they portrayed it was just, and all the stuff that they said and everything, and something I probably shouldn't enjoy, but yeah. But and then after you also get three of the most memorable confessionals in show's history, where Randy first he was like, "This vote isn't strategic, it's strictly personal." And I don't remember what Sugar said, but he was like, "Loser," and said he's a bigot and everything. They got Chris' iconic line, "You have made my life hell from day one. Forget you, go home, get back." Which is goddamn hilarious. Oh my god. Oh god. Honestly, Goodbye is one of those seasons that you probably should see for yourself. I think I kind of made my peace on this season, actually. Despite the fact that I probably shouldn't have as high up my ranking, I still love this season. Again, my results are talking because, again, this was the first Survivor season I ever watched. But screw it, it's a 10 out of 10. It does have its issues. We have a couple, not the most interesting players, but Goodbye is just a train wreck season that I just can't help that ends up moving tuck around to be a fantastic season. So yeah, it's one of my favorites. Yeah, maybe it's nostalgia talking, but screw it. Screw it. Okay, it's a season that's definitely not going to be everybody, that's for sure, but if you're something that likes Survivor seasons, I would say you have a blast. And now we get to the first true Survivor season that I actually did watch as fully as it was airing. I think I got into Cabone probably around episode 7. This was the first time watching it as it was officially airing again. I wasn't sure how Tokyo was going to be on a rewatch, but thankfully I'm happy to report that Tokyo does hold up pretty well upon rewatch. Too much I think this is another fantastic season of the show. First off, again, it being said, obviously, in the Brazilian highlands and everything, it's just, oh my god, this is like one of the most beautiful locations that Survivor's ever done. Like the shots, the scenery, the desert locations, like you just can't help but take your eyes off the beauty of the sequences. And there's So many gorgeous shots. In general, it's just chef's kiss. And again, next season we do get a pretty solid cast, along with some interesting players that do have some interesting things later on, and probably one of the best characters to ever appear on Survivor. As well, and to what basically, well, some of the pre characters on the most greatest in the world, like Caitlyn was pretty much one of the most predictable first boots in the history of the show. Should not surprise him when Candace Smith also got booted later on. Sandy was an all-time great pre-match character. Spencer actually had some better moments that I remember being. I think people more remember him nowadays though for actually taking Todd. He actually did take Todd at one point. And even Cindy does have her moments as well. But pretty much still has his good moments. Of course, the Exile Alliance and the back and forth between a lot of the characters and back and forth between a lot of the players that make things pretty interesting. The interesting thing about the idol hunts and this and that, it just made things pretty compelling and interesting throughout. Then you got the men at back and forth with Joe, who definitely have full back and forth with Taj and had some fun moments. Like, I was like, who knew how far he actually was going to make it if obviously he didn't get evacuated, but that's what it is. But pretty much everyone for the final 9 are all just fantastic. Again, Brendan definitely had a really epic fun downfall. The Trump council where basically kind of just puts his stuff away from the exiles, which led to people not trusting him, which made for some hilarious moments. And then get the first appearance of Tyson, who of course becomes more of a legend later on. One for not the best of reasons, because he ends up winning Blood vs. Water, and he ends up being Young Wings of War. He even appeared on Challenge USA 1. So Tyson is definitely a memorable Survivor character. And he was definitely interesting on the first time around, too. He was kind of seemed like a bully and jerk and an asshole, honestly. And to be honest, Tyson still is always that character, honestly. But this is definitely his most apparent assholeness. But I used to not like Tyson, honestly. But again, similar to one player we'll get into later, I'm definitely growing a lot more towards Tyson. And I definitely still enjoy him this time around. For his blind side is just epic. And then there's Sierra, who definitely had a fun underdog journey through her time on the show, too. She was a very weak player, and was most notorious because obviously she was associated with Brendan. But she had her fun moments, and I would say the same thing with Debbie. She also had her fun moments. Well, I was a lot more underrated character, honestly, and she had some pretty back and forth moments that a lot of moments I was expecting, actually. And of course, you cannot talk about Survivor Token Jeans. You cannot talk about Survivor Token Jeans without talking about the great Benjamin Coach Wade. Like, he is without that one of the craziest, the most unique Survivor characters, like, ever. Like he's one of those characters that is honestly unlike any characters we ever seen before and since, honestly. And to what he's telling his crazy stories, a lot of the insane stuff that he went through, and his mantra, and him basically just calling himself the Dragon Slayer. Like, again, similar to Tyson, I used to despise Coach. I used to hate him with a burning passion. To be honest, I don't remember why, honestly. Again, I was a weird age at the time, so I was a weird age at the time. I think it was before I got to high school, so what was it? I think it was before I got to high school, so I was a weird age at the time, so I guess similar to a couple players, I certainly don't remember why I really hated Coach at the time. I mean, true, he's definitely, like I would say, he's a player that's not for everybody. He's a player that's not going to be for everyone's cup of tea because of his crazy insaneness and stories that he will tell. He's definitely not everyone's cup of tea, I'm at that, but he's definitely probably one of the most unique players and characters to ever appear on Survivor before and since, honestly. Because I don't think we were ever going to get a character like Coach, and I'm serious, he easily bumped his season up for me. He easily steals every single scene that he's in. And like all his seasons, he ends up stealing the show with his mantras and everything, and all the crazy stories that he would tell, and of course there's that iconic episode of in the Model Approach, which is pretty much a Coach-centric episode, and I will talk about that in a bit, but yeah, Coach, he's the one of the players that definitely gone way up on my rewatch. So like, I was like laughing so hard at his many character moments. I just couldn't help but enjoy him whenever he was on screen half the time. And then there was Taj, who apparently was actually who I think it was actually one that was singing of some group called SUV, who of course the song I get so weak in the knees and on my knees and believe that your love it makes me weak. I don't know I'll listen to that song, but that's basically a very popular R&B ballad. Alan and Tom was definitely also a great character throughout. She definitely has a lot of fun moments. Of course, her moment at the loved ones visit is definitely very memorable. There was just so many emotional moments and having a great back and forth with Steven and JT throughout. So obviously they ended up cutting her because she was going to be a very popular threat. And Tom was just a great character and a great presence throughout. And really a shame never actually see her return, but she definitely proved she is a lot better into the game than I actually remember being actually. A lot more memorable character. And I would say it's the thing with Erin actually, throughout that she actually has a lot more good character moments than I remember having. Honestly, it's not much I really say about Erin, honestly, but she is still a welcome addition. And of course, there's one of the best final two, one of the best duos in Star history, Stephen Fishback and James JT Thomas Jr. And Stephen Fishback is also an incredible character and incredible presence throughout. Like, he's actually, like, honestly, he was actually playing one of the best, like, he actually plays one of the best second place games of all time, honestly. And despite him obviously losing unanimously, it was just he was up against JT. It was just he was up against him, who was one of the most likable presidents ever. So it's what case where JT didn't really do anything wrong. Honestly, it's just JT was more of a popular player. So what's that? Steven proved that he definitely is an incredible player, an incredible presence, and his back and forth JT in the cast is just fantastic. Especially some of his fun professionals, especially with his landing one of the Brent Trump Council was just fantastic. And then there's JT, who at this time played the true first perfect game in Star history, where he announced he voted against them and received all the votes of the Trump Council. And at this time he was one of the most likable players in the show's history. To the point where people even gave up their games for JT. That's how great of a presence that he was. He played one of the most impressive winning games out there. He was just a charming, likable presence. He didn't have, in my head, again, Kelly's winning game, he's fantastic. Again, we'll definitely get to his own appearances and hear his villains and game changers, which definitely brought his legacy really down, honestly, game changers especially. But in this season, he was one of the best players of all time at the time. I remember when that was a time, actually. So, yeah, JT. So, overall, the cast, pretty great. Like I said before, Coach was a memorable contestant. And I remember people always praising the episode of The Modern Approach, which is the episode 4 of the finale, as one of the best episodes in the show's history. Which pretty much like showcases, which is something that perfectly showcases Coach's incredible presence as a character and his Dragon Slayer-esque persona. And well, yeah, I can see why people I know some behind this is part of the favorite episode in the show's history. I don't know what I actually feel like, honestly. I don't think I actually really thought about what actually are my actual favorite episodes, if I'm being honest. But it is definitely up there, that's for sure. I can definitely see why people talk about this episode very highly, because it is one of the best character-centric episodes of all time. Just how they had to pretty much take advantage of Coach's persona, basically they have him on Exile Island. They had this glaring music, the music was really blaring and really taking Coach's persona into full gear. And then goes to the challenge where he ends up ends up falling down, and then it eventually led to his vote outs. Again, it's an episode you just need to see to believe. And again, you get the fun blind sides. Again, the Brennan Tyson blind sides are just fantastic. In general, again, you get some great character mums as well. Again, probably one of my favorite loved one visits, honestly. I don't know if I mentioned this throughout this series, but I honestly really love the one-on-one visits, honestly. I don't know, they were just so emotional to watch. It's unfortunately I haven't done any anywhere, but and that's because of COVID, but it's pretty unfortunate, honestly. There used to be on some of my favorite parts of the seasons, honestly. I don't know why seeing people get so emotional to the loved ones after almost a month. One did also get some pretty emotional, touching moments. You just can't help but smile and feel great. And remember, like, all right, these people actually are actual people. People, of course, also one more than Austin, but basically telling she gets a video from her husband, and George is like, see you back in the camera. I was like, see you back in the camera. Like she gets so emotional and like, holy shit, and like, oh my god. It was just so full of emotion and happiness, and just pretty much giving everyone their loved ones by them giving Tasha the choice through everything. Like, it is interesting. But it was still a pretty powerful moment in general. And moment just put a big grin on my face. And I think that's pretty much all I can say about Dark Tunes, honestly. I do think it's a fantastic season show. I don't really hardly find anything negative to say or any issues with the season. I think it is paced pretty well. May not have the most interesting pre-trained characters, but I wouldn't say like duds or anything. I wouldn't say they're like true duds on the cast, honestly. And I still do enjoy them a lot. Like, Coach pretty much like steals every single scene he's in. JT Steven, one of the best final twos in the show's history. So 10 Jeans, it's a 10 out of 10. Survivor Samoa, Season 19, or, as I like to call it, the Russell Hands Show. Yes, the Russell Hands Show. Now, there's definitely a little to talk about Samoa, but it's more because of one player, honestly. We're talking about, like, if you were to look at the divisive dictionary, Russell Hands would definitely be on the dictionary, because I think out of all the survivor tests that we have gotten before and since, there's no just has been more divisive than Russell Hands. And truly for good reason. Like, he is probably the most infamous survivor player. One of the most infamous survivor players. Because while he does have a lot of greatness towards him and how he reinvented Survivor, people aren't really a fan of his personality and how he acted a lot of times and all that jazz. And it's hard to see why people will be just so irritated Russell, especially if you see all the stuff that he's done nowadays, and more so how he acted towards certain players nowadays, how he's still very so gun-ho about certain things, or petty about certain things. Like, he's definitely a unique character, that's for sure. And the reason I call this season the Russell Hands Show, because this is a prime example where the season 5 decides to focus so much on Russell Hands, focus so much on him as a character. I think he's still the player that's probably the most confessional out of any player in any season of Survivor, if I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong, honestly. I think he's the most confessional getter out of any season, any player in any season. To where a lot of the players end up pretty much getting pushed to the wayside. To where even the goddamn winner gets pushed to the wayside. But again, we'll get into that. And the reason I'm always just slipping towards Russell, because while there are definitely still a lot of good moments to talk about outside of Russell, he's definitely the thing to focus upon, because obviously he was definitely a hype player at the time, and they wanted to really hype him up for here for his villains. So they decided to just have him be the main focus. To the point where they kind of pushed aside most of the other players. So while I say there are definitely some good characters aside from Russell, there's not much I can say about most of the players on this cast, honestly. I mean, definitely are some memorable players. Again, Mercer was a very interesting first boot. You want a place to really see Russell. Honestly, then you got Ben, who's probably one of my least favorite players of all time. I know it's not positive, but yeah, at least he's actually memorable in that way. Russell Swan definitely had a pretty epic evacuation, and of course, let me return to the Philippines. Eric has a fun downfall, his fun blindside, and also having the epic journey speech with Fletcher Nally actually winning the season. And while there's not much about John Fincher, especially after the show, especially him and Parvati, and of course what happened afterwards, which I don't want to get into, but he definitely also had fun downfall. Dave Ball has his moments. Shambo was a fun character throughout her run, especially with her one-sided rivalry with Laura. Jason and Mick definitely had their moments, definitely had good starts, but kind of fizzled out a little bit later on. There's not much I can say about everyone else, honestly. And Mike, don't know much about it. He ended up getting evacuated as well. Betsy, she was fine. Yasmin, she was fine. Ashley was just there. Liz was there, Kelly was there, Laura Mary was fine. They ball again, very under edits by him. He should be like an actualizing good character. Monica was there, like it's actually kind of surprising she actually ended up having a second chance. Again, Jason and Mick definitely had their moments, but they were kind of just under edited. And as far as the fact that Brett could have easily won the Furfor's last big draft in Brett could have easily won the season. He was pretty under-edited for a majority of the season. Season 2, I was surprised they ended up trying him at that time, and well, we don't remember anything about Brett. So I thought he probably could have easily won the season if he made it to the end. And even when herself, Natalie White, ended up pretty much being so, like she's still probably the most under-edited player in the show's history. The unedited winner. Like it's more explained why Russell lost than why Natalie won. And why I can what they're going for here again, it makes for when it's still pretty underwhelming by the end. Honestly. Again, I'm not going to say much, but aside from Russell, I'm not going to say much about the actual cast, because aside from Austin Chandler being an all-time great character, there's not much I can say about anyone else, honestly. Honestly, like, Coach definitely have some fun moments, of course. Again, Russell. Evacuation is one of the most harrowing evacuations of all time. Again, Ben basically being disqualified from a challenge was pretty interesting, which to all it kind of led to me one of my least favorite players. It was at least memorable. There was definitely some potential worthy moments that happened, but they were just more overshadowed by Russell. Being Russell. And now let's talk about his presence on this season. Again, considering that he's pretty much the main focus on this season, also, like I mentioned, it's actually the first time we actually see like trans match at 12, which, of course, obviously was not a new thing. It's definitely surprising at the time. But okay, your enjoyment on this season will depend on how much you can tolerate Russell Hands. So what are my thoughts? Again, I've always been so up and down how I feel about Russell Hands. Honestly, I feel like 1 minute I love him, 1 minute I hate him, 1 minute I'm just so indifferent about him, especially from his later appearances. Here's what I'll say. I think Russell steals the show on this season. Like, in spite of the fact that a lot of us ended, I can definitely see why they decided to focus on him as much as they did. Again, they wanted to hype up one of the best villains of all time for hero versus villains. I mean, say what you will, but the guy was a game-changing player. I mean, to all people find answers about clues is now not a known thing, and I think people do nowadays. It was shocking during this time to like, oh my god, he found an item without an actual clue. He found 2 items without clues. Like that was game-changing at the time. Like, you can't deny that how impressive that actually is. And he does pull out some impressive moves, like, again, with the Kelly vote out, which is a memorable blind side by Kelly being a nothing character. The way he kind of sneakily tricks everybody and all that stuff, and how he does end up pretty much like playing everybody and everything. Especially like Marissa and Bessie. Like, he has some incredible gameplay elements that are pretty impressive to watch. As a character, he does have some pretty hilarious moments. Again, burning Jason socks and just being having great one-liners throughout the season, having emotional relationships with certain people throughout, especially with Mick and Jason and Laura and a lot of the other characters. Like, you can't help but enjoy him from those little moments. The only big issue with Russell, and this has always been his issue that especially plagues him next season, that he has one of the worst jury management out of anyone on the cast, any person in the team. Like he has a boring jury management, which of course led him not to lose this season, but especially will let him to lose in here versus villains. How he treats certain people, how he answers certain things like, age, which kind of makes for an epic. Well, it makes for it makes for an incredible downfall. 2 incredible epic downfalls. Especially gets down, we're talking about heroes versus villains. Again, because he's so focused upon, most of the players are pretty under-edited, which makes for a pretty underwhelming season by the end of it, to where I kind of wish the season was kind of re-edited, to where we're able to see like more of these characters' personalities. Like, I would love to see Dave Ball be Dave Balls, fit into more in some of his relationships, on who they are as people. Because we could have probably got an all-time great cast, honestly, because a lot of these characters can seem like actually incredible players, but also incredible, interesting people look at. But unfortunately, we just don't get much focus on actually the actual characters. It's just the Russell Haynes show, like I mentioned earlier. You know, I still wouldn't say Samoa was a bad season. I would say it's decent. But again, depending on how much you talk Russell, I can see why people would have it like very low on their rankings or very high on their rankings. I'm just, I guess, a little towards positive, but I'm still kind of indifferent about it because of the focus. I would say I would give Samoa a 6 out of 10. I think it's a perfect rating to get a 6 out of 10. And now we get to the 20th season of Survivor. And this next season, well, I'm actually not going to talk about much about as Hero versus Villains. But it's kind of similar to how about Parents. Like, what is this here by Hero versus Villains that hasn't already been said? I do think this is actually still a top 3 season. I do think this season is still an incredible ride. It's still an amazing celebration of 10 years of Survivor. And there's so much to really admire. Well, maybe some of the choices not ideal. Again, the fact that Candace is a hero is still questionable now that I really think about it. And of course, the memory card players that people would want back. But this is still a perfect celebration of all the amazing characters and the players that we experienced throughout many years of Survivor. For the Heroes Tribe, we got like Sugar from Cabone, Stephanie, Jerry Fields, who has an epic blindside, Tom Westman, James, got the 2-time Robert Amanda. Again, there's probably the most questionable points on the cast, especially her being a hero, considering, well, if you see what she did in, Cook Islands. But she's still a good, interesting presence, especially with her vote out in the episode before that and the role she has on the season. Then you see Rupert being the crazy character that he is, and actually playing some of the more impressive moves of his resume. And then Corey Donaldson, who probably honestly plays his worst game, to be honest, by making 5th place, but he will still be present on the season. Then of course we got the notorious evil villains, who I think, despite the heroes having great TV and having great moments, easily steal the show. And Randy being Randy, and it would be interesting seeing his more back forward with Sugar, but that was still a fun present. He was still a fun present. Tyson, of course, had an epic downfall, which we'll get into. Boss around Mario, of course, Coach. And Courtney was a surprising choice, considering she's the one that wasn't really the most receptive on her time on Survivor, but she was still a fun presence and had a fun relationship with Sandra. Danielle, who was probably a little more underrated than I remember her being, but she still had a good presence throughout and a good relationship with Parvati throughout, and her back and forth with Russell was also pretty interesting. And then you got Jerry Manthey, who by a landslide plays probably her best game that she has, and probably would have actually won the season she made to the end. Jerry Manthey, again, who was once at one point the most hated player in Survivor. Yeah, remember that? But yeah, Jerry Manthey, easily her best game, easily her best time on Survivor. Which not only plays an incredibly impressive game, but she actually was just a great presence that has many great character moments. And you got Russell Haynes, who of course somehow plays even worse than he did in Samoa. And again, another display of terrible goddamn jury management. He pissed off everyone so much he didn't see any votes this time. But honestly, it's kind of a fun downfall. Then we get to Sandra Diaz-Twine and Parvati Shallow. And people still debate whether or not they think that Sandra should have won or they think Parvati should have actually won instead. And like that's still going on to this day. Hell, it was kind of a prevalent thing to have in the season of the Traitors. Like, there's still one people think that Parvati should have won. And honestly, I'm fine with Sandra winning, honestly. Again, well, I will say Parvati probably played the more impressive game, honestly. And of course, she has an impressive play, especially with her double-eye play, which I'll get into. And while Sandra did kind of fail a lot of times, to be honest, especially with trying to get out Russell, she showed that why she is actually a pretty impressive player with her move strategy and has some pretty good moments. But some of her better moves in her entire start career, because I think her gameplay and moves kind of go a little bit downhill after this season, especially on Women's Award. But Sandra's still a fun presence, honestly. And the fact that Russell thinks that, oh, I can easily beat Sandra, but it's like, I don't know about that, and look what happened. It makes for a really fun storyline and a fun rivalry throughout this season, especially when we see Sandra burn Russell's hat in the finale. That's still an iconic moment. Like, this season is filled with so many iconic moments. Also, here I mentioned JT. This was kind of the start of his downfall. To obviously got the infamous moment where he ends up giving his idol to Russell, thinking that it was an all-female alliance. And she kind of like hinted at it a little bit, and but I haven't like, but again, like I said, Russell said, "You don't hurt the enemy, the idol," which makes for a pretty hilarious moment and an epic episode of Tribal Council with the Parvati double idol play, which led to JT's downfall. And again, he still like it's even worse in game changes. Again, this he tried to go for more of the villain's playbook this time around by being a hero, and yeah, that kind of costume. Like, damn, JT, you were trying to play the perfect game. You could, and everyone was excited to see you play. Well, his role this season is honestly fantastic. I think his reputation definitely went down a lot after this season. Somehow went down even worse after game changes. But again, we'll get into about game changes. Because of this season, you get like two of the most iconic, probably two episodes that I would actually put in my I have never thought of like an actual list on my favorite Spider-Man episodes. I know the fact that episode 6, Banana Etiquette, and episode 10, Going Down in Flames, would be in the top 10. Like, both of those episodes. And Banana Etiquette having a double tribal, and a vote that should have been the simplest vote ever. Do a split vote between Parvati and Russell, and whoever Russell's idol he plays on would be himself or Parvati, one of those two go home. Like, it shouldn't be easy in that script that playing, but Russell ended up actually playing an impressive play by getting into Tyson's head till he actually switches to Parvati. Russell plays out Parvati, and then Tyson end up getting voted out. And then you got the whole banana etiquette stuff with James, who has a hilarious role in this season, and how he went out with the whole banana etiquette thing, which led to a really fun Trump concept, but also a pretty emotional one as well. And so many iconic character moments in that episode. And of course, the Going Down Flynn episode, where basically Parvati plays a double idol. No, you see the first time where someone actually plays two idols. Parvati playing idol for Sandra and Jerry. Amanda's terrible acting, which makes the moments pretty hilarious. Again, two iconic, great episodes, incredible characters, some of the biggest legends upping up their resume, also proving that he's a terrible when it comes to jury management, and having a even more epic downfall than he did in Samoa. But this season, even the other one, everyone does have a moment to shine where the game's definitely when the legacy kind of goes up with that after this season. They do have many incredible moments here. Again, it was a celebration of 10 seasons of Survivor up to this point. And I was there, honestly. Even though I was a new Survivor fan, I was definitely there. I was hype. And again, I don't think it's there. Like the arguing moments, again, Candace and the flipping on them, the hilarious Royal Challenge moment the final night with me and Danielle fighting for Iron where Kobe was like, shut up. Again, JT thought that there was going to be an all-women's alliance, which is still pretty hilarious. Which is, again, pretty goddamn nice. Again, it was getting a pretty epic finale. And again, we're going to see Sandra basically just dominating and also burning the Russell's hat, which is a very satisfying due to the rivalry throughout the show. Cerie's epic blindside at the 4th episode. That was a pretty epic moment. Again, Rob's downfall, Coach's downfall. Like, so many great character moments, and just so many, there's so many great moments throughout the season, and so many great characters in the season as well. That was a huge celebration. I don't think anything to say about Heroes that have already been said. It's an easy 11 out of 10. It's easily a top 3 season. Honestly, it's still that holds up very well. Season that still has a lot. That has so many incredible moments. It's hard to pick what. Like, I could do like a top 10, top 20 list of my favorite moments of the season. That's how. This one of the seasons has so many great character moments, so many good relationships, so many just insane, crazy moments. That every episode is one of the seasons where every episode has something to go for it. Every episode is just excellent. So yeah, Hero vs. Villains, chef's kiss. And now we get to the 10th season of the show, Survivor Halal. Wow, definitely an interesting season, that's for sure. Like, yeah, definitely an interesting season. For sure. I wasn't sure how I was going to view Palau after we watched, because it's the one season I really didn't go back to often. Of course, there's definitely a lot of memories about Palau, but wasn't sure how I was going to feel about it, but hey, huh? The point of that, well, again, I'm not sure I would put it in top tier. I would say it's probably close to that top tier, honestly. Wow, I think it's a great season in the show. Like, this was the first season to actually have 20 contestants, which, okay, around that time was definitely surprising. This was the first time that we had 20 players. You know, had that weird thing with basically they were selected 2 tribes, and basically the people that were not chosen were immediately eliminated, which Johnson and Wanda, which, yeah, didn't really get to actually like do much of anything. So, yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. I'm not sure how well they have done anyway, but yeah. Yeah. And that season also has some pretty beautiful scenery, a pretty great location, as well as for an actual Palau, which has some pretty beautiful sequences and some pretty breathtaking camera shots at points. But of course, let's get to what is this season most memorable for, and that is the destruction of the Oolong tribe. Which is the thing I think everyone knows the most about this season is the destruction of that tribe. And there's a good reason why that thing is definitely the most memorable about this season, because it is an interesting storyline having one tribe that just doesn't win any immediate challenge ever. Like, the only time that the other tribes are losing something is the whole thing where they have both tribes go to tribal council. But other than that, pretty much no tribe goes to tribal council. Their tribe doesn't even go to tribal council. They end up winning every immediate challenge in the tribe of Oolong, and we're going to every single fucking tribal council. Which is insane, honestly. And to this day, Oolong is still probably the worst performing tribe in the show's history. I mean, while they went with a few more challenges, they didn't have any immunity. Not at all. It does make for a very compelling, like, seeing the tribe still lose, but at least you got a multi-star cast. Like, there's a couple of good players I'm pretty sure nobody remembers who Ashley is, who was the second brother of Oolong. Like, I'm pretty sure nobody remembers who she is, honestly. I told her played who she was, and for good reason. And maybe Kim's also not the most interesting character either, but everyone else, I don't really. Wanda had an interesting thing, which was kind of later, but ended up being the first boots. Jeff was the one that could have actually done pretty well, but of course, ended up getting injured and they're trying to run him out. Angie had some pretty surprisingly fun moments and was actually playing pretty well, actually. Then you got James Miller, who is probably one of the most underrated female characters ever. Like, I did forget how great James was as a character. We had some pretty hilarious one-liners, some big moments throughout. And then there was Ibrahim, who can be a bit boring at times, but he at least has his moments. Then, of course, you got the 2 left ones. First, you got Bobby John, who definitely, I think stands out a bit more, honestly, Guatemala, but he does have his good moments. He does have his great back and forths and great moments from a lot of players throughout. And of course, you got Stephanie Lagosa, who, of course, is now as far up to this point, which got champion next season Guatemala, which finished second, and was second boots, and was second boots in his films, but then has made a bit of a resurgence recently, and most only she competed on that on a show called Stand in the Grass, and also competed on the recent Trey season. I think the good reason making Stephanie such a verbal underdog, which definitely has a lot of up and down moments throughout the season, mostly really down, but she never gets up, and then she ends up getting a point where she basically, it was her about John that lose the 2 players, and then they end up going to probably the first fight, making a challenge in the show's history. And Stephanie's winning, and Stephanie, while Stephanie ended up last day long, she ended up finishing 7th. She was still a great presence throughout. Then we get to the core people in general. We got Willard, who didn't really get shown much until this boot episode, and it's one instance, but don't try to hide that Willard's gonna be the boot. I think other players like Kobe, who basically, and you can tell from when, obviously, when we got to the match that he was probably gonna be the first boot, and well, behold, he was the first boot. You got Janu, who obviously ended up quitting the season because they almost got the best of her and just didn't like the people she was with, which definitely has been kind of a storyline. A more recurring storyline this season than I actually remember it being, actually. I don't remember much from Janu this season, from quitting. But she was still fun presence throughout. Then you got Greg, who definitely also has good moments as well, and also had an epic blindside this season. And you got Karen, which, as Katie says, Karen sucks. I don't think I can say anymore. Then you also got Jen Lyon, who, by the way, may she rest in peace, because she did pass away recently. Passed away in 2010. And who also played a surprisingly good game up to her boot episode, honestly. Which was, I think was pretty well, and aside from honestly with Martha Gray, was in a good position actually. Then you also got Katie, the runner-up this season, who people did not expect at all this season, and it's pretty obvious that she was going and she wasn't going to win. Then we get to two main people this season, two main characters of this season. We got the third place finisher in Ian Rosenberger, who definitely is one of the best players of the season, who definitely had a great social game, definitely played pretty well, and was a pretty integral part of this season, and was shown significantly a lot throughout, especially with his relationships with a lot of the tribes and the players throughout, especially with Katie and Tom. And of course was part of the Fire Me Challenge, which I will get into in a little bit. The honestly is when Fire is when the game starts to really dip, but then he started to become a big target, and led to a pretty emotional moment at the Fire Me Challenge, which again I will get into. And of course, there's the one himself in Tom Westman, who is probably one of the most believable winners on the show's history. I think you kind of tell from a standpoint that he was definitely going to be a potential winner candidate, especially when he won a lot of media challenges and was a big target. Didn't see any votes against him, which was a pure likable presence throughout. Well, there were a couple instances where he was probably targeted. He somehow had one of the most dominant games in the show's history, and was just pure likable and won just like that. And 6 to 1 dose. Tom's a great winner, honestly. Tom is a fantastic winner. He definitely is a very deserving winner, honestly. I don't remember what I would rank him in my winner rankings, but Tom is definitely a bright spot of the season. Again, this is a season where you get so many back and forth, so many lunch shows, because it doesn't important at the final 7, where basically they were actually thinking of voting on Tom actually. But again, like I mentioned before, Karen sucks. Which is a funny line, which if you see the season, you know why that moment's so hilarious. And of course, got the great blinds like I mentioned earlier, where they actually got rid of a big threat actually, and managed to get one of his close allies, Key, to vote against them. You got the arc where basically Ian starts to go downhill in terms of his social prize, where basically he had to win the 5-5 war challenge. He took Tom with him, though he was supposed to take Katie. They ended up giving each other, and then I think it was probably going to be the boot, but yeah, Garen sucks. And then Ian made the stupid decision basically tell Tom, I'm sorry man, I was actually thinking of voting, that would have been super hard. Which, yeah, you don't say that. Which let him be the target next round, and even Tom voted against him, but then Katie ended up voting against him, and we do end up getting the first instance of the Fire making challenge. Mind you, this was actually the first time we actually had tie votes since Marquesas. Mostly because of that damn Purple Rod tiebreaker. We also got a fire-making one before, where obviously it's when there was only Barbara, John, and Stephanie, and then the other became a fire-making challenge to be the last one I'm standing, and to be a sword to Cora. And while they're not most exciting, well, also I think the fire-making challenge will obviously get a lot more epic, a lot more in the later seasons. They're still fun to watch, honestly. And of course, you get the epic Final Immunity Challenge. The epic Final Immunity Challenge. Which is still barely to this day, probably still debated with Borneo, is probably the best Fire Immunity Challenge in the show's history. As well as the Fire Immunity Challenges are not talked about in such high regard nowadays, and it's a good reason, honestly, which obviously they don't really do much with Fire Immunities nowadays. Unfortunately, they don't get invented like they used to be. Like they really don't, honestly. This was an epic one. A true epic, as of course this one lasted for almost 12 goddamn hours. 12 goddamn hours! Well, it was a big battle between Tom and Ian. And I feel like whoever was going to win the game. And I don't know what the Ian was like, I'm sorry for all I did, I'm hate that I did, so I'll drop, you vote me out, and then you can win. But that's pretty much what happened. I often exaggerating, but that's kind of what happened, honestly, because which is probably one of the most compelling arcs in the show's history. That I didn't realize how truly emotional that arc was until I actually watched this season, because it is a pretty emotional moment for Ian, proving that again it can't really get to you and it can't really affect you and everything. And makes for a pretty poignant emotional moments where Tom also does arm issues, and at the point you can tell that Tom was going to win single-handedly, and I was right. Like, it's, I don't think anyone will give up Kane to win, because obviously, like, I totally forgot how people didn't really like Kane this season. I totally blanked on that, for being honest, which is very interesting. I didn't know, totally blanked on that. I didn't know how to feel like Kane, to being honest, but, what can you do? Yeah, I think it was all, yeah. But I think that's all I can really say. But to be honest, I did appreciate season a bit more on rewatch, but I think I feel most of the same that I did, honestly. But I do think it's a great season, honestly. I do think it has some great moments. The storyline about Oolong is really compelling. The final media challenges, the back and forth with Tom and Ian throughout the season. There's still a lot of greatness in this season. Again, it's probably the closest to the top tier, honestly, but it's still a fantastic season that I've definitely grown to appreciate. So I'm going to give Swire Palau 9.75 out of 10. It just had a couple of forgettable plays that did prevent being a 10 out of 10, but it's still a good season. And now we get to Survivor. Cook, Survivor, Cook, Islands. And this is definitely one of those seasons where now, of all the seasons, this definitely was one of those seasons where I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about it upon a rewatch, how I was actually going to feel about the season as a whole, how I was going to feel about this and that of the season, because obviously I love Cook Islands. Like, despite the fact that I did basic crap on race, which, was very questionable at the time, and honestly kind of still is, and it is a decision that, they probably shouldn't have actually, made or whatever, but this is going to be a really highly praised season. I know a lot of people love the season. I don't know, some people think this is the best season of Survivor, honestly. But I know some people that really do not like it or think that it doesn't have much interesting elements. But yeah, I wasn't sure how I was going to feel upon a rewatch about Cook Islands. If I was going to like it more or less. And I have to report that I do like the season more upon rewatch. So I do think this is still another fantastic season of the show. And yeah, not how well that is related to the cast, honestly. Well, you got a lot of big names on this cast, or at least people that end up becoming big names later on in Survivor history. And the first time you see Yul, Ozzy, Jonathan Penner, Parvis Shallow, Candace, Battle Force, and also some very iconic moments from this season that occur. First of all, we have 4 tribes which are divided by race, which again, why? What it end up being a thing? Yeah, they're divided by goddamn race. African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, and Caucasian. And another season where there was pretty much 4 tribes. 4 tribes. And this is the first thing and it's probably the first thing that officially had 20 contestants. Because there was also 20 pull-out, obviously 2 that might get eliminated from the tribes. So this is kind of technically the first season that has the full 20 tribes, which is well, a lot of seasons end up pretty much going to. Some seasons end up going to later on in certain seasons. Well, some at 18, some at 20. And obviously, about opposite depends season, but most of the time, usually 20. 20, yeah. And definitely seasons 1, maybe some on the most memorable in the world. This is one of those seasons where I don't think there's really anyone who's a true done in the cast, or at least someone at least like one memorable moment or one memorable instance in the season. So even my least favorite player, at least have at least one memorable moment. So that's always the best thing involving a cast. There are definitely a lot of great things to say about the season, honestly. Again, first off, the Cook Islands filming was fantastic, and it was definitely beautiful to look at. The production side is great, and it's also a season that had the actual mini thing that actually ended up working out. I believe they did the mini thing in Thailand, and I believe they also kind of did that in Pearl Islands and episode 2, I remember correctly. I could remember wrong, but this is one where it actually ended up being successful, but we'll get into that. But let's talk about the cast itself, which I think there is a pretty solid cast. So again, you get some names that end up becoming very memorable players in later seasons. Especially in later appearances. We got Seku, who is definitely shows someone I think he's the leader, but ends up getting voted out and ends up being blindsided because then we get to Billy Garcia, who It is memorable for all the wrong reasons. Someone who basically did not gel, tried to point where Ozzy actually ended up throwing the challenge. And Bill's like, I'm a goner. And then Candace like, we love you. And then Bill's like, I love you. Which is the Bill thing that he's in love with Candace. Which is one of the most unintentionally cringy but hilarious moments in Survivor history. Like, it still means to this goddamn day. But it makes for a pretty irritating moment. And then Trump is emerging to 2 at this point. And then we get to Cecilia, who was fine, honestly. One of the more fine people in the cast, but not total done, honestly. JP definitely had a fun downfall. Stephanie had some good moments and has one of the weirdest reasons for being voted out because she wanted mashed potatoes. You know, Joe does actual thing. Then we get to Cowboy, who actually will end up becoming an actual game changer for being the first person to actually conquer up the split blood plan to flush the idol. Yeah, he was the first person to do it, plain voodoo as he called it, where he orchestrated the split vote to flush the idol. Yeah, you all saw that, and that's what led to his vote out. Then Christina, who was also another fine player, Jessica had her moments. Brad also had a fun downfall as well. That was also when the meeting happened, where Jonathan and Candace ended up switching, with I2 basically being 4 down. Rebecca and Jenny were also fine, honestly. Like, Jenny was more memorable. I think most of the fact that she didn't give her in the trial council, we ended up voting 2 people out. Nate's definitely also had some fun moments, some fun interactions between players. Candace, again, it's great that she ended up being brought back a couple times on the show, where she got brought back here with villain as a hero, which I didn't even consider what she did in this season and stuff she does this season. It's actually very very questionable, which I did not realize how questionable it was until I actually rewatched this season. Yeah, until I actually watched it, it was like, now I can see why people thought this was questionable. Like Candace was labeled as a hero on here for this film, but we'll get into that. But I enjoyed the cast, honestly. I think this is probably still her best appearance on the show, honestly. I think this still was the most fun and entertaining. She definitely still has the most here for his villains, and even above his water, but if I'll pick which of 3 seasons are my favorites of hers, this one probably is. And I don't say the same thing with Jonathan Pender, who of course becomes a massive character on this season, someone who was all infamously targeted throughout most of the season because he's a scheming, and as of course the fact that, especially when he ends up mutiny to the tribe, we ends up seeing a vote in most of Trump councils he attends to, and of course was the cause of the final 9 blindside with Nate, which then leads into a couple episodes to him being voted out, but he's just a fantastic character. I fucking love him. Then we get to Bobby Shallow, who was kind of weird on this season, to where now you think about it, I was like, really? She got brought back for a return? Which is because honestly, Parvati isn't. I'm sorry. Because obviously, Parvati is now like one of the most iconic players in Survivor history. I mean, she ended up winning like Amnesia and then finishing second here versus villains. So there's really a lot of points in the 20s and 30s where if you see like a very sexy woman, people think that she's Parvati. They call him Parvati 2.0. No joke. Like she's an iconic character for a reason. And she hasn't been a war later. She didn't be on the recent season after Trish, which she wasn't standard on that season. Yeah, this is probably her least notable run. So she's not bad by any means. She still has her moments. She definitely plays the sex appeal femmetale very well here. And she does have her moments. I don't think she's obviously a done on this cast, which she is, but I think of every run she has been in on Survivor, like definitely between this and One of the War as her least notable, but I've been a tad bit towards Cook Islands, but I probably still has the moments. I still do enjoy part of the season. This is just obviously her least notable run, which makes you wonder how the hell she ended up making a return in season 16. But again, we'll get into that more on the legacy of Parvati Shallow. Then we get to Adam, who was also a fun presence on the season. It's another presence I'm actually surprised we never actually see return, honestly. I think it's one that actually would do well on a return. Sandra was also had some moments as well. Not probably the least memorable of the I-2-4, but I still like that. And this is also the first season where we got the final 3, which I know there's actually a lot of debate of people kind of sick of final 3s now. They just want a final 2 nowadays, honestly. Honestly, I have to watch time with Rebels recently. I can definitely see why, but There was definitely a surprising time where there actually ended up being 3 people in the final top council. And we all knew that Becky didn't have a chance on him, since she was more attached to Yul, but I still like Becky. And then we get to the fake final to Ozzy Loesch and Yul Kwon, 2 of the most iconic figures in the show's history. Obviously, Ozzy ended up being in 3 more seasons in Micronesia, where he was part of one of the biggest blindsides, South Pacific, where he ended up being about 3 times and ended up returning twice. And he ended up having a pretty not interesting run in Game Changers. Yeah, he ended up 3 times after this season. And he was nobody here for a goddamn reason. Well, I still think this is obviously probably his best game, and at least his best time on the show, where he had more epic moments in South Pacific and Micronesia. In terms of just pure gameplay, in terms of his personality, this is probably the most I enjoyed Ozzy. Honestly, because he's known to be part of the biggest challenge in the show's history by winning, obviously, 5 individual muties, and there's definitely a chance he probably could have gotten voted out if that was the case, but Ozzy was definitely a fun presence this season. He definitely was a great foil. He had some great moments, some great banter back and forth. You just can't help but enjoy the guy, at least on this season. But then there's the winner of the season in Yul, and I've pretty much gone high up more on Yul after this rewatch. I've always loved Yul, honestly. I've always loved Yul. But this season, in my opinion, has just gone way up on Yul. Like, way up on Yul. Sorry. But yeah, my opinion has gone way up on this guy after this rewatch. And I think it's a lot more higher on my winner ranking. If I would, I could actually do plan on doing a winner ranking on this channel. I think after I finish my rewatch series. But you don't have to be very high up on that list, because man, I fucking love this guy. He had great personality, one of the biggest strategic thinkers in the show's history, one of the biggest minds in the show's history, where he ends up making great move after great move, has an incredible social game which led to his win. And of course, he did an excellent thing in Final 9 by showing Jonathan Penn his idols, like, hey, find this, keep him alligator, which led to Jonathan obviously flipping. And he ended up doing some great, incredible journey management, which led to his win. Well, he's definitely plays an incredibly impressive game. You can help but really appreciate that. Again, there's definitely a lot of debate whether or not that super idol could kind of benefit from that, and I think that kind of threw that in. Whereas Aurora, but that was more from other reasons. But overall, I'm definitely very high on Yul this season. Again, that season 1, you get a lot of fun challenge moments, a lot of great character moments. Like you get one moment where Jonathan basically just fucking screams at the other, just like, "Shut up, Jeff!" I don't, I mean, I said that, but you kind of did that when you get frustrated doing a challenge. Which is pretty hilarious. You know, Jonathan's just a fantastic character, has many great character moments throughout the season. And you got part beating the sexy feminine she is, especially in this, we see when she ends up going naked in the hotel with Yul and Ozzy, like, yeah, that moment just makes me giggle every time I watch it. It's like, what? I can yell that? Well, yeah. Oh, that just, sorry, that was just hilarious. Yes. Again, the whole playing voodoo thing, which basically is the first instance we have seen the split vote plan, which ends up coming, was now more of a common occurrence in Survivor nowadays. This was the first time it was actually introduced. And I even forgot one of all people who did not play. I'm actually surprised we never actually saw back, honestly, considering that. But he was a fantastic character and also had many other great character moments on this season. You got the whole thing with the romance between Candace and Adam, which was a little weird, but it had its fun moments. Honestly, again, I'm sorry. And then, of course, you got the final. And of course, you can't talk about Chris, but talk about the embarrassing Final Four final making challenge, where basically the ended up being a battle between Sandra and Becky. And then basically it took them forever to actually get a fight started. Well, they were pretty terrible, and everyone was like, "Oh no, just get this all over the place." Again, it's memorable for all the wrong reasons, but at least for fun reasons as well. Like, you can help but just laugh at the whole thing. Like, oh my god. And again, the whole Bureaucrat Garcia thing I mentioned earlier, that's still mean to this very day and still talked about to this very day. And overall, season that just put a big grin on my face throughout, honestly. I'm happy to point out her runs did hold up on Rewatch. Despite the whole, racist thing they did here. And of course, there's also the whole meeting thing that happens in this season, where basically Candace and Jonathan end up switching to Rero. Where I was told, hey, you can switch your tribe. You can leave your tribe if you want to. which obviously ends up happening. Yeah, after that ends up happening. And I believe it's also the first. Yeah, this is also the first season where we also get a 9-person jury here, which is. It's the first season we also get a 9-person jury, which was obviously kind of more common having 8 or 9 people on jury. This was the first time we actually saw that. And of course, there's the infamous twist where after Becca got voted out, they end up immediately voting out someone else with Jenny, who has a pretty fortunate exit from the game. And of course, there's a lot of bits of what would happen if I too end up losing that challenge, which that would actually be made for some, which honestly that actually would be a lot more interesting actually. Yeah, yeah, Cook Island's fantastic season. I'm happy the board that does hold up. I don't think there's many issues or duds or things like that. Season where I think it's actually paced pretty well. I think the cast is pretty well done. I think the challenges are great. I think also actually Alan's back and used pretty well here, which also makes it some great character moments. I know it's a long season, but yeah, Cook Island's fantastic. 10 out of 10. Happy to say that I enjoyed it a lot more on this rewatch. And now we get to Survivor Fiji, Season 14, which is the first season that ends up filming in the actual Fiji area, which, you know, it's basically, well, Survivor's pretty much filming nowadays because of time and also money restraints, but yeah, I wasn't sure how I was going to feel about Fiji after rewatch, honestly. Like, I wasn't sure, man. I won't say those some aspects I do appreciate about Fiji more as rewatch. Yeah, this season's not memorable for a good reason. Well, it's obviously not bomb tier Survivor. It's not like, you know, I would say it's like downright god awful or terrible or anything like that. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, this was a terrible idea to do this. Well, I'm gonna say the pre-mergers. I'm gonna say it's the other way. The pre-merger Fiji, goddamn sucks. Like, this is the debate with one other season we'll get into later as the worst pre-merge in the show's history. And honestly, if you watch the season, you probably want to understand why. Like, first off, season starts off with actually 19 contestants, because it was going to have a 20% cast, but someone ended up dropping off last minute. And part of this is actually a season that had a whole, well, and a part of this was a season where there was really only like one person that actually knew what Survivor was, which was strange. But, I mean, one person named Sylvia basically choosing the tribes and everything. And they basically went through this like the have versus have nots twist that happened in this season, where basically the tribe that ends up winning ends up living in beautiful luxury. Like beautiful luxury, beds, coffee, and all that jazz. They can just simply relax and just enjoy themselves. Well, the other tribe basically has nothing, and I'm pretty sure by me just saying that, you can clearly, and I mean clearly tell, but you can clearly tell where that's gonna end with the season, because yikes. You just basically got one tribe, the Moto tribe, ends up pretty much dominating, where they literally won probably every immunity challenge in this season. The only time they go to tribe council is when they're actually forced to give up immunity, otherwise they'll lose their luxuries. Even though the tribe wasn't interesting and the but it was pretty obvious. And the tribe Rob only won like one reward challenge throughout the entire season. Just wow. Yeah. It's definitely not all bad. Like, they definitely have some decent moments in the pre-merge, but as a whole, the pre-merge is just boring. Where there's not really much interesting really happening. And the cast itself is just kind of dull, honestly. Obviously, there are some standouts. Some I actually do enjoy a lot more on this rewatch, obviously. But none that really come from them. But most of the does are basically from the Rabbit tribe, honestly. Well, I'm pretty sure like there's Jessica, who, I mean, Jazz seems to actually remember, and actually like, but for what reason? And you have people like Erica, who is just there. Sylvia has her moments, but she's just there. Gary had a pretty sad exit from the season, but he was fine. Liliana and Rita, they were just there. They were just not interesting at all. Not the most Riveting TV. Even Anthony, I actually enjoyed a lot less. I didn't even like Anthony, but I didn't enjoy him less. Not for anything he did wrong, he just wasn't on TV. And then there was Rocky, who, I mean, he can have some entertaining moments here and there, but like I definitely see some people definitely actually might enjoy his douchey personality, and he does have his moments, so I'll give him that. Also, just how he treats people and how he acts towards that is not the most fun riveting TV, but again, he has his moments, so yeah. And there's Lacey, who I feel like one of the players that were just like, I just don't want to play this anymore, and then yeah, that's it. Not much to say. But then we get the actual merge. Well, season this actually does pick up actually a little bit. Of course, you get okay. There's Michelle, who despite how she got kind of twist screwed, which I'll get into. She definitely has her moments. Ricardo, Mookie, and Alex definitely had their fun moments, and their fun back and forth was pretty fun, especially, you know, what happened to round 9, which I'll get into. Stacy, and another player that's just kind of there, but yeah, ended up becoming a game changer, which I'll get into. Boo, I actually enjoyed a lot more on Boo on the rewatch. Not a great play, and not really a good play in the slightest, but I actually enjoyed Boo, actually. Definitely a fun player. Yeah, man, it's probably along with the winner, it's probably the most memorable player on this season. He was one that actually, mostly because he actually found the idol that actually is a lot less powerful this season, where it's played before the votes are read, not after. Yeah. Do you remember Toronto only had like just a few idols this season, not just constant idols? Remember that? Yeah, remember that other thing? Yeah, I actually like Yamian on this season. He definitely is the character that people remember the most, especially with the card deal he makes later on, which I'll get into. But yeah, I like Yamian, honestly. He definitely is one of the winners, probably the most memorable thing about this season, and for good reason. Dreams, I actually enjoyed Dreams more on this rewatch, actually. I actually like Dreams, actually. Again, not the best strategic player in the world, but in terms of personality and story, I actually liked him. Cassandra, not so much. Not player that doesn't really do anything wrong in this season, doesn't really do anything like terrible or anything. She's just kind of boring. She doesn't really do anything this season. She doesn't do much to really stand out. To I think she's probably one of my least favorite runner-ups, but it's one of those cases where it's like, it's not that she did anything terrible, she's just kind of dull and boring. They don't really portray her that interesting and doesn't really have any standout moments. Some people could be at least favorite just because they just don't stand out or just kind of forgettable, and that's okay. And then gets to the winner, Earl Cole. Yeah, another winner I've gone pretty more high on this rewatch. Yeah, I actually don't think I'm really how I actually like. I don't think I actually reassessed how I felt about Earl before this season, but after this rewatch, I was like, oh, I actually like Earl in this season. I actually really liked him. Again, find out he was actually one of the big recruits, but he got the game pretty quickly. Had one of the best social games ever. Had a random vote. Was one vote away from basically playing a perfect game because he got one random vote at the third round. And he has to be the first survivor winner to win by a unanimous vote. Yeah, he won by a unanimous vote. 9-0. But Earl is great socially, he's great personality-wise, he's just great in general. Again, it's kind of honestly, the more I think about it, it's actually kind of a shame he didn't return. I think he was actually originally on the cast, so wasn't actually set to be on there, but of course obligations ended up causing that to go through. But honestly, I would not mind seeing Earl make a return in some way. I would not mind seeing Earl make a return down the road. I would not mind that, honestly. He played a pretty impressive game. I really enjoyed it this time around. At least a lot more this time around, honestly. But again, I think after the final 10, the merge does definitely pick up a little bit. I mean, by the fact this actually was the first instance to, well, it's not more prevalent nowadays, honestly, than to be honest, I think you can't just not do it anymore, to be honest. Of course, instances where basically end up going to 2 teams of 5, or the winning team is safe, and 2 teams of 5, well, there's a case where one team is safe, and the other goes to tribal council with no strategy, which has Michelle being pretty much swamp screwed or twist screwed. And after that, we actually try to merge with actually no luxuries at all. And then, yeah, Agana, Mookie, and Alex being the targets, and they'll figure out which one they actually should vote out, because one has the idol. And then Stacy, of all people, is like, yeah, if you think we're going to go to Alex Mookie, let's vote out Agana. Yeah, it's kind of prevalent nowadays, how they end up kind of basically voting out the less relevant player, or the player that's least expected to only have an idol, but also to actually receive the idol. And it becomes from someone who stays who was just not, well, has her moments, is not the most memorable character in the world. And that Final Travel is fantastic. That Travel Council is great. So, 104 character moments, Dreams basically just throwing them under the bus. And there's, of course, the shocked faces of everybody, like, we did it. And the guy was just like, oh, shit. And I was like, oh, shit. I can't actually say that, but that's kind of what it felt like. Great blindside, and then, like, these rounds were pretty good, honestly. Well, let's honestly Mookie and Alex being faster, and also, instead of Alex actually ends up voting out Mookie, there's some good moments that happen that do make it still fun. And of course, you got the first instance of the idol actually being played correctly, or actually played in general, or at least this idol, at least. Of course, Alex obviously played it and go around before, but this one will actually end up being successful, where Yaman ends up making 4 votes and Stacey gets voted out. And of course, you can't talk about VG without talking about the infamous card deal that happens this season. But basically, in the final 6 round Dreams, yeah, it's like, hey, I know you always want the card, so I'm going to give you this card. But if you do end up winning immunity at the final 4, I will give immunity to you. You will give me immunity. And basically, just we had these Dreams that was just super tossed up. Honestly, well, Dreams obviously tried to get rid of him next round, but the idol, and he ends up winning next round. And then Dreams ends up winning immunity next round, and he ends up not doing it, and Yaman gets right out. And Dreams pretty much gets rubber-handed for this at Final Tribal, which kind of makes some pretty oddly hilarious moments. So if he ends up being a season that, yeah, it's not really that good, honestly. I think the pretty much really terrible. I think it's boring. I think the cast is boring. Boring, honestly. Like, pretty much itself is just, like if I do end up doing like a pretty much ranking at some point, this one definitely be at the bottom, honestly. Because again, it's just boring, uninteresting, and just not fun to watch. Seeing a tribe just that dominates, and just decimate one tribe for stuff that's just not. Yeah, it's just pretty much the half handout place was just pretty terrible from the start. But thankfully, pretty much after that, they're pretty much everything from the fountain onward, the season does end up picking up, honestly, to where I will say the season is fine. VG is fine. Survivor VG is perfectly fine, honestly. And I think Yaman, I think the final 9 round, Yaman's character, the Dreams deal, and Earl, being a likable winner, definitely does elevate the season. Again, I didn't like Dreams and Boo this time around, honestly. I think I'm not liking them, but I actually did enjoy them this time around, actually. So yeah, I think VG is probably the definition of a long run of the season. This season is probably the perfect definition of a mixed bag. So I think I will give VG a 5 out of 10. That's probably the perfect mixed bag rating, a 5 out of 10 for TV shows. So while it does have some terrible moments, it does have a terrible pretty much. The moments that go on for Final Time do elevate and save this season. Now, if there's one thing I definitely realized after doing this rewatch series, is that, man, I miss when Survivor used to go to locations and used to have themes, honestly. Like, I didn't realize how much I actually missed that until I started doing the rewatch series. And also after the last couple Australian Survivor seasons. I even remember I do a rewatch it's actually at some point, but we'll see how that goes. But yeah, I did not realize how much I really missed those seasons until I started doing the series. And that I'm more prevalent than Survivor China, honestly, which I'm just gonna out of the way. Survivor China is one of my favorite seasons. I love China. China is fantastic season. I've always loved this season when I first watched it. It's always been one of my favorites. It's always been one part of the season I've gone back to a lot in terms of rewatching moments and this and that. And yeah, this season definitely good. Again, first off, the China aspect of the season is actually set around area China. It's just immaculate. I think of all the locations that Survivor go to, doing China was probably a no-brainer, and they really came onto the theme of China very well. Even a lot of the challenges are based on stuff that happened in China. Like, it's kind of sounds similar with the pirate theme, but they really go with the China theme here pretty well, and it really elevates this season pretty well, actually. So I really enjoyed the theme and the challenges and different things it does with the China elements. it makes a lot of shots to see praised in. I mean, get an episode they actually literally visit the Great Wall of China. They literally visit the Great Wall of China at one point in this episode, in this season. You get the landscapes, the oceans, and certain areas are just beautiful. Even the idols are pretty much like China theme, with of course it being like a part of the tribe. Would then basically be obviously, you know, attached to the tribe stand, which is like impressive. And again, another season where I think the cast itself is pretty great. It's not one of those seasons where I really the cast, there really is hardly, if not ever, any death on this cast, honestly. I think everyone does at least stand out. Woman, of course, you got the first. Sorry, so I'm trying not to. You got the first boot in Chicken. That's literally his name, Chicken. Chicken. Who has one of the most hilarious reactions about like first boot of Chicken. Damn. Like what he said is what he said. Damn. It's just hilarious. Then we get to Ashley Marazzo. May she rest in peace, because I think she did pass away a while. I don't know. She passed away, but I know she did pass away. May she peace. We definitely had an interesting role in this season, and definitely had a little fun around every day throughout this couple episodes. Then we get to Leslie, who definitely had an interesting role in the season, where she didn't end up. Well, you can tell that she wasn't getting along well with some tribe and this and that, which kind of left me voted out. But she thought it was a nice player to watch. They had a fun villainous downfall, had some really fun moments throughout, was a fun pretty much villain. Then we get to Aaron, who it was probably the biggest swap screwed player in Star Wars history. This based on a moment basically at the final night, they basically have two people from Fei Long and John Hu to name the tribes. Basically have two people go from one to the other tribe, and two people also go to the tribe. For Aaron and James ended up going to Zhan Hu, and Shira and Frosty ended up going to Fei Long. And Aaron got increasingly screwed to where they literally threw the challenge just to get rid of one of them. They literally threw the challenge just to get rid of one of the people, which is probably one of the most hilarious challenge draws in the show's history. Which is not even saying something. It's fortunate because Aaron actually was on a great position in his tribe. He was probably seen as the perceived leader of the tribe, to where, honestly, he probably could have made it to the end, honestly. I think a lot of people are really still wanting Aaron to return because he got screwed. And I can see why, honestly. I mean, may not be the most brilliant TV in the world, honestly, but he still was a fun process to watch, not gonna lie. Then we get to Sharia, who was fine, honestly. Probably made least memorable play, honestly, but she still has some moments. You have Jamie, who definitely has a great role, definitely one that plays with Zhan, who does stood on the most, and one of the players that basically was part of the challenge throws and everything, and she definitely has a great character moments of getting back and forth throughout the season, especially with James and Todd and everything, and you can help enjoy her on this season. Then we get to John Robert, who I enjoyed John Robert so much more on this rewatch. I think I've always liked John Robert, honestly. It's just this weird character, this weird interesting character, but he just was fantastic TV, and I just couldn't help but enjoy him on this rewatch. Had some really fun latest moments, had a little weird ones that I with Courtney throughout the season, and had a pretty much blind side to where he probably wasn't going to be voted out, but until I was like, oh shit, he's figuring stuff out before I do. I better get rid of him. Which emulates to a final trap one, which I will get into. Then we get to Frosty, who I also really enjoyed, honestly. Probably not as much as I used to. I think I was super high on Frosty, but he's also one of the more youngest players in the show's history, but I still enjoyed him. Then we go to get to James, who I'm not going to mention he got voted out 2 hours, honestly. That's because he's been really cute enough for that, honestly. I think Sarah's still really cute for that, which, why? So I don't think I need to talk about mention that moment, honestly, but you can start there. James was a great character. He was a fantastic presence in pretty much all his seasons in terms of characters, in terms of being just a fun presence, having just many hilarious moments, getting conversations. Like, you just can't help but enjoy him in pretty much any season he's part of, honestly. Then we get to Eric, who also has his fun moments, and the one I actually enjoyed more on rewatch, honestly. And for that guy, also he and Jamie actually are still together and still married, which is pretty nice. But I liked Eric on this season, and it's very PG, honestly. She had a pretty fun arc and presence throughout the season. Has pretty good back and forth between a lot of the players, especially with James and Todd. And it's gonna help enjoy. It's gonna help enjoy her on this time watch. Denise, I enjoyed a little bit less here, but I still actually did enjoy Denise. Actually, I still like she's definitely one of my least favorites on the season. Yeah, I'm not sure it's really anything she's wrong. Maybe she just wasn't as memorable. I really don't know, honestly, but well, I still enjoyed her. No complaints about Denise. Just not memorable. And then we get to Round 3 itself, and this is the first appearance of Amanda Kimmel. Someone that basically was actually in a good dominant position, actually playing it extremely well, actually. It was actually pretty good socially, has some pretty impressive elements to her game. You know what the problem is, though? This is the definition. Well, while you may have an impressive resume and elements, if you don't back it up with Final Drop Cancel, you're gonna lose. And Amanda's probably the purest example of that. And she probably, it probably was a close race between her and Todd, but because of her terrible performance, she ended up only see one vote from Eric and probably lost a couple other votes. And she ended up being again on Ninja, but we'll get into that. But yeah, overall, I enjoyed Amanda. I still enjoy Amanda, honestly. I actually like her more as a character this time around, actually. I think I do appreciate her a lot more, honestly, as a character, honestly, especially in this season. Then I get to Courtney, who was just pure hilarious. Like, someone who didn't was going to be just a easy boot or just someone that just didn't gel well. Or well, me my person, but she has many great one-liners, many great moments throughout the season. Just can't help but smile whenever she's on screen. And she's a definition of comic relief and hilarious, and you just can't help but enjoy her again. Not the best gameplay in the world, but again, I still enjoy Courtney. No complaints about my own Courtney. And then I'm getting to one of the top guys. We got to 3 winners in a row. Well, my opinion, just jump up on a rewatch. I've always loved Yo, I always loved Earl, and I always loved Todd. But man, my opinion jumped on them high on this rewatch. But Todd was probably the biggest jump, honestly. Like, I've always loved Todd, honestly, but man, I like Earl. Assuming he actually, similar to Earl, it's a goddamn shame he didn't return for Winners of War. Because my god, did he play an impressive game. Did incredible socially, had some great passive moves at points, especially with one sides of James and John Robert, and him actually somehow getting to the house is probably him being one of them trade threats. And of course, having probably one of the best people still good. He still has the best final tribal performance in Survivor history. So by really just owning his game and just playing what made him what he said to John Robert, especially, which was impressive. Like, just like, how come you think me as a friend? Like, I was not friendly. I was not talking. It's like, no, you weren't doing this. You were doing this and that. You were thinking this. Like, you were doing something I wanted to do. I want to be that person. So that's what I got rid of you. And Jones was like, congratulations. And it was like, oh my god, he actually shut him up. Like, I totally forgot about that moment, honestly, until I rewatched this season. Like, oh god, I never had anybody shut it up. Like, he shut his mouth. Like, I don't know. Sorry about putting that up, but that was just a pretty hilarious moment, honestly. But yeah, Todd's probably on me when it's gonna be pretty high in my winner ranking. I fucking love Todd. He's a fantastic character, great presence throughout. I just can't help but enjoy him on this season. Yeah, another way, it's kind of a shame he didn't return Winners of War, honestly. I'm not sure if he was contacted, if I'm not correctly, but yeah, it's what it is, I guess. But like I said before, they used to try to do pretty well here. Again, you got the whole two hours thing, which I'm not going to mention, obviously, because, well, you also got that kind of challenge show, episode 5, where they end up just throwing a random wheel onto it, so it's like, oh wait, we're throwing a challenge, oopsie daisy. So I don't think they made it pretty obvious that they're like, yeah, we're throwing it. And they even tried to throw another challenge in episode 6, so James can play his idol, but they end up failing, which is pretty hilarious. But you also get some fun villains mode, pretty much characters. Again, Dave was a pretty fun presence as well, like I mentioned earlier. You get some pretty fun emotional moments as well, involving PG and Denise, and get some just great hilarious character moments. Like, there are character moments sprinkled throughout this season. Like, this is definitely a season that has one of the most character moments in the show's history. And I think that's all I can say about China. I think China's still one of the best seasons of our history. I still absolutely adore it. It's an easy 10 out of 10, honestly. An incredible season, incredible cast of characters, Where it's paced pretty well, has many great character moments, has many great blind sides, and still find members well to this very day, for good reason, honestly. Again, this one scene was like, how do you really miss when Survivor used to do themes and used to go to different locations? I know that I missed that. I realized that until I rewatched this season. And now we get to Survivor Micronesia. Fans versus favorites. And we get that away. Favorites is fantastic. I fucking adore this season. It still holds up pretty well. Probably watch. It's definitely top 5, top 10 seasons for sure. Honestly, this was the season I actually watched when I got into it. Actually, believe it or not, because yeah, it's weird to do that. But yeah, I enjoyed this season actually, and also knowing a lot of the players done and everything. Like yeah, like I do like I definitely do like the concept of being for fans for the season. We also get some. People, sorry. When we get people down like the biggest fans of Survivor ever compete against like players down considered be favorites for a lot of people, and like another season that unlike the other fan favorites we'll get into, a lot of people actually consider favorites. Honestly, I mean, man, I probably would question what choices at the time, but obviously we'll get into that later. But yeah, I mean, you got probably Shallow for Cookhouse returning along with Ozzy and Jonathan Penner. You got Giant Phil for Pearl Islands, Gami for Fiji, Eliza and Amy from Vanuatu, James from China, Amanda from China, and Suri Fields from Panama. Cubs players end up pretty much like both in the legacy and become some of the best Survivor players of all time. So that's being of the fans, and there was definitely one fan that will get into. Everyone in the fan tribe as pretty much very memorable, honestly. I was like the first Mary is not the most memorable character in the world, who she doesn't really get much development, but I wouldn't say she's a done, honestly, but everyone else is memorable. Again, Mikey B, and I kind of liked her back and forth with Joel for the season, and Joel was a fantastic pretty much villain on the season and had a fun downfall. Chet, who despite him being probably the weakest person on the tribe, he somehow made it farther than he probably should have, if I'm being honest. Then you got Kathy, who was definitely someone that was excited to actually be on the show, but then there's also a season where basically a couple people end up winning the game, a few people end up getting evacuated, which kind of messed with the schedule, so yeah. Then you got Tracy, who was definitely a fun pretty much character throughout, and I actually enjoyed her a lot on the rewatch. I do appreciate Tracy a lot more actually on this rewatch, actually. I'm not gonna lie. Jason was probably one of the most dumbest players ever on the show. And they tried to do like a stick. A fucking goddamn stick was an idol. Oh my god. Then get to Alexis and Natalie, who I definitely enjoyed so much more on this rewatch. I've always enjoyed Natalie and Alexis for obvious reasons, but as characters, I enjoyed them so much more here. And of course, despite this blunder, which again, I'm also going to mention the fact that Eric gave up individual immunity to Natalie and give it up because again, similar to the James in China giving 2 idols and everything, gave vote out with 2 idols, and Eric gave individual immunity gave vote out. I think they were really good enough. So I mean, it's definitely one of the best moments in the show's history. I'm not gonna lie, but come on, I haven't been really good enough. I thought so. But yeah. Sorry, but yes. But Eric was weak TV as well. Again, the cast is always fantastic, and so many backboard dynamics, so many crazy moments that happen. Like this season has some of the most iconic moments in the show's history. I'm not even sure if I should even mention them. Again, aside from all the individual immunity thing, obviously, and having some great back and forths, like before, like you got Giant Fair play basically someone that I was like, oh my god, so excited to see Giant Fair play back after so long, only for him to basically be like, hey, vote me out. I don't feel this game anymore. I just want to go with my girlfriend. And they expect his wishes, and I'm sure Jeff was talking about that. Again, you got some fun actually between Mikey B and Joel in the pre-merge, which I kind of wish the storyline went out a bit long actually, but this was a fun moment. Like, the fact that someone chat and then they could pass Mikey B and Joel of all people, like I think they even acknowledged that, which is like pretty hilarious actually. Then of course we got Jonathan Penner basically getting evacuated, which led to his later return in Philippines, which is actually a pretty sad moment actually, so Jonathan really wanted this. I mean, I'm not sure how well he actually would have done, honestly, if he didn't get evacuated, but I mean, hey, you never know. You never know. And you got Kathy quitting late in the next episode, which was a really sad quit, actually. At least, I think this is when they started to have. I think it was the first quit to have in a while. I think every quit's the last few seasons. I think this is where they actually were more respectful to quits, not like really killing them for it. I think I also got Amy's emotional vote out, where she really wants to stay and everything, but she ended up getting voted out, very sadly. And then of course you got a kind of, it's a goddamn stick moments where Eliza and Jason. Well, again, Jason found the idol, because Eliza's offered the target going into the merge. And then this is like, it's a fucking stick! She didn't play it anyway, and win the odds of the idol. And then of course we got talking about Amnesia, we're talking about the Final 9 Aussie Blindside, which people consider today to be the best blindside in Survivor history. And yeah, it's not, I actually don't know what I would say is the best blindside in just history, but this is definitely top 5, if not top 3. Top 3. I mean, they did a great job on it. The episode itself is fantastic. In general, basically, they want Jason now to get an iconic chance with them, obviously holding their hand up to a bucket of water, and then they failed. Like, again, I always love those challenges and everything, and I just really enjoy them. Also, I'm in the trying to say, hey Jason, if you drop, we'll keep you safe. And of course, you're gonna cross the fingers, and Jason still ends up running to it. I think Roger was supposed to be, but then she was like, hey, she's really perfect to get an Aussie. So she got pretty much like the Black Widow gate in, which I'll talk a little bit, you know, Parvati, Alexis, and Natalie, and Jason to Blanche and Aussie. And they do it pretty effectively. It's kind of like one Aussie, then Jason. So we think that Jason's gonna be obviously boot. And then Aussie, then Aussie got voted out. I love his reaction to holding pretty, like her reaction basically says it all. Like I think even I was like that when I first watched this season. Like, holy shit! Like I didn't actually say that honestly, but yeah, it was a shocking moment for sure. For sure, of course, let's be Jason give our next episode. Then we got James basically getting evacuated next episode due to having a cut on a finger, which kind of made the schedule because I think the original was going to be a Final 3 this season, but I'll talk about that in a bit. But yeah, it's pretty sad. Then you got Amanda's epic idol play at the Final 6, which she actually did find the idol, and then ended up getting 4 votes against her. Again, Eric thing, I don't mention that. Then you got Natalie get voted out. Then you got there actually be Final 2 where Amanda gets voted out and got rid of Suri, which, you know, there's been 2 plays this season where the legacy is basically burned on this rewatch to what probably wasn't the most memorable player in the world. She was still a good player, and Suri was definitely a great presence on Panama. These were the seasons that cement them as all-time legends, all-time great players. It's like Suri is an iconic player. She's definitely known to be the best player to never win it because she ended up competing obviously in Here for His Villains, which got voted out pre-merge, and then actually made pretty far game pitch until Advantage Jenna, which we'll get into. And I definitely have a lot to say about that moment. But this really brings some nice again, and it's definitely still, and there's been a lot of confirmation where if Suri definitely made it to the end, she easily would have won. Which makes it even more tragic that she actually would have won if she made it to the end. And the fact that Suri made it this far again is actually pretty surprising, actually. And then of course there's Parvati Shallow, who, again, her basically flirtatious was onto the max here. We get a lot of pretty hilarious moments, a lot of great flirtatious moments, and her just being a great game player. So I thought she was definitely one of the main targets coming into the season. She ended up, the fact that she actually made it, how she did end up winning is actually pretty impressive. But hey, that proves the fact that the catch is part of, and also her impressive social play. And the fact that she was part of Black Widow Brigade with Alexis, Amanda, and Natalie, which is probably one of the biggest alliances in the show's history. Like probably one of the most memorable alliances in show's probably one of the most memorable alliances in Survivor history. And for good reason, because it is one of the best alliances in the show's history. People still talk about Black Widow to this goddamn day. Hell, in the 20s and the 30s, if you see like a very sexy female photographer or a very sexy model, or people that just are just a little teensy, weensy, bit flirtatious, they just get called Party 2.0s. They will control part. That's how iconic Party is after this season. I still want to the boost links even more after here versus villains, but just really cemented her, like, just put a mark on her being one of the best players to ever play Survivor. And for a reason, because Parvati is one of the best players to ever play Survivor, because she is an incredible character. Despite her, honestly, her villainous behavior, you just can't help but love Parvati. Man is also doing his well building a party, you just can't help but enjoy her whenever she's on screen, because she really plays into the Black Widow persona that she's known for. Especially on this season. And she's just an all-around fantastic character in general. You just can't help but smile whenever she's on screen. Okay, and she still played one of the most impressive winning games in the show's history. Of course, there's definitely ugly challenge moments, some great back and forth between a lot of the players. You got the Ozzy and Amanda romance that happens in this season. You got a little funny scene where three comments about them making oslets together, which is hilarious. And then you get to find a tribe where basically get Natalie's weird question about Marty's sex life, which is still the weirdest question on the show, in the show's history. And like, Power was like, and even just like, They got all these brutal speeches to Power. Like, how could you say you're a role model when you were so friendship like that? Amanda, I love you. I fall in love with you. And unfortunately, I should end up breaking up. But Portland, I think, Amanda kind of played out actually Ozzy a little bit, actually, from like, from an interview that Ozzy did a while back. But that's a story for another day. But yeah, I think it's all I can say about Mechanesia. Yeah, I think it's all I can say about Mechanesia. Mechanesia is a fantastic season. It's actually getting an 11 out, actually an 11 out of 10, because it's one of my favorite seasons of the summer period, one of the best seasons of the show. Consistently entertaining from beginning to end, consistently great TV from beginning to end. Moments that made me smile, that made me feel great, has incredible blind sides, great human moments. This is one of those seasons that has everything I want in Survivor in a perfect package. So yeah, I still love this season. Okay, and now we're going to get to what is basically considered the dark era of Survivor. This is basically worth like 5 or 6 seasons, maybe except for season 25, but seasons 21, 22, 24, and 26 are seasons that the majority of people would have at the bottom 5 of the season, or think are some of the worst seasons of Survivor. And while maybe a couple do have the fans, and well, I will say they do have their moments, they do have their good players. Yeah, I'm starting to see why. So I feel for this era of Survivor, I'm just kind of going to rush through these a little bit. And also mostly because I don't think my opinion really has changed much on these seasons after rewatch. I think my hits are mostly the same as how I originally felt about them. Maybe I appreciate one aspect a bit more. So if I don't talk about too much about these seasons, because, well, I kind of just want to get through them because they're pretty bad seasons, so bear with me. But let's quickly start off with Survivor Nicaragua, which of course was the season that ended after Here vs. Villains. So of course, there was definitely a lot of hype in Nicaragua, and like, I never was a fan of this season. I think while I was watching it as I was airing, I was never a fan of it, and yeah. Again, I'm definitely not, I gotta say, I used to consider the worst of the Dark Era portion. I used to think this was my least favorite season of the show. And well, again, there definitely are some aspects I can definitely appreciate, and in some ways I can see, and I do know some people who think this is an underrated season. I'm unfortunately not one of those people. But I think the season's pretty bad. Not the worst season of Survivor, but again, there's still some good aspects of this season, honestly. Like, I definitely don't mind the whole young-old aspect of the season. I think Willie Joe's one of the most hilarious first boots ever, and her moment is just hilarious. I definitely appreciate Marty more in this rewatch. I think he is a great character. It's kind of a shame we never see him return, actually. I still like Brenda on this rewatch. Jane has her moments. I actually like Holly more on the rewatch, and hell, I even like Sash, Chase, and Fabio more on rewatch, honestly. I think they are a solid final 3. Probably 5 is probably my favorite, honestly. Though I still do like Chase and Sash. I think they're actually pretty underrated players. And that's really it, honestly. And it's one of those seasons that doesn't really have like a true stand-up moment, as is always talked about. And the moments it does have that are memorable are worse. Like, do you only need to remind you of the whole double quit that happens at the final 9? Yeah, I don't think any mentioned where basically 2 people just quit after a war challenge. One was like, it's just so hard, I'm gonna quit. And another person said that same thing, and it's like the people just quitting the game and 11 days left. Honestly, like, it's a bit complicated thing, honestly, because, well, obviously I can definitely understand why, because obviously Survivor, but I think just the way it was edited and handled was just like, wow, and I don't think we've ever seen Jeff as angry as he is, honestly. And this also has the contestant Purple Kelly, who is probably who during this time on Survivor was the most underrated player of the show, to where she was so invisible, they really call someone who ends up being invisible the Purple Edit. And while I don't think that there are some players though who is worse edited than Purple Kelly, especially in later seasons, it's hard to see why, like, it's not hard to see why, honestly. It's called the Purple Edit, honestly, saying how invisible she was in this season. What times they even joke and they forget she's even honestly there, honestly. And considering when you know what she went through this season, you kind of feel bad for her, and actually kind of makes sense to why she actually did end up quitting later in the season. I don't really have much positive to say about the other players this season. Again, you know, Shannon, who's probably one of the worst players to appear on Survivor. Like, I don't even say, I should say just watch what he does. He's kind of an asshole, not the fun asshole. Jimmy John was fine. Jimmy T, Tyrone, Eve, Dan, Benry. I mean, Bianca has some moments. She was actually very edited this season, but I never was a fan of Bianca, honestly. Elena, Jill, Kelly B. I actually like Kelly B a lot less on this rewatch, actually. I used to be a big fan of Kelly B, but mostly because of her leg, but yeah. And of course, there's the whole medallion power, which basically has Tribe has advantage of the challenges. It was a twist that was so terrible to where basically, you know, one tribe had advantage in the challenge, and if they used it, they would give it to the other tribe. And it was so terrible, they just got rid of it after the swap. Like I said, I don't want to talk too much about these seasons, because again, they're pretty terrible seasons. Nick Rocker, for me, gets a 2 out of 10. And now we have Redemption Island, which is basically a season that brought back Buster Rob for his 4th time on the show, mind you, and Russell Haynes for his 3rd time in 4 seasons. And they were really on the Russell Haynes hype train at this point, which basically died down, honestly, but damn, they were really on the Russell Haynes hype train. And of course, this season considered the twist Redemption Island, which basically, someone who ends up getting voted out basically goes to Redemption Island, and then when the next person gets voted out, they basically be in a duel where the winner stays and the loser officially leaves. And then by the merge or by the final 5, by the final 4, that person will get a chance to return to the game. And here's probably, I'm going to say, is my biggest Survivor unpopular opinion. I actually don't mind Redemption Island, actually. Yeah, like, if you ask me what is my Survivor unpopular opinion, I would say I don't mind Redemption Island, honestly. Honestly, it was definitely poorly executed. It was definitely poorly handled on this and South Pacific, though Blood vs. Water definitely shows the potential it did have, and we'll definitely get into that. We'll talk about Blood vs. Water. But I actually don't mind it. Like, I'm one of those people that doesn't really mind when people return to the game, honestly. A lot of people say it's a detriment or it ruins it. I don't know why, I just never minded, honestly. I never was on that. I was like, oh, because the worst thing ever, someone return to the game. Of course, it leads to some moments like we saw in Edge of Extinction, which, again, we'll get into talk about Edge of Extinction, but I never minded it. Hell, I think the child's actually a pretty interesting concept, actually. Again, I go, okay, it was poorly executed, and Redemption Island, like, I would say, personally for me, Redemption Island is actually my favorite season of the Dark Era, honestly, aside from one other season. I think it's actually the one good season Dark Era, but I think between like 21, 22, 23, 24, and 26, this one's actually my favorite, actually. So I'm not saying much, I think this is not a good season, but it's the one I had the most enjoyment, mostly because it has one of the best premieres in Survivor history. I think I totally forgot how amazing the premiere actually is. Where you get so many great dynamics, so many great back and forth, honestly. You can see Boss Ron, like, actually, Cammy, actually, not the most control in the first episode, honestly, and of course the standing of Philip, who I was like, I enjoyed Philip more on this rewatch. I used to can't stand Philip, honestly, and well, he's definitely a divisive figure. For me, I actually didn't mind him, actually. Again, he doesn't get me annoying at times, but he definitely has his hilarious moments. Like, he's definitely one of those characters where I think he really embraces the character he is, and just can't help but enjoy it. And I can never see why people are annoyed. I can never see why I was annoyed by Philip when I first watched this season, but yeah. But yeah. Basically seeing him, Francesco, as you would call it, Christina, kind of from Alliance, and we're just going to try not to uphold Boston Rob and then like that, but they basically ended up turning on each other, but basically they ended up voting against Philip. Yeah, which is, again, pretty hilarious. Think about it, which also is a pretty epic fun, honestly, and you can get an interesting map on next episode, and you also get a map blindside in the merch as well. Except for that, everything else is kind of boring. I think that Fair Tribe characters are just not the most interesting, honestly. Like, I do like David, and I do like Ralph. I definitely enjoyed Ralph in this rewatch, honestly. But other than that, and Mike to an extent as well, but other than that, really didn't get much of everyone else, honestly. Again, they end the throwing challenges to get rid of Russell, which is pretty hilarious if you really think about it. And I kind of liked his real life with Ralph, honestly, for the short time that we got it. But again, this season's now being coronation for Boston Rob, where everyone just is so starstruck and so in love with him, too. Again, I will say, I love Boston Rob on this season. Again, I think Boston Rob is one of those characters one of those players that I'm always going to be excited on any day he's on. Like, I'm pretty sure he's the reason why Deal No Deal Island, as it's airing right now, is as popular as it is, because Boston Rob is on it. Again, for the longest time, I had Boston Rob as my favorite player, and he's still in top 3, honestly. I say one player did top him, but we'll get into that when we talk about those seasons. But, again, in terms of gameplay, he's fantastic. Like, aside from that people are starting towards him, he does do some impressive work, honestly. Honestly, the buddy system is actually a pretty impressive move, though you have to do a lot to actually make it impressive and work pretty well, and I think he kind of proves that when it's war, but we'll get into that. In terms of him being a character, he has so many great character modes in this season. He actually makes the season pretty watchable, honestly. Because of that. This season is probably one of the worst stretches of episodes ever, especially in the merge. Like, and because like I said, this is probably my least favorite this probably is my favorite season of the Dark Era, but that's only because of Boston Rob and his character moments and his back and forth, and seeing him win is very satisfying. And you still get the fun moments, and you get a great premiere, a great blindside, the merch. And you do get the occasional fun character moment, but yeah, it's just a coronation for Boston Rob. There's some places I still do like as well, like I mentioned with Ralph and David. I think David has some fun moments. Mike has his moments. Again, Philip has his moments. And Natalie's a lot more bland than I remember her being, but I don't mind Natalie either. Hell, I don't mind Ashley. And this is the first time we also see Andrea, who ends up returning 2 more times, which is pretty insane, actually. And it's kind of funny that, spoiler, the 3 times she ended up being on the 3 times that she ended up being on Survivor are seasons that were kind of my least favorites, which is kind of interesting, fortunately, but I don't mind Andrea, honestly. Yeah, she's always been just a fine character for me and a fine presence. But again, there was someone that really, like, stirred out. I'm still debating right now which time on the show I actually think is my favorite. I'll probably get to her 3rd time on the show, but I still don't mind her, honestly. And that's pretty much all I can say about the show, honestly. It is probably the best season of the Dark Era, aside from the actual good season of the Dark Era, but it's not actually why some people had the season as the worst season of this era, one of the worst seasons for a period. For me, it gets a 3 out of 10. And then we get to South Pacific. This next season, in my opinion, definitely didn't change a lot. I still think this is a bad season of Survivor. And while there definitely are some underrated aspects of the season, I will not lie on that. This season is filled with just so much crappiness around it that I just, even those I can't really appreciate much. So I don't think this is still one of the worst seasons of Survivor, honestly. Again, this is kind of like mostly similar to last season where we got Coach and Ozzy returning, like 2 very random people. But they both have solid runs on this season, honestly. This is probably Aussies the closest to Aussies that close come actually winning this season. But we'll get into them in a little bit. And then Coach, who definitely has some good moments. Like, Coach is still Coach, honestly. But him basically treating everything like a cult and all that stuff, it makes for a moment still just like, really? But I'm gonna say the whole cult staff like really brings the season down, honestly. It really brings the season down, honestly. And I'm pretty sure, and I can read on that, because it makes some moments that are just very uncomfortable and just odd. But the way that Coach brings religion to certain aspects, which honestly ended up being the big downfall to him, honestly. But we'll get into that. And there's definitely some characters I still do enjoy, honestly. Also, like Christine and Stacy, who were fun pre-jury characters, especially Stacy with the whole mean thing about Coach or Benjamin, which is one of the most emo things I ever, I'm pretty sure. Know about that? I also did my Michaela as well. I thought she's someone that definitely had potential. I think this was the first instance of the whole Party 2.0 type of thing. I think Jim has his moments as well. Cochran was a great president and had a pretty interesting underdog run, which led to Caramon, which we'll get into. Honestly, and Ozzy also has his moments as well, especially seeing him return to the game twice, and it was actually close to winning this time, which is insane. Albert also has his moments as well, and I actually didn't mind Sophie this time around, honestly. Like, for the longest time, I thought Sophie was the worst winner in throughout history. And well, yeah, she definitely has her bragging moments and her whining moments. I don't know if it's because of the fact that honestly we saw her win the war, but I didn't have any appreciation for Sophie. Again, she's definitely not my favorite winners, honestly, at least if we're judging for just this one season. I think she's fine. She's perfectly fine. Fine, like, again, a perfectly fine winner, so that's all I can really say, honestly. Again, they prevent Redemption Island, which, again, pretty much bad as cute as it was last season, honestly. You know, aside from had that incredible Stacy moment and Arthur trying to lie about being blindsided his first time, which was pretty hilarious, honestly. At least the season doesn't feel as badly paced in the merge, honestly, to where it did just like rush through a couple episodes because they realized that it's going to be enough gonging, which was when that happening. The other ones are just whatever, boring. The only one I really just found some that ended up being under-edited, like Rick. I totally forgot how under-edited Rick was in this season, same with Keith and Whitney. Even Dawn to an extent, honestly, which kind of makes you question why she was actually a favorite. Honestly. And then we get to Brandon Hands. Oh my god, fucking Brandon Hands. Oh my god, fucking Brandon Hands. Yeah, they really wanted to keep going on with the whole Hands name, honestly, too. So I had to bring back Russell Hands' freaking nephew. And they literally put it in his job description. Russell Hands' nephew. Like, really. And you can tell that I really could not stand Brandon on this season. Like, I'm sure nowadays he's probably a great guy in real life. Like, this is the opposite not against him as a person in real life, obviously. Like, see, basically the players I don't like or don't enjoy, honestly, I don't obviously test in real life. Because I'm sure the majority of these players are like good people in real life. Obviously. But, again, this is more judging based on how he was in this season, and I just didn't care for him, honestly. Honestly, again, he was the one big on the whole cult, especially in this constant back and forth, like, I want to be the Hands! I want to be the villain, like my Uncle Russell! And I was like, I want to better the Hands there, I want to be a good guy. And it's so constant, so back and forth throughout the season, and it's just like, ugh, I get it, seriously. It's way more gets pretty tedious, honestly. It doesn't get to an interesting vote where he actually wins immunity, but actually gives that to Albert and leads to his downfall. Which definitely is a fun drama, I will not lie on that, but aside from that, yeah. And I guess at this time, I can definitely see why Coach actually lost this time. I used to not like, why don't Coach lose this season, seriously? But honestly, after watching it, like, yeah, I can see why. But yeah, this is not good. It gets a 1.5 out of 10. And now we get to Survive One World. You wanna know the saddest thing about this season? This is the season where I got my One World name. A season called One World. This is how I got my One World name. And you know what's sad? This is the baby. This season has honestly in the debate with Thailand as my least favorite season of Survivor. I am dead serious. This season is just boring, boring. And it's pretty fortunate because, again, it's not a season that's filled with some solid contestants. Again, Serena Chelsea I enjoy. Again, so I think Kiss Brown's not the most interesting personality in the world, at least on this season. I will actually definitely was one of the most impressive dominant games in Survivor history. And of course, got Tarzan and Trizan as well. Got the hilarious moment where basically a tribe actually won immunity, but decided to give up immunity. Yeah, that actually happened on this season. And it does have an interesting concept of having both tribes be on one beach and having different rules, different techniques, and different things that comes with that. It's like, I can definitely see the great concept of that. Fortunately, it leads to some pretty bland players. Players that I totally got how bland they are, some players that got how likable they are. And of course, got Colton, who, again, while I'm sure he's probably nowadays a great person in real life. On this season, he's one of the most whiny, unlikable, and just terrible people to be on that show, especially with his brace stays towards Bill in this season. Honestly, again, I mean, you also got again, Troy's hands, like I said, you do got some good moments in this season. I'm gonna hold Troy's hand. This is my island thing, and of course, Cat's Blindside was pretty good, you know. It was also a pretty memorable moment as well. There are memorable moments in the season that do, I would say, are probably a bit better than Thailand, who I don't think is not my least favorite season of the show. But there are some aspects that have been just so boring, so uninteresting, and I just struggled to actually get through this season actually this time. And that's why I don't want to feel watching a season of Survivor. So yeah, Survivor World gets a 1 out of 10. And now, thank God, we actually gonna get to, of these 6 seasons, we're gonna get to a season that probably safe to Survivor, honestly. As, what's it, last 4 seasons, people are like, oh, it's probably gonna get good again. Maybe we'll get to a great season with Philippines. A season that I remember being like super high on when I first watched it, and to be honest, I am still super high on the season actually. So I think it's I actually appreciate a bit more on this rewatch. This was the first season that, well, the feature formats now, of course, a known thing nowadays on Survivor. This was the first time they brought that back since season 8, which was like pretty surprising actually. And then they decided to bring back 4 million back-away players, and Michael Skupin, who, yeah, this is more judging based on this season than how he was he's nowadays. Because I really don't want to say what he was nowadays. I would just look it up. Then we have who again was the first evacuated in Australian outback, so I think this point makes sense to bring him back. You have Jonathan Penner, who was evacuated in Micronesia, and this was his 3rd time returning. And then and of course you got Russell Swan, who was evacuated in Samoa. Definitely a very exciting aspect. And then this season, that from the first, that had a pretty, basically got a tribe, the Mad Thing tried to end up having an epic downfall where they pretty much lost every challenge during the short run. You also get a fun episode, basically Zayn trying to, was a likable person, ask people to vote him, but it's like, and then he's like shocked that he actually did it, because like, they like me so much, they'll never run me off. And they run him off. That's probably the least memorable person, but she still has her moments. And she definitely has her fun moments as well. Again, Russell Swan, again, it's unfortunate he never actually, yeah, he's definitely one of the most unlikely players to be on the tribe that he was. And honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing Russell playing again on that season that doesn't obviously have something that's happened. But it makes for a very fun downfall, and makes for some pretty emotional moments throughout the season as well. And then you have Denise and Malcolm, where basically Denise ends up winning the season, which I'll get into. And then Malcolm, who basically is part of the fan favorite of the season, obviously, who ends up returning next season. And Malcolm is a very incredible player. He is one of the most likable people to be on Survivor, has some pretty great moments, some pretty likable moments. He's one of those guys that just, like, he is just one of those guys that you just can't help but love whenever he's on screen. And he doesn't prove that here, even in Camp Mode, and even in Game Changers. And of course, we got the Call-Out Tribe, which basically got Dawson, who is more memorable for her actually kissing Jeff Probst on her way out than really much anything else. You got Dana, who actually has some moments, but of course she ended up leaving the game. Katie also had a fun downfall as well. Jonathan Penner. He still is very messy in the game, still is always probably going to be turned on any given season, but he still has many great character moments Many great one-liners, many great hilarious moments. But when he shouts, Denise! During his last rank session with Denise, Denise! Nice. And then of course there's Jeff Kent, who has one of the most memorable final words, and his blinds and his vote-outs, one of the most crazy, amazing vote-outs in the history of Survivor. And then got Carter, who was a lot more underrated. I actually remember him being but he still had his fun moments. And you got the Champion Tribe, which doesn't mean the first instance of a tribe that actually did not go to tribal council at all during the merge. I think, of course, we see a few other instances in later seasons, but this was the first true instance that this happened on the show. And of course, we got Scoopin, who, obviously, despite all stuff he's done out here, was definitely a great presence on this season. So it makes sense he was going to make a deep run this season, and he does, honestly. You got RC, who actually was going to compete versus Water, and it was also a fun present, was a little fun foil and had a fun blindside. Ours was a lot more under than I remember being, and he's probably the closest to a dud on this season, but he still has his moments. Pete also has his moments as well. I can also say I probably enjoyed Anne Maria more on this rewatch, actually. I mean, she's probably not someone I really... Like, I never used to hate Anne Marie, honestly, and while she definitely has her moments, I definitely just enjoyed her a lot more on both her seasons, actually. Then you got Lisa, who's probably in debate with Malcolm as probably my favorite player on this season, who has probably one of the most emotional stories with her being a former child actress on the Facts of Life, and going for the experience and just learning more about her, and she has many incredible moments. Honestly, it's one of the kids where I think she probably should have won the season, honestly, but she still has many great moments. And of course, there's the winner Denise, who I think the sole reason she probably won is because she actually survived every tribal council. But I've always liked Denise, honestly. I'm definitely not complaining her winning, honestly. She definitely had a good story, definitely has many great character moments and many fun moments as well. It has great back and forth along the plays for the season, so I'm definitely not complaining Denise winning, honestly. And I'm not being surprised about it, honestly, but I'm definitely not complaining about it now. Again, this next season we get many great vote-outs, many epic blindsides. Again, the Jeff Kent vote-outs, one of the most crazy back and forth tribals that you will ever see on Survivor. And yeah, you also got the whole Russell's downfall, you got Malcolm's downfall, where basically he ends up finding immunity, ends up not fully committing to Denise, which led to his downfall as well. Again, the whole Sarah told Dawson kissing Jeff Probst on the way out, still one of the most hilarious moments in Survivor history. Like, it's one of those seasons I don't really have many qualms or have many issues with the season, honestly, so screw it. Philippines gives a 10 out of 10. Now personally, if I was doing any season of Survivor that definitely dropped huge on Rewatch, I would think it was Caramon, honestly. I think I'm being super high on this season, honestly. I think I probably would give it a 8 or 8.5 out of 10. I mean, I think I remember being actually pretty, not thinking it's a great season. I remember being still high on the season, actually. When I did a couple of past rankings of Survivor seasons. But on this rewatch, it really dropped. I can definitely see a lot of the criticism people had. Of course, they were trying to bring back all the crazy chaos that came from the first season, which is still be one of the best seasons of Survivor. But they did the wrong thing. But no, of course, they did it wrong. But of course, they're bringing back players that shouldn't be considered favorites. I mean, there's definitely a couple, obviously, but most of them are just really, and bringing fans that aren't really, when you actually think about it, aren't really true fans of the show. Or there's some, I think some even admit to not even watch Survivor and really think about it. So yeah. It's one of the seasons I'm probably not going to say much about aside from certain moments. Again, like with the favorite trailer, we got Francesca, who was the freaking first Brew Dungeon Island. Guess what? She ends up being the first Brew again this season. We got Brandon Hands, who has a crazy downfall, who basically just fucking loses it on the tribe, but he was still not mentally best from his last time on the show. Where he really dumps the tribe's rights. He really screams at everybody, especially Philip, and they to throw even massage his shoulders to where they end up having a formal vote, which allowed him to get voted out unanimously. And Corinne, you got Corinne, who is probably one of the few favorites I'm actually okay with. Corinne's also has great moments. She's definitely one of the better parts of the season. Her real rivalry with Philip, and Also, Phil I can kind of understand, and of course, Malcolm's from the recent season, so yeah. Andrea, Brenda, Eric. I'm definitely not playing, but we'll get into that. Don, Rayleigh, and Cochran, I can definitely see, honestly. And Cochran definitely, again, the other films are, so, some films are still good, honestly. Like Malcolm is, like I said, I feel being season 1 is going to be a great character, a great player in any season he's in, and this season definitely proves that. Dawn even has some moments, honestly, like especially relationship with Brenda, and of course the whole teeth incident, the whole rotator incident, which leads to one of the most cruel moments in the show's history. Which I'll talk about, which basically Dawn makes final tribal council, she ended up training Brenda, and then they had a moment basically Dawn lost her retainer, also teeth, and then Brenda helped her find it, and she learned how Dawn take out her teeth final tribal council. No did that she was think. And Cochran, who basically has a great story, who basically ends up winning a lot of challenges. He ends up making it to the end through enough of a game by not having any votes, which is kind of opposite to him seeing like a vote almost every drama council he went to last season, and won unanimously. Which again is one of the most impressive games, one of the most impressive arcs. Of course, the only issue is that it was one of the most predictable wins in Survivor history. That's really the only issue I have, but I'm happy with John winning, honestly. And Andrea also fine this season, still debating which one really got the best. Malcolm has his moments. Philip just there, honestly. Brandon Hands, Prejudice for the others anymore. Don was there. Brendan and Eric, I totally forgot how under-edited Eric and Brenda ended up being on this season. I totally forgot, which is kind of shocking, honestly, considering Brenda was a fan favorite on her season. Season definitely had some good moments, but she ends up being pretty under-edited. So I think her only memorable moments really her actual blindside and her reaction than really anything she did on the season. And considering that Eric went from a fan on this first season to an actual favorite, that could make for an incredible storyline. This is definitely one of the biggest instances of wasted potential out of any season of Survivor. Because fortunately, we don't get him focused much at all, honestly. He's not really the big focus on anything on the show. And he ends up getting unceremoniously evacuated the finale. Yeah. Unfortunately, the fans are much better. Honestly, Allie, Hope, Shamar, Laura. Not the most interesting characters. Shamar gets evacuated for just having sand in his eye, which is pretty strange. Matt was fine. Julia was there. Michael was there. Of course, the only memorable fans were really Reynolds, Eddie, and Sherry. And Sherry was really only memorable for her first half, for actually being a dominant player in the first half, but ended up pretty much being a go in the second half of the season. But Eddie and Reynolds are probably the only players that are worth remembering, where Eddie plays one of the most terrible final jury games where he puts wrong every tribal council. It's shocking he made as wrong as he did, honestly. But Reynolds is one of the more memorable players, honestly, to where he's a very likable player, was definitely on the bottom, he definitely has his moments, people are still hoping that he ends up making a return, and honestly, it's hard to see why. But yeah, season was boring. Doing Trump Council was the free Amigos Trump Council, where Eddie and Malcolm end up playing the idols, and then Philip gets blindsided, which I remember being super, yes! And it's true. The truth is, and there definitely also some moments in the post-merge, again, the Britain's reaction to a blindside was pretty emotional. There's definitely also some fun character moments here and there. But yeah, that's real all I can say about Karen Moe. It's definitely not a season worth remembering. It gets a 2 out of 10. Okay, now we're finally ready for the Dark Era, as now we're going to get to some more good seasons of Survivor. But this is one I was definitely curious of how it was going to hold on when we watched, and that is Blood vs. Water, season 27. First off, the concept of Blood vs. Water is a pretty interesting concept, basically having 4 between players competing against their loved ones. That's an incredible concept for a season, honestly. The choices are kind of random here. I feel the choices are definitely very random choices, which I think it kind of proves that the concept's not very repeatable, which is why I only done it once, and that was actually not a newbie season, so it was still an interesting concept. You basically got Rupert competing against his wife this time around, which of course was the last one, but we'll get into that. You got Candace from Cookouts vs. Vels competing again. She actually was an alternate this time. This time, I think RC, her dad, was going to be on this season. But her dad ended up getting blood pressure, which is well led to not competing. And Candace was an alternate along with her husband, John. You got Jervis from freaking season 1 competing against his niece Marissa. You got fucking Colin Cumbie from One World who, I get Colin out to return this season, seriously, and well, I definitely have myself to say about him this season. Basically competing against his fiancee Kayla, may rest in peace. Yeah, Monica Culpepper, who competed in One World, who was pretty much boots. Competing with her husband Brad Culpepper, who was, I believe, a former football player, if I remember correctly. Yeah, former football player. You got Kat from Silent One World, who got the blind side in that season. And she basically was competing against her boyfriend at the time, Hayden Moss, who actually won Big Brother, actually. We got the winner of Panama Arts competing against his brother Vetus. You got Tina Weston from the one that was straight out back in the first All-Stars competing against her. Sorry for the cough. Competing against her daughter Katie. You got Laura Morantz, the 10th place finisher in Samoa, competing against her daughter Sierra. And you got Tyson Aponso, who was kind of a young, was basically talking cheese to make that implicitly dumb move here for the villains. This time competing against her girlfriend at the time, Rachel, who I believe did not marry by America, who actually not married, they had a couple kids together. It's not kind of random, it definitely was still an interesting one, and it's also season where they have basically Redemption Island really playing it like this is the season. The best F5 for Redemption Island, the best aspect, and this season is like the best potential on Redemption Island. As I mentioned, I never really mind Redemption Island, honestly, it just was about executed on C22 and 23. But this season, I think that they really bring the potential here. For one thing, if a loved one to get voted out, you could have like a returning player basically take their place. And that really happened in the first episode, basically Candace ended up voted out her tribe because she was an alternate, you didn't know her very well. And then Rupert's beloved wife Laura ends up basically being voted out, and Rupert's like, yep, and Rupert and Mia was like, I'm taking her place. It's like, no! And Rupert ended up being the first person eliminated on that island. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but it does have some interesting drama and killing kids and very heartwarming and emotional moments. But how much do you really love your loved one in Survivor? How much you love them so much that you're willing to take their place and have to be on your tribe? Well, that does only happen once. It's one thing that does make for some great compelling moments, especially during the pretty much like long Brad Culpepper and his antics and everything. And overall, most of the players are still great here, aside from one touring player. The other ones are able to stand out as well again. Marissa definitely had some good moments by her short time on the show. Again, Rachel has some moments. John Curry definitely had a fun downfall. Brad Cooper especially had a fun blindside downfall, with Kayla basically just turning on him. Laura, not the best gameplay in the world. I don't think Laura's off the card for Survivor, to be honest, but she definitely was a great presence to watch. It's great to actually see Laura play Survivor. I've seen her a few times on Survivor, as of course Rupert's wife. All his brother's vehicles, angry. His brother Venus was a great presence throughout pretty much. He definitely had a lot of good back and forth, especially with his brother Aris. And also had a nice backstory as well. Then, really is very high. I know, and I remember being like super high, having to return for a second chance, which, that didn't end up, that did happen, but it didn't end up being as good as I expected. But we'll get into that with time I came about here. But Beatrice was overall a great presence here. Again, Kid also has good moments. Katie was great as well. And Sierra obviously popping the standout this season. Well, I don't think she was stand out much in the pre-match. I think the more she goes on, she's been on the show, the more she does stand as a character, the more she stands out as a great presence and foil throughout the season. And of course, there's the whole thing when she voted her mom, which I will talk about. Then I got to returning players. The only one I'm really not found out of is Colton. I'm just going to away. Colton's really the only massive negative I can say about this season. like I pretty much love and enjoy pretty much everything else about Bluff was why I think this season definitely hold up well in the rewatch, but I enjoyed so much more, even though there were such Island duels I enjoyed. But Colton, thankfully he's only in like a few episodes, but yeah, it proved that he wasn't like a pick to play, honestly. As of course he was trying to actually change, but he only did it for like half a day, and then went back to his old ways, trying to cause mayhem, trying to cause chaos whenever it was just when everyone was like kumbaya, getting along. And he got so upset about it, he ended up really crying in the arena, and then he ended up quitting. But I don't think we ever seen Jeff as angry as he was while someone quitting. And it was even hinted that he might have actually faked his appendicitis in one world. Yeah, but in Clone's antics are real true negative thing about this season. I pretty much love everything else about this season, honestly, and the train plays, you have some fun moments. You know, you can't have another fun downfall on Blindside, and RSC definitely, well, had, he really showed a lot more personality this time around, and had also a fun downfall that was kind of felt shown since the very first episode. And Laura even had a fun moment that, of course, was here for her mom. We'll get into that. But she was actually good this time around. Also, I mentioned Hey Moms from Big Brother was also a great addition, and this was, I think, the first time we actually stood for Big Brother actually being on Survivor. Especially in former winner, honestly, and he definitely improved. Yeah, he'd be a good starter actually. I think he was on but on this, on a non-bluff as well season. I think he seemed to do pretty well actually. Honestly, I'm still hoping they do get him a return for him at some point, whether to be on here or on Big Brother. Like, that's kind of shocking as a return at this point, honestly. And there's Tina, who also has some great moments as well, some great character moments as well. And it was actually kind of surprised that she had to actually return from Nether Island. You got Jervis, again, from season 1, he ended up returning, and that just was a lot more fun and impressive. I actually remember him being, actually, and he's Jervis, I think, is one of those people that's always going to be a great character on any season he's a part of. And hell, I like Monica this time around, honestly. I think I remember not liking Monica. I remember being, like, increasingly frustrated by her not. I remember being, like, so incredibly frustrated by her not deciding to burn out Jervis and Tyson at the time, honestly. But, I never bugged me much this time around, honestly. So not the greatest character in the world, but I definitely didn't mind her. It's interesting that she, of course, her husband ended up getting game changes and he both ended up aging seconds, which is kind of hilarious. And then we have Tyson. Yeah, I probably mentioned this in my turkey cheese here for his films, but I remember not being the biggest fan of Tyson. I remember not really liking him at all, honestly, but I feel like the more I watched him and the more I think about it, the more I think he started to grow on me. And obviously with him actually, winning this season, this is easily his best run on the show, where he actually does a lot of the mistakes he made in give his villains and stuff machines, while he still shows that a little bit of cockiness. He keeps it a little more reserved, but he still gets that some really great lines, like the whole cooking up in this moment with him and Jervis, and the lines he with Jervis, which definitely makes him some really fun moments, and him obviously wanting to do this to not to redeem himself, but also for his girlfriend. It makes for that makes for a win. That is a little obvious, but definitely a win that's not very worthy and deserving, honestly. And again, the whole blood for what aspect makes for some really compelling moments. Again, we're seeing the group just obviously switch with boyfriend right away, and seeing other people's reactions to other ones and being so emotional about it. But Malcolm was a brand, and he didn't and can't be this, I guess. But it's some very emotional moments. Well, and also some fun moments, especially when we get some back for Brad Culpepper and Brad and the other people, honestly, and even trying to avoid Rachel so that Tyson could switch over, which is actually pretty impressive. Well, it failed. It was actually pretty impressive to him actually trying to attempt that. But of course, there are the two moments that people remember mostly from this season. Of course, is the most memorable one is that in fact that Sierra, and this is kind of one that made Sierra instantly a household name on Survivor, and not many of the ones really done on Survivor up to this point. The fact that Sierra actually, there's a point where basically Sierra ended up voting out her mom Laura. Like, I remember myself being like, holy shit, she voted out her mom. Yeah, that's really all that Sierra is really remembered for, honestly. And of course, what this done is a lot to remember with his personality, having good character moment. Like, it's a pretty emotional and just like wow moments, especially with how it's handled and everything. that again really adds to a lot of the whole blood versus water aspect as well. So yeah, impressive stuff. Impressive. Ding, ding, ding. And it was, of course, them actually bringing back the Purple Raw tiebreaker, the infamous one from season 4. I remember this being like super hyped up, honestly, and people eyeing up so much. And you tell me, and on your watch, and I remember, they're basically, Hayden and Kate are actually able to convince Sierra to actually fell with them, whereas then Sierra was actually on the bottom, and it led to a lot of crazy back and forth, and that's trying to get tasted. And it ended with Katie ended up getting the boot for drawing the rock. Which again, it's an incredible TV moments and so many crazy chaotic back and forth and so many fun character moments, even some fun confessionals as well. Like, just can't help it. That's an all-time great moment in my opinion. Again, something even more crazy than the also the Purple one we got in season 4, which is one during the time reading the time season 10. Like, it's a crazy moments. And it's crazy that they brought it like 23 seasons later, and it's still as shocking as it was back in season 4. Yeah, you get the season that's so many very good moments, so many fun blind sides, just the perfect star package too. They're even despite the fact that the cult that you still got that big blemish with the whole Colton aspect. Even then, I don't think that's enough to really like bring down the season, honestly. Just only like 2 or 3 episodes, and it's still kind of hilarious with how they handle him with Jeff being actually the angriest he's ever been on Survivor. So yeah, but it's one for me. Gets 10 out of 10. A great, fantastic season that I'm happy on the rewatch. It does hold up very, very well. Oh, I'm definitely this is honestly of all the seasons on this list, this is the one I was definitely excited to rewatch the most, honestly. Because this is one of those seasons that I was never the biggest fan upon watching it for the first time. I don't know why, honestly, but I feel it's a season that I definitely have grown to really appreciate a lot more the more I think about it. And honestly, spoiler, it honestly might be my favorite season of the show, period. And that's Survivor Kagiyan. Brains versus Brawn versus Beauty. And that season they basically end up having like 3 tribes, which, again, it's pretty weird to while 3 tribes are now like the thing to know about Survivor nowadays. Like, it's weird when they actually end up doing like very like moderately now. Like, oh yeah. Like another season basically got the brains, the brawn, and the beauty. Brains versus brawn versus beauty for a reason, and yeah, like I said before, Kageam is probably my favorite season of the show. I think when I did a ranking video where I ranked every season of Survivor, Big Brother, and Hell's Kitchen, I believe this season was actually number 1 on that list, honestly, so it should come as no surprise, but and again, finally, like I mentioned before, I really don't, like, I don't think I hate this. I think I still thought it was a good season, but I was never, like, truly high on the season. I was never like, oh my god, this is an incredible season, like what else, honestly, too. I didn't realize that was probably the exception of the season, because I don't think I ever looked at what the assumption and everything on Survivor until obviously I got to do YouTube. But Kageon is seeing that I thought it was good at the time, but I never really like was in love with it when it was airing, which is kind of, and honestly, I don't know why. Honestly, I generally do not know why. Honestly, I generally do not know why. Don't know why. I don't know if there was any reason. I don't know if it was a weird time in my life. I mean, it was 2014. I mean, it was 2014. That was definitely a weird time in my life. But yeah, I think like this season definitely. I've grown to so much more appreciate the more I think about it. And now this first time actually rewatching the season, I can even say this might be is my favorite part I've seen. Like, it is like this season signifies everything I love so much about Survivor. About the characters being human, about the characters, the gameplay, the crazy back and forth. And of course it gave birth to probably the biggest character that we have ever seen in Survivor, which I do have my stuff to say about him, but we'll get there. Yeah, let's start off with the brain stripe, which is was trying to handle being a disaster. The premiere itself is just fantastic, which was insane. Looking at David Sampson, who I don't know what. Looking at David. He was the president of the My Name Alon's Major League Baseball. And he definitely made himself known to be early in the first episode where he was in the captain, saying get back to his tribe, and was taking endgame already, which is like, really? Really? That was all his confidence kind of led to his downfall, him being blindsided in the first episode. Which of course, in the get to an episode, will be to see Garrett end up finding an idol. My idol, and thinking he was actually sick of that, and they see Jatia basically just pour out the rice and just act rice, and like, you think that she'd probably be an early boot, but somehow she ended up being saved over Garrett because of how just nonchalant he was, which is, again, still pretty hilarious. And yeah, and Jatia ended up being also an interesting character as well, who, it's great that she ended up making a lot she did, despite obviously, dumping all that rice in the first premiere, which is incredible TV. Then you got Tasha, who also becomes a great character, a great foil for the merge, especially when she won 3 immunities in a row. Then you got Spencer, who is honestly one of my favorite characters in History of Survivor. He definitely had one of the biggest underdog runs where he was like on the bottom so many times during the season, yet he somehow made it to the bottom 4, which is pretty impressive. Of course, he had a more interesting also run in Cambodia, but we'll get into that. Then we get to Chaos Cast. We had also a crazy, interesting run for her time on the show. Again, she was someone you never know what she was going to do or what to expect coming from Cass, and she has a kind of crazy mayhem. Had some fun back and forth between a lot of characters, especially with Trish and Tony. And he leads to some very interesting moments. Again, she's called Chaos Cast for a reason. She's called Chaos! She calls Chaos! Chaos. Chaos. Then we get to, and that's the main tribe, then we get to the Beauty Tribe, which, when all the most still great, probably not the least memorable of cast, but they're still great characters again. From Bryce, Alexis, Morgan, LJ, Jeffra, and Jeremiah, who I think are from finding out, trying to dust the least fighters in the game. Yeah, but all of them are great characters again. Morgan definitely had some fun character moments. LJ was good. Jeremiah was hilarious at times. Jeffra surprisingly has some good moments as well. Bryce was hilarious during his short time, and I know he's like a very popular mainstay in the community. And Alexis also had a pretty fun emotional run, which of course led to her being blindsided and having probably one of the most poignant emotional reactions at when Jake could throw it out. And then of course we get to the Bronze Tribe, which is probably the more memorable tribe on this season. Like you got Cliff Robinson, may he rest in peace, he did pass away. And he's definitely one of the better athletes to be on the show, honestly, at least in terms of gameplay, but that's kind of wanted to be a target, which to a fun blindside. And then get one of the weirdest quit in show's history in Lindsay, who definitely has fun moments, but after the blindside, she basically, the reason decided to quit was because she didn't want to like punch Trish lights out, because she was so furious about Trish, about obviously, being Trish and then blowing out Cliff. Again, she was like so afraid that she was so afraid she didn't want her kid to end up seeing her punching Trish lights out, which like just very weird reason, but and makes some interesting moments. And then of course we get to the famous Sarah Lacina, who of course ends up winning Game Changers in the future. He probably was one of the biggest job councils, probably the biggest job council in our history, which we'll get into. And of course, she ended up winning Game Changers, and then she was gonna win the war. And while Sarah has never been like the most engaged personality in the world, she still has some fun moments, and she still has some great gameplay moments too. I still do enjoy Sarah as a whole. Trish, of course, is a pretty underrated character. Like, it's shocking we never saw Trish play Sarah again. Cause I don't see how she would do on the modern season, or at least nowadays, honestly. Especially with season that doesn't have Tony. Again, many great character moments. Again, great foil with Tony. Great friendship she has with Tony. Has one of the most best Sherry speeches out there. I love Trish. Then we get to Will, who was one of the most fun characters on the board. Again, Tony plays with honor and integrity, which kind of led to his downfall. He brought out cast with Tony, but we'll get into that. But Wu was also a fun character, also has some fun back and forth in character moments throughout. And then we get to the man, the myth, the legend himself, and I have some stuff to say about him, and that is Tony Vlachos. Because again, I mentioned that Kakiana wasn't like a season I didn't really enjoy when it was airing. Honestly, I thought it was good, but I didn't really thought it was great. One of the reasons I reached out that was because of Tony. I don't know if it's because I was on a Russell hate train at the time, honestly, but I kind of compared him too much to Russell because it felt like he was playing the same game as him. I was like, oh, playing this type of game, game the Spy Shack. It's like he's definitely gonna lose. Obviously, he's kind of playing the same game, and now you won. I was like, wait, what? But he played the same game as Russell. Like, why did he win? Why did he win over Russell? When he played the same? Like, I'm confused. What? Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking at the time, honestly, but obviously as time goes on, I've definitely grown a more appreciation for Tony. He's definitely the favorite roster of my favorite Survivor player of all time. I am dead serious. So, though I'm pretty sure he plays for a lot of people, and honestly for good reason, because he is either one if not the biggest Survivor character of all time. I think he's probably one of the first true over-the-top winners of Survivor, so who plays the game in a more over-the-top way and is a crazy character in an over-the-top way. They can't help but just enjoy it, honestly, especially with the whole spy shack he does, with the whole spying that he ends up doing throughout the season, which makes for some pretty hilarious moments. He's the kind of moments, full character moments, a lot of the cast, like with Sarah, with Cops Russ, and Russ, his friendship with Trish, of course him going that whole llama talk thing with Cass, which is still pretty hilarious. And kind of like the back with Wu and Spencer and a lot of the other cast members throughout the season. Like, Tony's a crazy over-the-top character. You just can't help but love when he was on screen again. No one of those characters that probably won't be for everybody. Like, I feel like I always said a lot great characters, but some characters aren't just not for everybody. It's just everyone's taste. But Tony is definitely a top-tier character. He's probably my favorite Survivor character of all time. And you think about that, but he pretty much isn't. Like, in terms of character, he is definitely up there as a top-tier character. He has many hilarious moments. Like, he pretty much makes this season so great. And I'm pretty sure any season Tony's in, he's definitely going to be the star. Like, even though he was only on the premiere episode in Game Changers, he pretty much made that premiere so good. And what's still the most memorable thing about that season, which should really tell you something about that season, but we'll get into that time of Game Changers. And of course, the end of the King wins the war. And I definitely have a lot to say about that death, so I'll say that we get to win the war. But again, Tony is just the star of the season. Yeah, that season is just filled with so many iconic moments. Like the final 11 Trump Council is probably my favorite Trump Council in the show's history. Like, if you ask me what is my favorite Trump Council in the entirety of Survivor, I would say it's the final 11 Trump Council, the episode called Head of the Snake. And of course, it is probably the biggest season where the Springfield basically ends up being voted out, to where basically Sarah, it was like a 5-6 majority with Sarah being in the middle, and she said to not join her own allies, but she ended up being in a dominant position and just. So with that position, she basically ends up being too cocky about it, to where it ended up upsetting Cass, and then Cass ended up being the one that flipped, and it's got Tony and LJ playing idols on each other, that end up being wasted, which is pretty hilarious, and then someone gets voted, and you get like. Clap, 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 clap. Class, and then you guys supposed to say, Cass, shows it to win again. And don't slow down, like, you still get many, like, crazy character moments after that, and get some fun blindsides with LJ and Jeff are blindsides, and even the Morgan Joy episode still have the moments, even Natasha still has their moments. Trish wants a very sad one with Trish getting voted out, and her having kind of a bit of rivalry with Cass. Yeah, of course, the whole llama talk. Llama! Llama. And then Cass basically giving Trish the finger when she leaves. And of course, which all leads to a great finale where Cass ends up being the most impressive return to form, which she ends up being last in the challenge and somehow ends up still winning, which is impressive. And of course, you get the infamous one where basically Wu ends up winning final immunity, and basically he ends up finding out he knew he would win against Cass. Like even Cass knew that anyone, even Cass knew that, yeah, you will win against me. Rusev votes out Cass and brings Tony, which leads to an issue about Trump Council where he would just tear into Tony, but get to make jury speeches with Spencer basically saying you should all vote for Tony. And Trish basically tearing Tony a new one, which is I think it's definitely an easy top high jury speech and led to Tony winning. Do I definitely hate it at the time? I'm like, yes, Tony. Yeah, this season has so many great character moments, so many hilarious moments. A season I can put on any time and still enjoy. I feel like if I, it's definitely one of the few Fire seasons and it's definitely as far as season I would say I would recommend anyone to watch. Like definitely a season I would, if you were looking for my first time, I would recommend watching Kagiana. It's never seen that bonding great aspects on Survivor. And season that overall just has so many great character moments, so many great crowd councils and great back and forth. And season that just puts a big grin on my face throughout to where, again, like I said, it is part of my favorite Survivor season. It's an easy 10 out of 10, obviously. I absolutely adore Kagiana. It's hard to think about anyone consider Kagiana to be the favorite season, then what? I think the longest time I never thought was my favorite season. Well, I think Hero vs. Villains probably was, if I remember correctly. But Kagiana is definitely now probably my favorite season. And now we get to the second Blood vs. Water season, that is San Juan del Sur, which is definitely an interesting season for Survivor. It's definitely one of the seasons that definitely got a big negative reception when it was airing. But when time went on, people going back to the season like, oh, this is actually pretty good. Like, I would probably compare this season to Vanuatu, honestly, and also Survivor King Season 3. Teams that now had the best pre-merge, is that I think pre-merge is actually a bit worse than Vanuatu. When the merge really kicks in, it's honestly one of the best stretches of gameplay on the best episodes in Survivor history. Of course, season 5 is a little bit different than the Plus One, because obviously it's about new players. And it was actually originally going to have 20 castaways, like the first build of next season multi-part so was actually going to be, I believe, from a farm member correctly. Or a sister, I believe, but often they didn't happen. Obviously, they ended up dropping out, then because of the timing, they weren't able to get that. So, which about the first season that had about the biggest gender imbalance since Fire Fiji. And this season was also apparently going to have, with it to end, honestly, and to be honest, I'm kind of glad it's not too, honestly. And it's by the last time we saw Exile Islands. And of course, but of course, they still like had the duels honestly that happened. Where they had like before the swamp thing, actually had the loved ones and the facing against the actual loved ones, which led to definitely a lot of interesting stuff that happens honestly. And it could lead to some very emotional moments though. They were at the swap, which didn't make much sense, so they still kept Exile Island. But overall, again, so this was definitely an interesting season too. Again, the pre-merge this season was honestly not that great, honestly. Like, you think you get a pretty good cast, and I'll say some of these plays actually do like a lot more on the rewatch, actually. And some plays I thought would be just kind of just boring and blah. I actually end up really enjoying so much more, actually, not gonna lie. Always found me a lot more funny and a lot more character, at least in the merge. Again, the pre-merge is not much interesting. Like, you do get an overall pretty solid cast, honestly, though some of the pre-merge are not the most interesting. Like, interesting that in this season we had the first appearance of Kelly Wentworth, well, now she's obviously a Survivor legend. She was just kind of there in the season, only being caught by Drew Christie, who I'll definitely get into. And she ended up getting just thrown out. She's a nothing character, yet somehow got a return second chance. And while of course she's obviously now a Survivor legend, she was kind of nothing figure on this season. Aside from the thing with Drew Christie at Vote, which I'll get into. Then you also got Natalie and Nadia here on this season. I'll definitely get into those because they were no beat on the Amazing Race together. You got the Prince of Collins, Jimmy Collins, who's also known as Survivor legend, competing with wife Val. You got the legend of Keith Neal, making rest in peace, competing against the Sun West. You got Baylor, who's actually now a bit of a country singer nowadays, and Misty, Jacqueline John, Alec Drew, Reed, and Josh. and Kelly and Dale, and of course John Rocker, who I believe was actually a pretty controversial. I believe he was like a baseball player, if I remember correctly. I believe he was like a very controversial figure, if I remember correctly. Began competing against his girlfriend Julie at the time. I don't remember if the story again or not. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, they're pretty much not the greatest, honestly. Well, you do get like a fun now you can find out, honestly. You get Val kind of overplaying himself, and you know, I think that Val's the most interesting character, and John Rock is just not the most fun character to watch, especially we could kind of find with Natalie, honestly, which is infamous for all the wrong reasons. The Duke Christie episode, though, is fantastic. It is an incredible episode. And one of the best like downfall episodes of a player ever, where he pretty much just overplayed himself and tried to do too much at once, and tried to just do so much at once, and just kind of just burn himself, and it leads to some very hilarious moments. The other two episodes were after that, which is kind of just blah. Like even the first merge episode, not the greatest, mostly because it also led to a quit with Julie. And it's one of the only times when Jeff actually started to actually be sympathetic towards Quittis. But I think everything from episode 8 onwards is incredible. Like, I think Zero Sword has one of the best merges in Survivor history. I do think it has a pretty solid cast in general. Again, Nadia definitely had a fun episode. Again, Drew Christie, fun downfall. Val, John Rocker. Not the most interesting character, but John Rocker, yeah. Dale's fine, but Kelly Wentworth can. I find that Kelly Wentworth, again, is now a Survivor legend. Is that what's kind of nothing very on this season, which was interesting to remember. And Julie was also fine, honestly. And Josh was a great character, and he, along with Jeremy, definitely had really great edits, which leads to the downfalls being more surprising. Was I actually enjoyed a little more this time around, actually, because he got a little funny one-liners in the merge, actually, that actually made me like him a little bit more. Same with Alec as well. Reed was a good foil, had a little fun thing with Missy. John had a really epic downfall where he was actually a heroic figure, but ended up becoming a villain. Baylor actually had a moment. He is a fantastic character. Stick to the plan! You know, Missy was great. Jacqueline I actually still enjoyed, and then got the winner, Natalie Anderson, who was again, she and her sister Natalie for enough to compete on the Amazing Race. You know, the American Queen of Natalie has probably one of the best stretches of gameplay in Survivor history. So pretty much, it's funny, Natalie never really like stood out much. Well, say she didn't have her moments in the merge, in the pre-jury and the merge. It wasn't until the Jimmy blindside to where she really started again. Like I said, everything from the final onward, basically, it was kind of like a back and forth battle between Josh and Jeremy. Jeremy, I think, the ones that got the most consistent edits up to this point. Then Josh ended up being just this boom. The first member of the jury to think, Jimmy's the truant. And then he ends up getting blindsided. You're like, eh? Most there are players that have the most consistent edits up to this point to see like the winner edit material. And again, I do love Josh, and also I do love Jeremy, honestly. I was going to be interested to see what this battle was going to be like. And the fact they ended up getting voted back to back was pretty shocking. And of course, this led to Natalie basically trying to sink her revenge onto John for obviously being the one, but of course she did very sneakily. And of course, you got the epic like final night episode. This is where it built trust, but basically there was like so much back and forth, honestly, and they were trying to block on John. And the plan actually was going through, but then Reed decided to make it too much and everything, and then which confused Keith, and then he's like, I said we stick to the plan, which is one of the most hilarious moments in the show's history. Which led to now to convince John to play his idol, and then Keith plays his idol, and then his son West ended up getting voted out. That was a crazy tribal council. Crazy. And then we're also going to get to a fun Reva next episode, and the last time we saw that, and this was the last time we saw this Touch Acceptance challenge, honestly, to where they kind of like broke that challenge, which, you know, Jeff seemed very pissed off about that, so, yeah. But you like a fun Reva, again, John being kind of an asshole. So in his work, and then you basically have John winning Maniac episode, and then now you play an impressive move, basically she ended up voting out Alec, because she really needed Keith. And then she was like, wait, the player wasn't the vote of Alec? I thought it was Keith. Wait, the player wasn't the vote of Keith? I thought we were voting for Alec. And she did that pretty impressively, honestly. Like, really impressive work. Genuinely impressive. And it leads to the host John being John and everything, and it leads to a epic John blindside where Natalie basically got what she wanted. And has what is probably the biggest revenge, the best revenge arc in the show's history, the best use of using your revenge as a storyline. They use that pretty incredibly here. And you still get a pretty great finale in general. We still get Natalie being Natalie, we're getting her keep winning immunity, and then basically she actually finally played her idol, actually used it on Jacqueline, John's girlfriend, I believe they're still together if I remember correctly. Again, correct me if I'm wrong here. Which actually used on Jacqueline, and you think, oh, it's gonna be Misty after because of her broken leg last episode. But no. And to be Baylor, I might be shocked by that, oh wow. And then you get a fun key fun out, the fun Tribal Council, you get one of the most fun jury speeches to read, and then Natalie winning by 5-1 votes. Again, amazing rounds of gameplay. Again, the merge is just amazing episode after amazing episode, shocking moment after shocking moment, blindside after blindside. You get so many standout, incredible moments in this merge episode. So the moments I remember being so shocked, holy shit, wow, wow. Those get some fun challenge moments, some really fun character moments as well. And also one instance where actually 3 people actually started to give up their win to other people. Also in some great storylines with the whole Natalie thing, being with Jacqueline, and her relationship with John, her not being able to conceive. I believe that she's able to remember correctly. If I can correct me wrong on that. And you guys just really great characters, and characters that didn't end up staying out in the pre-merge, and I'm actually staying a lot more in the merge, like with Wes and Alec, especially Reed. And even Jacqueline stayed out a lot more actually, and I especially like Misty a lot more this time around. I think my appreciation for Natalie has definitely gone up a bit on this rewatch. I've always loved Natalie, but after seeing how much she went through this season and everything, it makes her think Hawaii very high. Again, Hawaii's War Games is another story, which we'll have to get into, but this consider Natalie is an incredible player. Just one of the biggest stretches of great move after great move out of anyone in Survivor history. And that's pretty much all I gotta say about Stay on Death Row, honestly. That's pretty much all I gotta say about the season. Project has a bit of a worse pre-merge than Rewatch did, and the reason I'm saying that because they're kind of similar with their seasons that don't really have the greatest pre-merge, but more there's a halfway similar pre-merges in terms of not having the most interesting cast, players that get voted out, except for a few exceptions, and not much interesting around the gameplay, and kind of feel a little bit stagnant at points. But it's really when the merge is when season really kicks in, honestly. And also, despite that, I would say this season actually a little bit better, honestly, to where I think obviously has more incredible moments. So I think I definitely got a bit up on this season, honestly, to why I won't call it a top tier season. It has some of the best rounds and best moments of gameplay out of any Survivor season. That's why I'm giving Stay on This for a 9.25 out of 10. And now we get to the 30th season of Survivor. Survivor Worlds Apart, white collar versus blue collar versus no collar. I just remember Jeff Probst actually hyping the hell up at this season. Like hyping things being the 30th season. This is one of the best seasons of the show. This is an incredible cast, amazing season, and one of the best winners of all time. I really remember being in the hype of this season. The cast seemed pretty promising again. It seemed like a very interesting cast. Got another season that has 3 tribes, which is the norm. It's interesting to actually see 3 tribes. And the cast seemed like it was going to be a really big one with some really characters, and at the end, I remember the hype of this season, and honestly, even though I was watching these others airing, I was pretty let down by the season, honestly. I was always so frustrated and confused and But, and unfortunately, after we watch, that pretty much has stayed the same. In fact, if you might please, actually dropped a little more on a rewatch. That's why I don't think this is a true bottom tier season, not like Thailand or the Dark Era bottom tier. It's probably around. It's probably above that era, honestly. It's not a terrible season. But I do think there are some praiseworthy elements of the season, like, and everything. Like, unfortunately, this season just ended up becoming kind of a slog. I think a lot of the characters just become pretty annoying, pretty frustrating. I mean, you do get a lot of the sexist stuff that happens in this season that, again, I'm not really particularly a fan of. So, yeah. So, there's definitely a lot of positives to say about this season. Unfortunately, this season that overall, I just didn't really enjoy on the rewatch. And of course, there are some personal stuff happening season that does make me like not in the season. So, yeah. And obviously, I don't like this season. Obviously, I mean, I'm not like a bomb this season, but one like it does have a pretty solid premiere. I'll give it that. We do get some very interesting dynamics as well. We do get some good stand-up moments, like of course following the win the mic. But again, there's definitely some solid play. Again, Finn's had a pretty fun downfall in this 2-episode run. Yeah, well, not being an interesting character, I kind of felt bad for most of the time on this season. There's also waiting for to see Joe, who basically ends up returning next season, also returning in Edge of Extinction. And he was fine. Like, I think Joe's one of those players that you have to be watching this season. I think he's just a fine player and a fine character. Where he can't have his standout moments. He's just not the most interesting character and player, and that's what I can always say about Joe and pretty much all his stars on the show. And I'm sure not the only one thinks that either. She's actually married to Sierra this season, and then they have a kid together, which is interesting. And Sierra also defined the most interesting character. In fact, a lot of people just frustrated by her gameplay. And then Jen, who was I think is a fantastic character. Again, kind of shocking to not actually see her make a return, honestly, but she was just a fun character, amazing presence, just had so many great one-liners, so many great laugh out loud moments. It just, honestly, I actually liked it a lot more on this rewatch, actually. And I also think with Shireen, to watch a man come across as very annoying, pretty much, I think the murders were just started to come into her own. I think especially at the whole, she has a will, which I don't get into. I also like Rodney, I probably enjoyed a bit more on this rewatch, though I still don't like him. Helen, I also really enjoyed on this rewatch. And then we got the winner himself, Mike Howard, who again, Jeff Probst really hypes one of the best winners of just history, and in some ways he's not wrong on that, honestly, too. He had probably one of the biggest underdog runs in the show, but he was definitely in a great spot throughout the first half of the game. And then there's Isn't Having the Auction, which is also the last time we actually saw the auction. This is also the last time we see the auction till obviously S1-45. Basically, long story short, there ended up being an incident where Mike ended up backing out of a deal they made with the other players, which he didn't end up like going back on, but that kind of made him pretty much a social pariah up to that point, where basically he ended up winning out. Basically, he won the next 5 media challenges, and then what he didn't win, he basically had out for it. So yeah, Mike definitely had a definition of underdog run, and makes the win actually pretty satisfying, actually. So one of my best gameplay in the world, Mike's also still a pretty likable player, to where you actually are, like, he's probably one of the only likable players on this cast, honestly, because, yeah, most of these casts is pretty unlikable, honestly. Or either unlikable, or just kind of forgettable, honestly. Like, again, So had a weird, So was a first weird that they keep trying to bring back, honestly, after this season, and she's just kind of fine. Lindsay was there, Max was there, Joaquin was there, Kelly was just, I mean, she was impressive gameplay, but, I mean, ridiculous, but I don't have much to say about her on her relationship with Mike. And Haley was kind of fine. And I kind of liked a bit less action in this rewatch. Well, again, Tyler was just down there. Dan, like, while some people may actually like him as a character, I just can't. I'm sorry, I just can't like Dan on this season. I really don't like Dan. Same with Rodney, same with Sierra. And Will was someone that I actually really liked in the pre-merch. But I think after the whole thing he did to Shireen in the final 9, I think it's when his edit pretty much just dropped. And when his likability really started to basically, there was also an incident actually where basically they thought Will was smuggling food when he actually got food, had to share it. Then he basically just blew up at Shireen for no reason, saying no one likes you. I bet no one told Missy right now. Like, he was pretty much personally attacking Shireen. Like, Jesus. Like, that's still one of the worst moments of history. That alone kind of raised season down, honestly. And also, overall, I don't really have much else to say about the season, honestly. Like, again, most of the cast is pretty forgettable and likable. Yeah, Mike is a great underdog winner. Dale definitely was a fun character moment here and there. Again, Jen's a fun character. Vince was a great early pretty much boots. There was a lot of really funny like moments in this season, but again, Mike's underdog run is also pretty impressive. But as a whole, Winter War is just not that great of a season. I did a bit more than I wanted to give it, honestly, so in the end, I'm just going to give it a 3.5 out of 10. Now I'm going to get to an interesting season to talk about. Everyone, I wasn't sure how I was going to feel upon a rewatch, honestly. And this is part of the definition of just a simple, solid season of the show that has a pretty lackluster ending to it, and that is Survivor Heroes versus Healers versus Hustlers. And a really interesting time, honestly, but obviously, heroes means courage, healers mean compassion, and hustlers mean tenacity. Definitely an odd title, honestly, for a season, but at the same time, I'm not really complaining. So, yeah. So I wasn't sure, again, seeing how this ends, I wasn't sure how I was going to feel on how to rewatch, but again, it's a simply solid season. To be honest, aside from what happens, I don't really have a lot to really say about the season, to be honest. What you did do have some awesome great characters here and some great players, and there definitely have some good moments throughout the season. And you got overall solid cast with some pretty underrated players and some kind of forgettable ones I just don't like. Like you got the Heroes Tribe, which consists of Karina, who was kind of a forgettable first boot, Alan Ball, who had a crazy premiere and a crazy blindside, JP, someone that was actually doing well in the first few episodes, but then screen time just dropped, where he's probably one of the most purple players in Survivor history. Ashley, who has some great character moments and some great presence throughout. Then you got Chrissy, who I actually like Chrissy a lot more this time around. Actually, I think I used to not be a big fan of her, but I did enjoy it a bit more, even though I think she gets a bit too personal at times, especially the final 7 and everything, so I think kind of doubtful, but she was definitely a character, so that she was seemed to be very heroic, but then went to become a traitor villain. And then we get to win himself, Ben, who, yeah, I'll say about how he won later on, so yeah, I didn't get to actual healers. We got Rourke, who was definitely an unforgettable early boots. Jessica was definitely a good presence throughout the pretty much and had an epic downfall. Dizzy was fine, Cole was there, Joe pretty much obviously had Tony parody and ripoff, but he still has some fun moments. And Mike was a really good underdog throughout the season. Then we get to the hustlers themselves, where we got Simone and Patrick that were fun early boots. Alec kind of got a little bit screwed over, and it was definitely a fun presence throughout the pre-merge. Lauren, great character. Devin, I fucking love Devin, one of the most likable people to be on Survivor. And Ryan having a great arc and just being a fun presence, a fun and nerdy archetype that you just can't help but love and enjoy. And that's kind of shame he ended up winning, honestly, but he was definitely great. Right, but you do get some crazy fun moments, like, I think a lot of the moments kind of about Ben, like, he has some pretty emotional moments in the portion of the season involving, PTSD for being in the Marines. And we do get fun like Work and Alec blindsides, again, Jessica was downfall. Get JP getting blindsided as well, especially together. His blindside was pretty fun. And it does get some pretty famous fun stuff with the Bens and the Ben bombs, where he plays idol after idol, and Mike Baser just throwing away an idol. And upon the first instance was all votes got negated and the one vote only counted when it comes to obviously idols. It got interesting where Ashley blind vote out, and then the whole matchup council where Ben ended up playing another Ben bomb, la la la. Which was that Devin just placed a random vote on Mike, which ended up saving him. And yeah, we better talk about the big elephant in the room in this season, and the one that does kind of sour up this season a bit. And that is, of course, the fact with this one season that brought the Final Four forced fire making twist, which is now from the studios out of the US. Pretty much that's the season. And I will say this: I am okay with the twist now. Like I was saying, I am perfectly fine. I'm perfectly okay with the twist now. Anyway, it can lead to actually some pretty interesting moments, and it can actually inspire a lot of people to actually try to learn how to do fire. So I definitely don't mind the twist at hand, where basically instead of winning immunity, because honestly there was an original that Ben obviously would have gotten voted out because he was playing a really great game actually. Someone actually was a great social player, was a great person, had some pretty great screen time. But I didn't have to find out all the way when you got complicated both sides. His game very much just went downhill. It went downhill when he had final idols and everything, and in a normal season that probably we lost immunity and you think, oh, he's just going to not be right out. He's just going to be the latest fallen angel. But basically the winner actually ends up having to save someone and have the other two go to the fire a fire making challenge. Now again, I'm okay, I'm fine with Twist now, honestly, and I know people really hate Twist. I think some people still hate it now, honestly, and it caused a lot of controversy. And honestly, controversy is warranted. I think the big problem I have with Twist, how this season just comes freaking out of nowhere. They never hit that at all. They never hit that was going to be any major big twist in this season. I mean, I don't know because I kind of know, but you think it was going to be just like a vantage or maybe like a grand member of the jury or something. Didn't think it was going to be something like this. Yeah, it still pretty much comes out of nowhere. Even knowledge, it still pretty much comes out of nowhere. You're like, huh? Huh? What? I'm confused. Even I was confused, honestly. Of course, it led to Ben ending up winning the season, which did make his win be very controversial, because, like, oh, he did not end up deserving it. And honestly, this is one of the cases where I can see where they're coming from. Again, I'm okay with Ben winning, obviously. I like Ben, honestly. I think he's, aside from this whole fire make, I think he gets a bit too much hate, honestly. But, I don't know. I can never see what's coming from in terms of the, obviously, how he got and the craziness and the fire making twist. But yeah, again, I can never see the hatred, honestly. It does bring the season definitely down, honestly. Actually, I think I was probably on like 8.5 on this season when I first watched it, but I think the whole thing kind of dropped down a bit, honestly. Still leads to a very underwhelming finale, where it's a lot of craziness in terms of the mic out. But then, and I'll say this more just give my stays on that moment, because again, I'm probably fine with it now, honestly. I'm actually okay with it, actually. I can really see why they want to do it. I think it's more the fact that it kind of just came out of nowhere, that just, there's a lot of people, and honestly, it is understandable. Surely, it is definitely understandable. There's one controversy that definitely is understandable. So yeah, that's pretty much all I can say about the season, honestly. I don't have much to say. I think it is a solid season as a whole. Doesn't have like too much memorability. Aside from that, for me, it gets a 7 out of 10. I'm going from a solid season to what is arguably one of the most disappointing seasons in the show's history. Survivor Goes Silent. Well, yeah, a season that I actually remember just being okay with, but I think I kind of gone down on it a little bit on this rewatch, to where I don't think it's a terrible season. Goes down season, unfortunately, it's just not that great of a season if you really think about it. And it's fortunate because it did have a really interesting concept to it. I mean, it's the concept of Ghost Island, which is basically kind of like still an Exile Island, where the island is basically decorated by mementos and props from the previous seasons, basically emphasizing like past mistakes. And are you able to learn from the past mistakes of former Survivor players? Which again, I think is an I think it's an excellent concept. I think it's a great concept for a season, actually. And I think there's some very interesting moments, actually, and it's a pretty interesting gameplay at the points, but or could have, honestly, the fact that this season wasn't so Nvidia strong, which is kind of me in this season, that I try to end up being that's just Nvidia strong, which, yeah, well, we've seen the type of stuff before in the season. It was kind of more apparent, and fortunately, the results end up not being that great, and yeah. Again, I don't think it goes down to bad spending means, honestly. There's definitely also still good moments in this season. Honestly, that way I don't really have a lot to really say aside from the grand moments for this season. I get the whole Jacob Dorn burnout, which is basically one of the biggest blowouts in any person in any premiere, which is fantastic television to watch. The Morgan Blindside is great in general. Again, the whole rivalry between Chris Noble, again, It's also a season I don't have much to say about the actual cast in general, because it's definitely one of the most underrated casts in the show's history. Honestly, like I said, Gonzalez, who is a pretty okay first book, and Jacob Dylan was an excellent flameout. Probably the biggest, pretty much flameout in the show's history. Morgan had a fun run and a fun blind side. Brent and Stephanie would seem like good players, but they would end up getting swap screwed. James was fine. Bradley was actually solid. Chris Noble was a fun antagonist with Dominic, and he definitely had some great moments. Of course, he got the iconic rap moment in the Ponderosa video, which is probably the best Ponderosa video ever, honestly. Libby was there, Desiree was there, Jenna was there, Mike Uga was okay. Chelsea, again, one of the most underrated players in the show's history. Helen was okay, Sebastian was there, Angela was there. Donovan was pretty good, honestly. And Laura was good, honestly, but of course, it's not one of those seasons that's dominated by two certain players, and there's people there have so much focus on them that everyone else just kind of falls to the wayside with Dominic and Wendell, who basically like hardly any adversity throughout the season. While most of the closing the vote out, they pretty much just go reach the final two together, which of course does lead to the epic Final Trap Council, which is point where season one remembered for, honestly, being the first instance where there actually was a tie in Final Trap. But like, I remember the shock reaction I actually had, like, a tie vote? Like, wow. It's about time. But Dominic got 5 votes, and Wendell got 5 votes. And then Lola basically was deciding votes, and she had to vote for Wendell because Wendell didn't want to have connection. The mob does probably not think that I think they should have Dominic, who was probably the more better game player. In the end, I'm okay with that. In the end, I'm actually okay with Wendell winning on, so I'm fine with that. I am perfectly okay with it. But Wendell and Dominic are still great players, they're still great characters, they still have many great moments, one of the best duos in the show's history. So I definitely have no complaints with them, honestly. It's just, again, it's kind of like also a situation where they take up so much screen time that they end up kind of getting a lot of their episodes of screen time. Somebody you don't really get to know much or think about much, honestly, like Angela or Sebastian or Chelsea. Like, who are these people? Like, this episode actually had a great premiere episode, a pretty solid merge episode, where you get two great confessionals with Dom saying, Chris Noble! It's been 30 days. See you on the last night, bro. And then went up basically trying to do a little bit of rap in his verse, which is kind of hilarious. As it's not for yourself. And the premiere is also okay, honestly. I would say it's only the type vote, honestly, that makes it memorable. I'm not really huge on everything else in the finale, honestly. And that's pretty much all I can see what goes down, honestly. It's a very underwhelming season that has a great concept, Ghost Island, but has one of the most underrated casts in show's history. It has a great final 2, an epic vote at the Final Tribal Council with the tie votes, a great premiere, and a great merge episode. But everything else is just kind of there, honestly, just kind of blah. And that's the way it's great. It's just a blah season. So, I'm going to give Ghost Island a 4.5 out of 10. Now we go for a few underwhelming seasons. This was arguably the best modern season in show's history, and still honestly is, for being honest. That is David vs. Goliath, which, I'm just getting out of the way, I adore this season. This season is probably my top 3 seasons of Survivor, period. I am dead serious. Like, honestly, I'm debating with this season and counting down as my favorite season of Survivor, period. I am dead goddamn serious on that. This is just incredible from top to bottom. No slow points at any point in the season. Just crazy, crazy moment after crazy moment. Crazy blindside, crazy blindside. Vote out after vote out. Like, it's one of the scenes where the gift just keeps on giving. We already have one of the best casts in the show's history. Like, they're barely probably the best modern cast that we have gotten in Survivor. Where no one feels under-edited in this season. You get all 10 great characters, great pre-merge or post-merge. And it's concept of David versus Goliath, which I think is an interesting season because you got the Davids who are the underdogs, the Goliaths who are the overachievers. Honestly, it's a great concept actually for a team actually. And they do play their team pretty well actually. it's one of these where both tribes really do have great on screen time, and everyone does pretty well with the time on the show. Like at the first, technically the first being Pat, who actually got medically evacuated. It was someone that seemed to be domineering, but seemed to still be loved by his tribe, and I had a fortunate instant that, you know. Then we got Jessica, who's probably my least favorite, but still has some fun moments and has a fun blind side. Jeremy had a pretty fun downfall. Jeremy had a pretty crazy and fun downfall, had some pretty little fun moments, especially with his back and forth with Natalie. Then we got B, who also has fun moments, who unfortunately ended up winning because she ended up having an ankle injury and didn't want to end up ruining her career as an athlete. I think she was an MMA fighter, if I remember correctly. Then we got Natalia, who is probably the biggest example of paranoia yourselves out of the game. She's definitely one of the biggest examples of being so paranoid and so like, I need reassurance, I need reassurance, I need reassurance, I need reassurance! That she paranoid herself out of the game, but basically, I was like, oh, screw it, I'm just gonna vote you out. I can't actually say that, but that's kind of what happened. And her reaction was just like, oh my god. Then we get to Natalie Cole, who, oh my god, top tier pretty much characters. So many one-liners, so many crazy, credible moments like it. I never actually appreciated Natalie on the season when I first watched it, but I don't know why I didn't, because she is great. Like, again, it's fortunate she ended up getting burned out as she did, because I would love to see more of these great confessionals of Natalie. And Lisa was great as well. Elizabeth had some fun moments. John Hannigan, who I believe is also a wrestler, also was surprisingly one of the best celebrities that we have gotten, and that also had an epic blind side. Dan had a great run throughout the season, had great back and forth, being kind of heroic at times, but also kind of a villain and a douchebag, especially the last couple of his last Trump councils, and him getting nullified out of the game. Alec actually someone that could have been boring, but actually ended up becoming a good presence throughout the season. Carl, the Godfather, bing! Hilarious and also epic downfall. Gabby, someone that ends up being a lot, kind of an emotional player, but it's one of the emotional players I actually enjoy on this season, where I actually do get a lot more Gabby on this season, especially on the rewatch. Christian, favorite player on the season, also a great character. So many critical lines, so many amazing moments coming Christian. Like that final 10 media challenge we ended after winning, where he basically just like talks and yammers on about a lot of stuff. Like people still want an unedited version of that challenge to this day, and for good reason, because it is hilarious and one of the best challenge moments in the show's history. David, also all-time great character and great character moments. Allison was also great. Kara has great moments. You also got an all-time great character, Angelina, who might be who went like up on a rewatch. Tuoya, she can't be annoying in the fact that she is a terrible player. Like she's one of the players I think she's doing like so great, and things that's very little she has to keep throwing in your face. Like this is one of the final 9 where basically I think what's final 9? Yeah, I think it's final 9 where basically they were kind of being low on rice, no food, and then she wants to negotiate to Jeff about it, and then she ends up actually succeeding with that actually by also a challenge, and then she basically like threw that in people's faces, especially if I got Trump council, was like, that is why I should win. It's also like there's like so many incredible character moments, like the whole Jackie Kate incidents with Natalie, her being just too over domineering and everything, which honestly is surprised she didn't actually make it to the end, actually, but again, they probably knew she wasn't going to win. Of course, the whole thing was she had to climb a ladder to get an idol, tried to fake that she fell, give Alice a fake idol to humiliate her. Like this, it's probably one thing to talk about. He's definitely one of the stars of the season. Definitely not a person that's not going to be everybody, but again, I definitely like as a character so much more on the rewatch. And then we got Mike White, who, of course, for those of you who don't know, he's a famous like actor and writer. Honestly, I think he's on The Amazing Race a couple times. He's always been in a lot of movies in terms of actor, in terms of writing. So I'm definitely familiar with Mike White. Honestly, he's probably one of the best run-ups that we have gotten on this season, where he's a great player, very likable, very charming, actually plays games in a very innovative way. And he's just a great presence throughout. Definitely one of the best run-ups as a game that we have gotten, but I feel like he's one of the players that's always going to be a great presence on anything he's done, honestly. And honestly, if he do, I wouldn't mind seeing him again on Big Brother. And then we get to Nick Wilson, who apparently got a controversy recently, or has people had not liked him, but wait till you get Oh, that's what happened. Yeah, I'm only judging him based on how he went on this season, honestly. Yeah, yeah. But on this season, I like Nick. I like Nick, honestly. He was definitely great on this season. He was a great underdog one. It's kind of hilarious that he actually was close to being the first one voted out. But then Pat ended up evacuated, and then he ended up saving himself. Which honestly is pretty hilarious if you really think about it. But he got a really great run, honestly. Has some really good bonds with Angelina and Mike. And even some other players throughout the season. And he was just a great presence again. Not obviously condoning what he has done that made him a very controversial person nowadays. Like, I don't really want to, then honestly, I rarely look at that stuff, honestly, but I'm more judging based on this season, and he was a great presence. And I would win, honestly. I mean, I would put Mike, honestly, but I think for this type of season, it made sense. It definitely made sense. But yeah, this season is filled with so many iconic moments after iconic moments. Like, some of the most craziest moments in the show's history come from this season. Easily, like, got like Natalie Cole being Natalie Cole for her two confessionals, like her confessional. She was like, "I know that brother sister love. Show me love this the Natalie name punctuation." And by the way, his kid is gorgeous, Don. She would say it's a negative that's to end with compliments. Like, I wish you got to see more of that this season. They got, like, again, Natalia, pretty much parent, who was still out of the game, but basically she's on track with Kara, Elizabeth, Davey, and Alec. Again, basically a great client majority. So we think that would actually be easy. But then about to see that Kara and Elizabeth bond, she gets so worried about that, and then gets super reassuring and super domineering, and then Alec is just so annoyed, she just butts her out. But again, it's pretty hilarious. They got the whole jacket incident. Basically, Angelina wants to burn Natalie, but also wants her jacket. So she says that for Lisa, thinking that, hey, I forgive you. Natalie, can I have your jacket? Natalie? Natalie? Can I have your jacket? Natalie? That moment is just so goddamn hilarious. Oh my god, that moment is just top tier Survivor. And the perfect definition of a great character moment. Then you got Angelina basically kind of just blowing her game at the whole Elizabeth Shop Council. And you got arguably two of the biggest blindsides in the show's history. John Hank wanted more so to be the most shocking, because I remember being like, John of all people? Because it never showed to be a target. So basically they had David played out of Christian, they gained 7 votes. Dan played out of Angelina, gained 2 votes. So he think it was probably going to be like a no vote Shop Council or something. Then John's like, I was like, what? Like, I remember John being on the floor on this blind side. That really happens in blind sides, but when that happens, you know they do a great job in terms of editing. It's like, holy shit, that moment is fucking insane. And this is also a season that actually introduced the I Don't Know file, which I think has always been introduced a couple other times. Thank God on that. So while it's definitely not the greatest twist in the world, it does make for great TV. But basically, Carl found it and then used it on Dan to do the games idol. But again, it was hilarious to watch. Hilarious. Again, you got the whole, like I said, the final 10 challenge where basically it was between Alec and Christian. And then basically Christian was going on and on and on and on and on and on. For like almost 4 or 5 hours, no joke. And then he ended up winning. Then he got called basically thinking he played so great in the competition. It's like, I'm the Godfather. I'm gonna do whatever I want. We're gonna vote Allison, but tell me how to vote Angela because I know she's not Alex Allison. I know she'll make a fit about it. I always said, but that's basically what happens. Which led to some very great moments, like epic call blindside. You got Gabby actually wanting to vote out Christian. Of course, it's ally, but by relation with those people, one of the best on the era. Which led to her vote out when Christian played his idol. And then you got Nick basically play his hand and everything in the Christian episode, and then basically Angelina voting at Davey. You get still a lot of crazy back and forth in this season. And you got Angelina basically thinking that what she did with humiliating Allison and humiliating Allison is like good gameplay, which is just fucking hilarious. But yeah. Again, David Slav, fantastic season, incredible season, great characters. Easily the best season of the modern era, and still is. I don't think that any modern season is ever going to top this season in terms of the great moments and the great characters. Yeah, it's an easy 11 out of 10 in my top 3. Then we get to one of the more interesting seasons on this list, interesting seasons on Survivor. That is Edge of Extinction. Edge of Extinction. Extra not double bottles. But anyway, one of the more interesting seasons, mostly because of the whole, obviously, the whole Edge of Extinction aspect of this season, which, oh boy. Yeah, let's talk about the Elephant Room, then just get into this really Edge of Extinction, which in reality is basically kind of like a different version of Redemption Island. Instead of just duels, it has people just living and just, it has people just, living on the island, just struggling, like, it's basically a vision on how far will you go to get a chance to return to the game. And basically, there's like any point, any time, someone can actually raise sail and just leave. And again, still in Desert Island, I think Edge Station is definitely a good concept. I would say as a whole, it's fine. It's perfectly fine, honestly. I definitely what I'm doing. It's basically people who get voted out based on option to also go to the actual Edge of Extinction. But basically, there's an abandoned beach with a few enemies and the main island and everything. And it just shows like how far we're basically it'll go to return to the game. And there's definitely a lot of things to explore in the challenge, which lets some people apparently have to give advantages and stuff to other players, which is definitely weird, unfortunately, but yeah, it is what it is. Or is it? I think it's more how it's shown, how it's structured. It could have been so much better, honestly. It definitely is definitely much better in Wars of War, honestly. I think the problem with legislation is the fact that obviously the free jury is still able to remain and have a chance, which, yeah, I won't get into that. But we'll get into that. But it does give a lot, like, early boots, like, a lot more screen time, obviously, so that's the only really thing you can say that. Now, you get pretty much cash. We actually do have 4 returning players this time around. But they brought back Aubrey from Calron Game Changers, Joe from Worlds Apart in Cambodia, Kelly Wentworth from Sail Nestor in Cambodia, and David Wright from Life is Genix. Probably the only person that actually was playing a second time, while the others is their third time. And it's probably the only returning player season where actually non-returning players basically end up making it to the end, which is definitely a first actually I was surprised by. But it just proves these are very solid game players, and you do get a lot of crazy gameplay throughout this season. For sure. And the 3 players are definitely a great addition. Again, this probably is most. Again, Aubrey and Joe, though, they were just kind of there, honestly. They didn't really end up doing much. Like, Joe especially was just kind of there. He didn't really have much screen time throughout the season. And this probably didn't improve anything no matter what season Joe's not. I think the first instance he's vulnerable, he's going to get voted out, and this season kind of proves that. Yeah, David was definitely great. The Kelly one was also fantastic and has a free blind side throughout season, and I'd be like, no! When this is I like Kelly Wentworth. But you do get also a pretty interesting cast. They got the first boot in Reem, who is a fantastic character throughout, great presence throughout. Keith was a fun second boot. Wendy was a crazy cool character that I love. I seem to love this type of characters on the show, honestly. Eric was there. Julia's probably one of the most purple people on the show, honestly. War Dog was honestly fine, honestly. No matter I wouldn't like his type of players, but he just kind of does it a few times, but he definitely was a fun presence. Ron was pretty good as well. I actually liked Block a lot more on Rewatch. Aurora I liked a lot less, was because I think she's a lot less relevant than I remember her being actually. Then we get to Victoria. I think is a fantastic player that ended up getting screwed over by the Edge, as one of the players that ended up getting screwed over by the Edge, which I'll get into. But she was a great gameplay and presence throughout. Same with Lauren, I also love Lauren as well. She's definitely one of my favorite modern female players. And then we get to Rick Devens, who, again, Rick Devens is probably one of the more divisive players in recent memory, mostly because of the huge amount of screen time he has gotten after the returning players leave, honestly. He was also the first person that actually returned from the Edge Extinction to get voted out, and was probably the big final boss of this season, and actually would have won if me too. Like, it could have been like Ben situation and everything. No, it wasn't for the Edge, he probably would have, honestly. But I like Rick, honestly. He's a great character. He makes those very hilarious moments. I can definitely understand why people will get sick of him at a certain point, but I don't know. No complaints. Julie was also kind of dead, honestly. I didn't really get much for her, honestly. I don't know why, honestly, but I never did. Gavin was a lot more under-edited than I actually remember him being, and suddenly he was actually close to being a winner. It was actually pretty surprising, actually. Actually, how he had to be, but I still like Gavin. Then we get to the winner himself, Chris Underwood, who was voted out third, came back day 35, and somehow won. Talk about a clusterfuck. Like, talk about a definition of a clusterfuck. Like, yeah, that's kind of what makes the season so interesting, honestly. It's the fact, obviously, that third boot ended up making it to the end. They end up returning, and they end up winning. And honestly, we watched my pick Chris Underwood as a character. Didn't really change. I think he's kind of just a boring character. Hell, I thought he stood out a lot more in the recent Challenge USA season. But here he's just kind of bland and boring. I don't think he's really even shown much on the actual edge, honestly, except for my little fight he had with Reem in the pre-merge. Except for that, he really isn't relevant a lot in the season, actually. But, you know, you won a one from the actual winner. But of course, this game really kicks off when he actually makes a return. Overall, I'm very conflicted on how his presence. Of course, a lot of people say he is very impressive with his gameplay and game moves. Of course, there's the problem that I felt he was just kind of gifted a lot. I know he was gifted a lot. So there's one time where he was actually kind of gifted. An idol, he basically was given an idol and he got like a half iron with brick, honestly. So that didn't help, but he did pull some impressive moves, like actually getting Lauren to play an island she found in episode 2 on Chris, which is, I mean, it's pretty impressive. And then, of course, there's the move that everyone talks about is, of course, the move will basically, the move that's probably going to be the move that's probably going to be the precedent for the fight for men making still for years to come, where he tries to actually give up immunity to face off against Rick Devens, the final boss, and he does. He succeeds at that, and he somehow by 9-4-0 vote, he ends up winning. And my mouth just like, what? But I was like, it does make the season, the finale, a lot more unique and interesting. I will definitely give it that. But yeah, it's always the way people were just so, yeah. Like I will say, my opinion on the season actually did went up on a rewatch, actually. I actually enjoyed seeing actually a little bit more on rewatch. To why I still have an issue with how the edge was executed and the fact that third boot winning kind of like sucks the intensity out a lot of the later episodes, honestly, after his boot episode. So you still get some fun moments. Like you got like Kelly one more game blindsided. That's a fun moment. The whole crazy George Trump Council, which was the big precedent for the whole live Trump Council, which actually started with the whole, which I don't mention actually did start with JT in season 34, but it became a lot more prevalent in the later seasons, and especially became prevalent in Winds of War, which we'll get into. And Omni Blossom was fun, the whole Wedding Trap Council was fun, again, Whitney's all a great character, the back and forth between a lot of characters, and the finale is still a great finale, and probably one that, like, actually the finale is actually pretty great with many crazy moments and many great back and forths that I really enjoyed. So, overall, I actually do like Interesting Section, honestly. I can never understand why people wouldn't like it, why it's not everyone's cup of tea. It's a kind of a clusterfuck season, but kind of a good one. Not like it's kind of a good bone in a way, but it's just, what more so just because of the edge and with the third winning the season. So yeah, I actually do like the season because it does have at least have a solid cast and a memorable cast. Aside from having some duds, and it can't, of course, again, like I said, the third boot winning the season does make the season kind of drag, and it also makes some episodes feel kind of pointless. But as a whole, I still like the season. I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10. The next season we have is... Do I have to talk about this season? Survivor Island The Idols. My god, this season. My freaking god, this season. My god, this season. Sorry, but, I mean, if you know what happened now, you probably would know why, like, really? Like, if you ask me which final season on this rewatch, why I think my opinion has dropped drastically on a rewatch, I would, well, if it were a couple seasons, my opinion had dropped a little bit. I found one, my opinion was like, okay, and then I was like, I don't think else movie that season because this season's it's not good. Like, I would say it sucks, but I mean there are still some positives I can say about this season. Like there are still some good elements about this season. But this is a prime example of a thing where one single moment can otherwise ruin what you're trying to do. Like you can have like a great and amazing sandwich. You can have a like, oh, it smells good, it smells muy caliente. But yeah, one ingredient that ends up ruining the entire thing, and just everything else was just now you're just like, ah. That's basically yeah. I feel like for the time I used a food analogy on this channel, I don't know, but that explains allergy in a nutshell. So why did there are positives to say about this season? It's one where I think my opinion has dropped drastically. But I think before we get to that single moment, that I'm not sure if I want to talk about, but it is important because it does end up affecting later seasons. But basically, first off, there's the concept itself, Island of the Idols, which I think is a fantastic concept when they bring back the five legends Sandra Diaz Twine and Boss Rob Mario. This is the first time I saw Boss Rob since Dr. Allen, and it was definitely interesting seeing a more older version of Boss Rob. As we see them actually give told out advice to other contestants, act like mentors. So they kind of do bring back Exile Island in a way, but instead of them just sending them to, again, the titular Island of the Idols. Which again, I think is a great concept to do so. Again, generally think this is a great concept. And truly, even while we watched those, this is probably some of the best parts of the season, honestly. You can see them actually give advice to the contestants, seeing the contestants react. She's like, holy shit, it's Boss Rob and Sandra! Like, I don't know, I didn't actually just put I don't know, I see their reaction like that, just put a big grin on my face. I'm seeing them go for like different challenges to basically get like an idol for some points, or like a vote, or this and that. Honestly, it's well, it's maybe kind of ridiculous, and there's some moments of like, really, this is what you want to teach them? Which, I'm pretty sure you guys know which one I'm talking about. But they were actually still pretty fun, honestly. Like, fun. Especially seeing Boss Rob just react to the Tribal Council, where they can actually watch what happens and see what happens. Was just like their reactions was just freaking gold, honestly. It's good that these two players do end up working pretty well together, and they do have great back and forths for each other. And despite the fact that I do have my massive issues this season, I feel like, in spite of this probably going to be Bomb to Survivor, I still say everybody to the cast is pretty solid, honestly. Well, I really done maybe a couple duds, honestly, like maybe Ronnie's not the most interesting character in the world, Molly, Tom's not that interesting, and Miss Elizabeth, and that one person we'll get into. Most characters are still pretty solid, honestly, and some I actually grown to appreciate a little bit more on this rewatch. Watch like Vincent, I think is a fun pre-match boo to Chelsea. I guess I totally forgot how random her blindside ends up being, honestly. Jason had a pretty interesting story and so, and I honestly wish actually made it a lot farther this season, if being honest. Kelly's, it's probably what happened to her this season. Kelly was a great presence, and so on. They definitely had a lot of potential this season. Jamal also someone I feel like has a lot of potential if he were to make a return. Because he's someone that pretty much seemed like he was kind of an asshole, or kind of not the most fun person to be around, but he ended up growing a lot in the last few episodes, which I was pleasantly surprised by, especially this one most moment he actually has with Jack in the pre-merge. I was like, okay. Arif has his moments, Karishma has her moments, Elaine's still great TV, Jan's still the best person on this season, Sure definitely won this season, but we'll get into that. And then Jan was just fantastic, Lauren was great as well, she definitely has great moments, especially with back with Tommy. Then they got Nora, who plays that very zany, crazy character that I seem to always enjoy, honestly, and she definitely steals the show in this season. Like, I can understand why these players will not be able to keep it tea, but if they're done right, they can make for fantastic television. And even the darkness of the season, Nora definitely is the bright spot this season. Hell, I even like Dean. I even like Dean Kowalski this season, and I'm not really sure how to feel about Dean, because he was someone that I remember not seeing any confessionals in the first 3 episodes, and now he's basically a big power player. But I actually ended up, when knowing that context, I actually ended up enjoying him this time around. I enjoy him so much more. So why do you see he is a very popular player, and again, if we're going to play season, I wouldn't mind seeing him make a return. I think he's someone that also has a lot of potential on the return, honestly. And then there's the one in Tommy, who is an interesting one to talk about because he's kind of a little boring, to be honest, in terms of personality. Especially with all the things about his being a teacher and everything. But in terms of gameplay, he's easily one of the best. He easily plays one of the best social games in any season of Survivor. He easily plays a top tier social game throughout. Even playing moments he kind of was a danger, he never really was. I'm pretty sure even in the episode in the final 10 we caught Crippen screwed over, he ended up being safe. That was impressive how he was able to actually move through that. Actually, in terms of gameplay and social abilities and everything, he was impressive on how he was able to do it. Again, it may not be the most interesting in terms of an actual character, but overall, in terms of gameplay, he definitely nails it. He definitely is a fantastic game in terms of gameplay. And overall, and why I won't call him fair wins by any means because of that lack of interesting personality. Just the gameplay, he is one of the best. Again, do I have to talk about this moment? I'm pretty sure everyone knows about this moment at this point, but I have to because, again, I remember after the premium, which I was like, man, this season really is kicking high gear, honestly. This could potentially be another fantastic, great season on the show. And I'm not the only one who thinks that. Everyone was actually pretty high on it. I'm pretty sure everybody I know was pretty high on this season when it was airing. I think mostly comes to the cast and the moves, with Jason Boudreaux and the Jack Blindside, and there were a lot of interesting moments, a lot of great characters, and there were a lot of interesting dynamics going into the merge. So I was like, ooh, we're going to get an interesting merge here. Then the merge also hits. But I dig it, again, you may have a great concept and a great movie, you may have a good beginning, but there's always one singular moment that can single-handedly ruin everything. Whether it be how it was executed, how it was handled, or what the moment actually was. This is pure definition of proof that you could have, I still say about it pretty much is still pretty solid, honestly. But now it's kind of tainted a little bit because of the whole situation. Again, for the Survivor fans or the people who don't really know what I'm talking about, we have the Dan Spiel situation. And I'm basically going to give the Cliff Notes version of this, because it's a lot to take in. But basically, here's the quick version of this. Dan Spiel was a little bit too touchy people once it leaked Kelly. They did hint this in episode 2, and when it was dropped, they continued on it in that merge episode. Missy Elizabeth decided to exploit that and basically said that they would do it just to get rid of Kelly. Kelly admitted how she was feeling basic to the producers. They ended up giving a vague talk about boundaries, which didn't really work, honestly, and how the handle was pretty terrible. Elizabeth and Missy used that whole situation to try to target Kelly, and they basically used a personal thing for game reasons. Kelly did end up getting blindsided by an H5 vote. Among that, actually could have been a top tier blindside, considering that she also had 2 owls in her pockets, mind you. But because of the whole situation and how it was handled, how producers decided to go about it just feels kind of I'm not sure how to feel, but kind of just icky. And the worst part is that even the show itself makes Janet, of all people, someone who was so helpful towards Kelly and someone who tried to be there for her and understand the situation, they make her feel that she was the bad guy. And not just the people itself, even the show itself trying to make Janet feel like she was in the wrong here when she really wasn't. I felt so bad for Janet at this moment. I felt so bad. And this might just also mention this merge episode is a 2-hour episode. Unfortunately, the second hour doesn't help either. But Jamal ends up finding an advantage, gets his ally idols, and because he was finding an advantage, I think that there was no free lunches in Survivor, he ended up losing his vote by playing the game. And they basically brought a fake legacy advantage to Dean, which Jamal's trying to keep the Dean, which is wow, just holy crap. And unceremoniously Jamal ends up getting voted out. And somehow Dansby was still in the goddamn game despite the whole situation. Until he decided to randomly eject him before the goddamn finale. House Party handles is pretty terrible, and they definitely were not good handling the past again, like I mentioned some things we talked about, but wow. Like, I remember being just in awe, in shock, and just, why Survivor? Why? Like, I know there's like that, but that's basically the gist of it, honestly, because Jesus. And again, unfortunately, that really taints the season. It even taints a little bit of the pre-match, because they do have a couple of those moments of the pre-match, so it doesn't even make the pre-match exciting, and anything else after that was just not interesting, because again, get just a boring Amber, got Missy Elizabeth Duke in the Muppets, but not the most interesting way. Even the Alice business wasn't that interesting either. Yeah, like, you get annoyed being crazy and somehow still staying, honestly. Again, with damn still in the game, it makes stuff pretty uncomfortable. And I will say, the finale does save these a little bit. It does save it a tad bit, because you do get some interesting moments, even though it does lead to a Janet getting voted out, but I don't know, fire, which is pretty unfortunate. And a fun fire making challenge, and a fun final tribal where Tommy, who by the way was the only person actually on the final fight to not visit the LA Idols, ended up winning the season, fighting him really hyped on the fact that a woman was going to win the season. It was just, oh my god. Yeah, if I'm really tough to try to rate this season, to why I still think there are some positives about this season, to why obviously I think the cast is pretty solid overall. It has some great players as a whole. The aspect is great, the pre-match is still solid, there are some great players and some good blindsides. The whole thing really just ends up tainting everything about this season. Again, one single moment can really make you feel just which again makes Silent probably one of the more disappointing seasons of the show, considering its great concept and pretty interesting cast overall. So I really want to actually break this season for a while, to be honest, because I don't think it's like the worst season of Survivor, but that moment is so infamous, where I think it's actually the worst moment in show's history, and the majority of things the worst episode in Survivor history. So, yeah. I actually now said I'm going to give Survivor Out of the Idols a 2 out of 10. Because again, those positives still save it, but not by much. Not by much. Alright, and now we get to the one I was definitely nervous the most to actually rewatch, since obviously it's my first time watching all these seasons. That's kind of what this series has been. Hope you guys have been enjoying this series. And now we get to the big one. Well, probably another more divisive season, but definitely one I was definitely excited, nervous to rewatch, and that is What Is a War? And I remember like similar to Cambodia, this was one of the most time I felt watching any season, this was the most hype I felt watching any season of Survivor, and pretty much a lot of people did, honestly, because, well, it's a season filled with former winners. A cast with former winners. People who have won the game previously. Hell, we actually some players that we know that in a million goddamn years we won't ever see play again. Like, hell, we actually even lost about Amber being again, like, yeah, this was definitely a hyped season at the time, and I remember being like super hyped and super like, holy shit! When the season was airing, and for good reason. I mean, come on, the season for all winners, something that I don't think any of us ever expected to see. I'm sure this was something that none of us were ever going to expect, and well, here we are. An all-winner season, bringing back some amazing players. Well, not all the winners are different players, like, really? I mean, 2 because of limited field, I'm not complaining about that. Like, sure, would I like to see, like, Richard Hatch back? Yes. Would I like to see Tia back? Yes. Would I like to see Mustafa back? Yes. Would I like to see, like, Earl, Todd, or Chris come back? Absolutely. But I'm okay with this cast. I mean, first off, again, got Ethan Zahn from The Winter Star Africa making a return 15 years later. Again, it's one of the farthest that anyone has been competing with. It's been like 15 years since he and Amber competing in. So that was, yeah. That was crazy. Then we got Danny Boatwright from Guatemala. The first time we've seen any Guatemala representation in any season. That's insane. I mean, I figured Yo Kwan from Cook Islands. Again, someone we never thought we would see on Survivor again. That's pretty exciting. You got Party Shallow. Shallow got close to 2-time winner Sandra. Of course, again, have a winner season right 2-time winner Sandra. I mean, of course, obviously. Of course, we got Basaral against someone that we thought was just done with Survivor, but here we are. And then you got Sophie Clarkson Pacific, who I remember not running too highly when the season was airing, and she was probably the one I at least I heard most, but thank God she proved me wrong. Kit Sproutin, the most dominant winner for One World, Denise from Philippines, Tyson from Blood of the Water, of course Tony, Natalie, Jeremy, Michelle, Adam, Sarah Lucina, Ben, Wendell, and Nick. Like, a stacked field of winners. A stacked field of players that have won the season for good reasons. There was never so much time coming to the season. Okay, of course, the only thing is that they were bringing back the Edge of Extinction, but that's probably was the only reason why some of these players even agreed to return, because obviously they didn't want to just be voted out and just head straight back. So, there's that. So I never don't mind the research. And of course, there was the introduction of fire tokens, which is definitely an interesting concept this season, which basically is a sort of a currency, but depending on how much money that you have or you can trade with, you can basically buy advantages or get an idol or get this and that. Like, they actually do explain pretty well actually on the show actually, but to be honest, I'm kind of glad they never actually continue this twist honestly. So I do bet you if obviously, you know, COVID didn't happen, I'm pretty sure they probably would have actually continued on with this twist. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the new era actually would have continued fire tokens if obviously the pandemic didn't happen. So I think Mike White actually convinced Jeff not to drop it if I remember correctly. But anyway, so what are my thoughts on Winners of War after a rewatch? What are my thoughts on the season after a full-on rewatch? I still love it. So why also? It's definitely faulty. I think it's more because of the fact that on the runtime, I think this is why when people want actually 90 minutes on Survivor, honestly, considering all the cut content we have gotten from, and considering all the cut content that I've heard from the Survivor winners and everything, like, yeah, I wish you guys see now, honestly, and we're explaining so much. Oh no, I'm happy with what we got here. Again, it's definitely not perfect season. I think the endings can be a better little place at times, especially when involving Edge of Extinction, but overall, Winners of War is still one of my favorite seasons, honestly, and I can never see why some people were disappointed by the season in certain aspects, and maybe some winners not playing as great as they probably should be, but as a whole, I'm not complaining, honestly. So, Winners of War is a fantastic season. It's a big celebration of 40 seasons of Survivor. It's one of those seasons where I think the highs are so high, they really outweigh the negatives. Because again, I will admit, the season's not perfect. Again, is it annoying that all the old school players get voted early? Yes, I will admit that. Can the ending be a bit all over the place in times and not expecting certain votes, mostly the Tyson boots? Yes. Which some winners get on more screen time, like Nick and Denise? Yes. I think either one of those was a little more underrated than I expected, actually. Honestly, and I will admit that. But this is, like I'll say, Winners of War is probably one of the most pure and genuine seasons of the show. Because this is a season that really just emphasizes everything that makes Survivor so interesting in 20 years. Not much is probably the most funniest season in the show's history, where you get like fun little moments, fun little character moments for the season. Like you get this little fun fashion show sequence, and you get this moment with Tony and Jordan basically argue how many days there are on a calendar. Yes, I'm not joking. That actually was. Yes, I'm not joking. That actually was going to happen. Yeah, it's so goddamn hilarious. And so many hilarious moments throughout the season that just had me laughing my ass off. Like, this is barely, honestly, the funniest season of the show. mention. But well, the cast, I think they did it in game. Even the old school players that, well, yeah, some never don't play. I mean, Buster up trying to do the buddy system again this season. Yeah, not as more as smooth. But overall, you know, trying to get to see so many players competing against each other and everything, it's pretty insane. Like, pretty goddamn insane. Well, maybe some ones probably have more better chance than others. Overall, I'm happy with a lot of these winners and a lot of these players. Like basically, you got the first being Natalie, who actually ended up returning in the finale. I'll get into that. Got Amber, who didn't put she's definitely not right for the game. Honestly, I mean, too fair. If she wasn't on a season with Boss Rob, she probably would have made it farther. So I never got a chance to see her adapt to the modern era, but yeah, I'm saying Ethan honestly, because I know he was supposed to lie Boss Rob. Danny was definitely a fun presence, that pairing herself out of the game. Boss Rob, he's always gonna be great in any season. Again, him through the buddy system, not the best winners, but Boss Rob, and Parvati's still Parvati, Sandra's still Sandra, still the great characters that they are. And of course, Sandra proved that she's not the greatest game player, with her giving an out to Denise for fire tokens, and then Denise basically blindsiding her. You'll definitely, I thought it was actually going to be a shoo-in to win in the game voted out before the merge, which, to be honest, I think was actually smart, so. But Yule was a great presence. Wendell was a little more villainous than I remember him being, but he was still great. Adam Klein was also great. Again, this is kind of demonstrates a lot of his faults in terms of, you know, him like overextending and everything, especially in the pre-merge, which kind of had a lot of people turn on him. But he's still great TV. Then you got Tyson, who was the first person to actually return from the edge, but had a very confusing second vote off, honestly, but again, it's Tyson. And then we get to Zoe Clark, who honestly, I remember at the time, I still hated Sophie. I was probably still hoping, though, that she actually would win me over rewatch and win me over when I first watched it. And even when I was watching, she did win me over. Sophie did win me over, actually. I was actually impressed, actually, at how much she did actually win me over. Again, playing a lot more of her personality, have a very like dorky persona, and her back and forth a lot of players around the season, most likely with Ben and Yul and Nick and Tony, Sarah, Ben. Like she was just a great presence throughout. Again, she was not even sure to win. They had different Tony realized that, which would let her to be voted out. She went involved in the blind side of the season. And then we get to Kim, who obviously is someone that's mostly played for the bottom this season, which is definitely an impressive thing considering, you know, that's kind of what Kim all he did in One World, when no adversity. He introduced a lot of adversity, and honestly, it made him a lot more fun character and a lot more agreeable person to watch for the season. And same with Jeremy, he wasn't much dominant this season, he was a great presence always. And Nick is a bit more underrated again, not considering obviously the stuff he's done after the show, but still a fun presence, and yeah, he's definitely a little more under-edited, honestly, to the point where I actually made fun of how under he was at a certain point. But he was still fun here. Same with Denise, honestly. I just like Denise. And again, Ben, I know Ben gets too much hate on this show. Like, there was some areas I can understand with the whole fight-making twist. And of course, him actually quitting in the finale, thinking his career was complete. Like, I'm definitely not feeling it, you know, we're not lying that, but Ben was still a great presence, honestly. I still like Ben, no complaints. Same with Sarah Cena, honestly. And there may be a couple of moments which her gameplay from what she was thinking did frustrate me, especially in the finale. But seeing her back with Tony was fantastic TV. Probably the most character we are probably ever going to get from Sarah Cena, and having a great emotional arc. And then we get to Michelle Fitzgerald, who has an incredible underdog run this season, but he played bottom probably more than ever this season, and somehow coming up on top. A lot of times, what she's probably out a lot of seasons, out in a lot of portions of the season, she never gets up, and she's improved. Sarah Michelle's an all-time great player for me, in my opinion. Then we get to Natalie Anderson, who I think I kind of dropped a little bit on this rewatch. And she was the first voted out in the season. Was at least at the time she actually was more shown in the Edge Extinction this time than Chris. Because honestly, and then she had some really fun moments in the Edge Extinction, and supposedly from what I got, actually she actually pissed off a lot of people on the Edge actually, and was very distant actually towards certain people, which kind of led them to actually voting for her to win. Which honestly, I'm pretty sure a lot of people were surprised that she didn't receive certain votes, but when you actually looked at it, I was like, oh, that makes sense. But then we get the person I'm excited to talk about the season, and that is Tony Vlachos. Tony Vlachos. Never thought in a million years I would say that he's the next two-time winner. I'm pretty sure nobody did, I'll say. Again, truly, I am pretty sure nobody, and I mean nobody thought that Tony was going to be a two-time winner. Hell, at best, I was hoping he would at least make the merge. Cause I'm pretty sure from his game franchise, it proves that his game wasn't repeatable, that he probably wasn't going to win again. Just like, what? Also, I'm not complaining. Also, I said my Kageyama push that Tony is probably one of the biggest characters in the show. He's probably the best character to come out of Survivor. I mean, it's basically how he won that season, but of course, he ended up being the second big game changer, which proves that, yeah, his game definitely isn't repeatable. He was probably going to be a one-trick pony. And Tony realized that. He did realize that. So he actually tried to be sociable. He still get the crazy Tonyisms throughout the season. And even I want to realize that we still get the crazy Tonyisms and on the spy nest this time around. But he actually plays an impressive soldier game where he's actually able to bomb in a lot of people. I want him to make some of the moves that's on the ships that he had. Again, he had the Compass Arts Alliance with Sarah. It's like the third season together, actually, and they tend to interact game changers. Well, he formed one with Ben, Denise, Jeremy, Cam, Sophie, Tyson, like pretty much everyone on the jury, which pretty much most everybody, which led to him obviously, making the moves that he did. Hell, it's kind of what let him in the Disney Extortion episode, which is one of the probably the best character focused episode ever. Basically, yeah, this also I'm not saying Extinction. I still like it. I think they improved some aspects here, but still have some issues. Like I'm still not huge on them actually feeling that it's okay to give advantages to players who in the game. And the other one thinks that. They end up giving Tony an extortion advantage, which basically for fight tokens they basically can have advantage someone basically not allowed to vote or not vote next being challenged, if I remember correctly. And advantage was actually and quick reaction when he said the advantage is being played against you. Like that reaction is fucking gold. That's played against you. And the fact he was able to actually have people give him the fire tokens that he needed. And also he was able to create people to vote out Sophie and actually still stick with him despite that they was probably dismissed their games like with Nick and Denise. Like that is impressive, my friend. That is impressive. Of course, Sarah did some of the work obviously. I mean she kind of plays a little bit of Trish in this season. Where sometimes she does kind of face a little bit of sometimes domestic tournament, but I don't argue that Tony somehow played even more of an impressive game this time around than he did Kageyama. I mean, the fact that he actually didn't see any votes against him this season, which saying Tony is pretty insane. And I bet he also won 4 immunities this season. Considering that Tony wasn't going to get a challenge express, might be on the Bronze Tribe. Just wow, impressive. Like I don't remember being so surprised by a winner. So winning out. I'm also more happy at the same time because I was expecting Tony of all people to end up winning this season. And he ended up winning, which is pretty insane. And how he was able to do it is just incredible TV. How he was able to really pull everything off. And honestly, this season probably spent Tony as probably the best player, best survivor player, and the best survivor in survivor in general to a lot of people, and for good reason. Again, I was just hoping he would make the merge, not actually win. Again, it was pretty impressive he was able to do that, and also alongside Sarah, which goes led to the probably what I actually was more okay with the fire making challenge, where they basically Tony and Sarah had to face against each other. And I've rolled the fire for fire making challenges. This one's easy the best because it has the most pure emotion. And it was probably also the closest one that we have gotten to, where Tony ends up coming on top, and then the emotional between him and Sarah, and I'm getting emotional just thinking about it. I'm getting emotional just thinking about that fire for fire making challenge. Of all the ones we got so far, that one's by and large like the best. It's the best fire making moment in show's history. Period. It's one of the best moments for history. Period. It's one of these where I think despite the fact that Tony honestly dominated, Natalie and Michelle did pretty well actually. I mean, Natalie did press some people and didn't take the move after obviously thought out do the Chris Underwood thing, but Michelle again played an incredible underdog game. And I mentioned before, this season is so hilarious, so charming, but it gives some pretty emotional moments where, like Melly itself is pretty emotional, and a lot of areas with that 44 challenge, but obviously when now ends returning, and then one was talking about their legacies in the game, and how much Pastor Rob basically had 180 days if you count on the idols, and then Amber basically talking about how people thought that Rob should have won, everything, and people talking about how they felt after the show, and was something even kept their guards up, like, people can't really test people a lot, even after the season, like, it's pretty how emotional and mental survivor can really be on your mental health. And it makes honestly it makes you really admire the show so much more. Honestly, even after of course the whole alias incident, which probably turned a lot of people off on the show considering how they handled the whole dance girl situation. But man, it makes you really. That's why I'm saying this part is one of the more real seasons of the show where you really do connect with how these people are feeling, especially if you were on the show. Sure, and I think every winner has some time to shine, honestly, whether it'll be like before or after they vote out. It was a good probably the best loved one visit, where they had all the families come in this time, and it's probably also the last one we're probably going to see a loved one visit on Survivor. Well, again, we previously see all the families come in, and they don't have no challenge, and have them go back to kill and join the families. It's like a big celebration, and then they end up doing the same with people on the edge as well. Like, oh my god, they're families! And you get this little fun moment at the very end, and the clips there basically, obviously before the clips basically at the credits clip, basically, just like Jerry. Thanks for coming, basically at the incident, just like, and the boss Phelps like, hey Phelps, thank you, and then everyone just runs up the hug Jeff Phelps. And everyone just runs up to hug him, like, thank you for the gift, thank you for, basically thank them for giving their loved ones, like, oh my god, that just touched me so much. And we also get some great gameplay and moments, getting at the whole Sophie blindside, which is one of the best blinds of the show's history. You got many back and forth gameplay moments, again, the whole Sandra for that was insane, and the protection votes were pretty interesting as well. Again, the Ethan blindside, and we get a lot of crazy gameplay moments and great back and forth between all the players this season, but also a lot of pure emotion. And really, the emotion is why I think it is one of the best seasons of the show. I will admit, it is kind of, yeah, it is not the greatest times, honestly, especially when it tries to balance, obviously, the edge and in gameplay, especially in that second time for the episode where basically, yeah, they focus so much on the love portion. They have Tony actually win his first immunity, and then there's not much like scrambling, and Texas suddenly gets voted out. So, and I think it's also for some reason on the state power advantage, which of course led to actually leave jump, which can let someone to actually leave. Like, and this season is definitely so everyone was definitely here to play. Everyone was really on it. And I feel that's all I can say about Wins Wars. I think not too much. I think it's probably the longest one I've done so far. But there's so much to love about the season to where, again, there's not great times. I do wish it could have 90 minutes to able to balance things out. Hell, I wish they probably would have made like separate for the edge, honestly. Like maybe do like a separate YouTube channel or on the RCS page, have something where they have like more scenes of the edge on that season. What else do you get? Just great character moments, great emotional moments. Probably some best secret scenes in the show's history as well, where the characters really bonding. I'm always looking for that type of stuff. And the season just feels so much emotion, celebrating 20 years, but also having a fantastic cast with great characters and legacy is coming to an end. Like, screw it. Wins the one gets to it. It's one of my favorite seasons of the show. I think my opinion's actually gone up on the rewatch, actually. So I'm happy I'm still feeling the same gayness as I felt when I first watched it. Obviously, I can understand why people are disappointed with this season, obviously. I can totally get that. I truly don't understand, but for me, Winners of War is fantastic. It has its issues, but it's truly a season that reminds me why I love this show in the first place. And now we are going to get to Survivor Cambodia. Oh boy, Survivor Cambodia. I remember the hype I was feeling during this time. I remember the freaking hype I was truly feeling. Not mention also the fact that it also aired on my birthday, September 23rd. But again, the true hype of this season was just like, holy shit. Mostly because of the second chance theme, which is a theme I always thought to be interesting. I'm still debating that Big Bird does at some point. Like, that's right for another day. But second chance theme, I think, is actually a pretty interesting concept for a around a game show. Like, you get like players that you feel like were deserving of a second chance. Like, players that you feel like they didn't get a chance to show what they wanted, or didn't get a chance to show themselves, where they got blindsided, or where they made a mistake that they want to learn from, or feel like they should have made as well as they should have, or just a mistake out of control, or hell, some even just being screwed over by a twist. Personal, whatever, like, that's a pretty good concept, and for that Amazing Race ended up doing that, honestly, and I was actually that Survivor was actually going to do that. Like, oh my god, Survivor's actually going to do it? And I remember the hype after the World's Part finale, when they actually have like a thing where they actually have public vote, where they actually can pick the players to compete, and they end up actually filming just right after, which is, I think, one of the only times they actually did that. Like, which I think is probably the only time they actually done that, if I remember correctly. And you get a pretty good cast. Like, even the players that didn't unfortunately get picked are like, I can see some players on your turn. I think some players do definitely deserve a second chance. And well, definitely not all of them are like the 30 players I would not fully pick myself. I'm definitely not complaining, honestly. When the majority is big, some of them actually do make a lot of sense. That's I mean, like, first I've got the runner-up in Kelly Wigglesworth actually make a return many years later. Again, we'll get into that. You got two people from Australian Outback with Jeff Varner and Kimmy Kappenberg. We got Andrew Savage from Pearl Islands, who again was the player that got the most screwed over by the Outcast twist in Pearl Islands, who really won that second chance so much. Much again, Terry Deeds also was taking a turn, was like, yes. Of course, got a lot of people, got some maybe like got a couple from Worlds Apart last season, Shereen and Joe. Got Sierra and Venus Bluff as Water, PG from China, Monica of all people from Samoa. Again, we'll get into that. And of course, you got some people from legacies like 4 people, Tatiana and Spencer, Tasha, Cass, and Wu. You got Stephen Fishback from Tokensheens, the run-up that season. You got Abby Marie from Philippines. You got Kelly Wentworth, Keith Neal, Jimmy from San Juan del Sur. Overall, a pretty solid cast, actually. And of course, there were some people that actually voted in Limited, and that people were like, really? Like, fortunately, that we saw like T-Bird make a return, or Jim Powers, Jim Rice, like Troyzan, Natalie, Sabrina, like, and Kayla. Like, I would love to see what those people do on the return. Honestly, which again makes the second chance thing unfortunate, because there are like so many people that aren't very deserving. But I was definitely still very excited to watch it. I remember the hype around it. I was feeling about the season again. Considering again, the season was airing on my goddamn birthday, which was definitely exciting. Like, this Long Winners Award is probably the most hype I felt watching. I felt the most hype waiting for a premiere of Survivor. And despite the fact that some players do end up feeling a bit under-edited, I'm happy to report that Cambodia still holds up pretty well on the rewatch. Which is also things the season does for the first time that I'm now more of in the modern era. Like, obviously, this is the first time we saw hitting me out actually hitting challenges. So this is the first time we actually had a 13 tribe. And I just realized the one thing I've got to mention when I talk about Worlds Apart in the last Worlds Apart is that Worlds Apart was the first season to introduce the advantages, which were now a big mainstay for better or for worse on Survivor. Again, World Games, we talk about those seasons. Last season was the first time when they introduced the double vote, where someone can actually vote twice. And this season introduced the steal a vote, in which someone can actually steal someone's vote, preventing them from voting, which is the first time ever, and cast a second ballot in their stead. Well, obviously it's not overstated now. It was definitely an exciting thing at the time. It was definitely an exciting, impressive thing during the time. And again, overall, I think the cast overall is pretty solid. Like, this cast was definitely here to play in. One of the players the category has that is kind of a game-like season. And in some ways, I actually can see that. You still get a lot of good character moments that do elevate that, honestly. And while different, some players were disappointing on their return, and some didn't do as good as I was hoping they would. I mean, that doesn't happen, honestly. And of course, like, I still hope that we will get like Jeff Farner and Kim Campbell on the same tribe again. But fortunately, I got that. This is also the first season where we had the two tribes come to three tribes on tribe swap, which I'm watching that a few times later on. This is the first time they actually done that. But overall, the cast is pretty well. Like at the first boot in Venus, who, again, the early boots are definitely a bit disappointing. And I was definitely very hyped for Venus to actually do well on the return. I thought he had so much potential to do well, but this wasn't about his brother. But then he just didn't do much. Fortunately, same with Shireen. Like, I don't think I was really high on Shireen after World Finals because I felt so bad for him with the whole Will situation. But again, didn't do much, but then they still have their moments. Like, PG also had her moments and had a really fun vote out. Jeff Bonner's vote was interesting, honestly. Unfortunately, he got voted as he did, which is probably why the bar from game changes. Again, that's definitely a conversation for another day. Monica was just there. Like, I don't know why they brought like Monica of all people. And this guy proves that. The whole blind side was definitely pretty fun as well. They got Terry Teets, who was definitely one of the more hype players coming into the training season, honestly, and he was definitely good, obviously, but unfortunately he has one of the most sad evacuations where he ended up withdrawing from the game because of a family emergency, which led to some very sad reactions. Unfortunately, if you really think about it, I don't think Terry was going to last that long anyway, unfortunately. I think he was kind of on the bottom on the tribe, and he was actually... I felt that his tribe was Trump constantly probably would have gone better anyway. But, yeah. Then we get to Wu, who definitely had also fun vote outs, had some fun moments. Chaos Cast being Chaos Past, though. Trying to, like, actually be a different type of cast, honestly, and trying to actually be a little different, though that didn't end up lasting. She did have a nice moment where she did genuinely try to be a more nicer and better person. Especially when she tried to give something to Kelly Wedgwood, when she gave something nice to Kelly Wedgwood for her birthday, which was very sweet moments. And Savage definitely was someone that was definitely was in a great position. Of course, he got that big epic blindside, which I will get into. Then we have Kelly Wedgwood too. Unfortunately, is one of the most disappointing players on this season because, you know, she's the original runner-up of Survivor. So then that would be actually be pretty exciting. I think the problem is that you can tell that she really wasn't doing well in the modern era. She didn't try to adjust to the modern era. And because of that, they definitely... You can tell she was struggling to try to adapt to the modern era, and then she just kind of gave up and just... Which is kind of being there too. She didn't even get a confession on the boot episode. Honestly, I would say she's like a total done on this season, honestly. Out of all the people on this season, she's definitely the most disappointing on the cast. And Sierra was also great as well. She definitely had a great underdog run for her time on the show, on the season. Steven was great, also had fun blindsiding and some fun moments. Joe, this is probably my favorite appearance of Joe, honestly. I mean, it's probably because he's just the farthest that she made it, but of his 3 seasons, he's probably I at least most enjoyed him, honestly, too. He does have some fun moments. There was a really emotional one visit. And I feel like I got a little bit more on Abby, honestly, to where she has some fun villainous moments. She can be a little bit irritating still at times, but I feel like going a little bit more on her. I totally forgot how purple Kim Campbell was on this season, too. While Kim does have her moments, obviously, she still has great moments. She wasn't, like, totally visible. But I mean, I totally blamed how visible she was, actually, when we watched this season. Then get to Keith Neal, who, again, rest in peace, who was a little underrated this season. I remember him being. I suppose because he didn't go to Trump Council in the actual merge, so... But he's still a great character, still has his moments, so nothing to complain about. And then we get to Kelly Wentworth. Again, I remember her being just a random player, like, I'm pretty sure nobody remembered Kelly Wentworth from Saved by the Bell. But this is the season that made her a legend. This was the season that made her a goddamn legend. And somehow, I appreciate her so much more on this rewatch. Many great character moments, amazing underdog run. Yeah, definitely not the best as gameplay, but she proved that she definitely play incredibly well while having a great personality and just being just likable to watch. While having such great feelings. But again, her savage blindside, we're not count blindside, kiss, but she has great character moments as well. Just a great presence throughout. Again, this was again, she went from a nothing figure to a fucking legend. It's so that she probably could have won this season and she made it to the end. Then we get to the actual final 3-7. We got Tasha, who definitely was someone else. Why wouldn't let me pay for a chance? I still like Tasha, so I'm not complaining. I still like her this season. She's definitely someone that had the first half, but not the most interesting second half, which is kind of become, which was someone that was very likable, but felt like someone that was more just taking to him, didn't really do much in general, which is more there for just with Jeremy. Then we have Spencer, who has one of the I know him basically trying to understand emotions is kind of memeable, laughable for a lot of people. But I thought it actually be a very compelling arc actually, where Tell Spencer actually was learning from his time where he thought people had like chess pieces, and then he basically trying to have feelings and trying to connect with people. And he actually see that. Well, he definitely not see that at first. He eventually got around to it. That's kind of went to his relationship with Jeremy that ended up taking him pretty far actually. Which we ended up coming very like a princess. The only reason he lost was how he treated certain people in the finale and how he treated Jeremy in the Wentworth and how he treated Jeremy in the Wentworth blindside, where he was like, if you vote me out, I will tell the jury not to vote for you. Yeah, he always said that. And that's kind of what led to his downfall, honestly. But this Spencer is honestly one of my all-time favorite players. It's one of the most likable underdog players in show's history. Then we get to the winner himself, Jimmy, who is easily one of my favorite winners in show's history. And Jimmy was someone that was obviously set for a return for a second chance season because after his blindside, and then we really feel all the emotion and him actually missing his wife, and of course her being pregnant and actually having a boy. And I'm actually having a boy because I think I had two girls, but I think he's actually having a son this time. And I remember that this season has probably one of the most emotional loved one visits because of that moment alone. Where essentially Jim just ran up to us like, the baby boy, I knew it, I knew it. Like, you can't ever feel so much for Jimmy. But again, Jimmy's also just a likable character. He's a likable player to watch. I think he's the first player to actually influence the meat show strategy that's, while it's now a more prevalent thing in Survivor, he's the one that really intensifies that strategy. Basically having bigger shields around to him to basically so he would not be as targeted and there would be more bigger targets. Which is a pretty effective strategy actually. He's the one that really implements that. I think it was kind of more in early seasons, but he's the one that really implements that strategy. Well, he's definitely one of the more obvious winners by the end game. You can't help but be rooting for Jeremy, and he's just a very likable player, and he's definitely one of the more satisfying winners. He won freaking unanimously. And he cements the big second chance storyline that this season was going for. Sorry. But yeah, this season has like so many great gameplay moments, so many back and forth, like the match is also known for having like these voting blocks where people just vote each other for that round and just it's like so back and forth, it's insane. Like really insane at a lot of points this season. Last season, of course, you got the Monica blindside, the Wu blindside, you got, of course, the iconic Andrew Savage blindside, but basically, they decided not to split them for some reason, and then Kelly Wentworth ended up playing her idol, which she actually found a challenge in the first episode. And of course, the iconic Wentworth won not count, and they gained 9 votes. At the time, was one of the most negated votes before, obviously, came up in 45, which we'll get into. I remember at the time thinking it was probably going to be Steven, but when Steven was like, holy shit. They didn't get all snuff on blindside with Kelly in the next episode, and Jeremy plays off with Steven, they gave that blindside, and Sierra getting vote out. And then Steven gave blindside himself, playing the Steele vote. So, then of course, we got the iconic finale, which basically Kimmy actually decided to join up with Keith and with Jeremy. Where Kimmy decided to join with Keith and Kelly to try to blindside Jeremy. Then Jeremy and Kelly ended up playing the idols. which again, all votes, which was the first time ever in show's history that happened. The votes. This is the first! And led to one of the most chaotic trap counts, which I was so chaotic, so back and forth, that Jeff really had to give a boy to explain it. Which makes it, which I was a kid, but probably has one of the best finales in show's history, because that episode, Emma alone. Yeah, I think that's probably all I can say about Cambodia. I think it's another excellent between playing season 2. It may have a couple underrated players, which doesn't make it like the absolute best. This season has shown so much fun, so much excellent gameplay, so much great moments. Really sets the tone for the actual modern era of the show. And as you know, spot a big grin on my face, and I'm happy that it holds up pretty well. For me, Cambodia is this season. I think it's a 10 out of 10. And now we're into this final season that I wasn't sure how I felt about when it actually aired, honestly. I don't remember how positive I was, but as you know, I definitely grown to appreciate so much sport writing. It's actually one of my new favorite seasons of the show, actually. And that's Survivor Count Wrong. The second brain was brought to speed, which TT seems to be doing pretty well for Survivor, because Kageyana is absolutely amazing, and this season will be amazing as well. And this season is fantastic by the cast alone. Like the cast, even the players that are a little underrated actually have time to shine and are pretty well just great characters and just great players to watch. I remember the hype going into this season. I remember a lot of saying this is one of the most punishing and most brutal seasons in the show's history. This season is just god damn brutal! Brutal. And considering that we got like 3 back rich this season, yeah. Definitely. Like, got the whole brains bronze 3 tribe, and the brain one's kind of a disaster of a tribe. Another one that's kind of a disaster, which needs to be a tribe when it comes to 3 tribes, one's always a disaster. Honestly, I remember the premiere where it was like, oh, this is getting pretty interesting. Like basically got just like this is one of the seasons where I think the first boot on now didn't really do much actually wrong until that led to his boot, or didn't do anything that was terrible that went to his boot. It was just the fact he was on the rough on numbers, or they just thought that had out of his control. Which I think if we were to get like a first boot, he'd be able to come to return, because well, yeah. Then we get to Jennifer, who it's great that someone went from someone that was probably not going to be targeted at all to she ended up being the next boot when she basically accused someone this and that and just went insane, and then that led to her boots. Then we get to Alicia, what she thought is a worse play than I actually remember it being to end up leading to her boots. I remember being like super defensive towards Alicia this season, but yeah, she didn't really like do things well herself, honestly, in some areas. I won't deny that. But she definitely punked out there, but I still think she definitely did not play very well at points, honestly, which kind of led to her boots. The Scott and Jason, yeah, they did not treat her very well, honestly. But Scott and Jason, I remember like being despising these people. I remember being like so towards these players. But I don't know why on the rewatch, I ended up enjoying them as villains. Most because they do play these actual villains. They actually do play these villains very well. They end up being like the big baddies in the merch episode, in the merch portion, and they end up having some really fun moments. And that kind of led to them having an amazing epic downfall. But of course, the Sky one having an incredible downfall. One of the most epic downfalls in the show's history, in my opinion. And Sandy, who also has an underdog run, who also was a very likable presence to watch. Someone that if we do end up in a second chance season, and if we probably would have gotten a second chance season, if Game Changers was going to be another one. Sandy, I would say, it's probably going to be on the cast. Then get to as the Brown Tribe now we get Toe the Brains. We got Liz, who I remember being like super hyped towards, mostly because she was obviously one of the most prominent person in the promo. And I still like Liz, honestly. I still really do enjoy Liz, honestly. But again, she definitely is not as great as a game like it was I remember her being, but she was still fun. Okay, Peter will have fun downfall, has some fun moments. Neo was actually a pretty sad player that had a lot of great character moments. It's fortunate his evacuation, obviously. I mean, he probably would have been a huge strong anyway, but yeah. Then we get to Debbie, who it's definitely one of those like crazy zany players that it's definitely not gonna be for everybody, honestly. I don't like something like love Debbie, something like, oh my god, she's so annoying. And I was definitely on that train when the season aired, honestly. But I think I'm leaning towards a little more the positive, to where I think she's like one of the best of these crazy players. She definitely has some fun moments. Again, they definitely is that season where they definitely played onto that, where basically they end up like switching her job description in the confessionals, which was a really fun creating joke during the time of the show. Her blind side is just fantastic as well. They got Joe, who probably is one of the more underrated players, probably the most underrated one, but he still has his moments. And then we get to Aubrey, who is always one of the players that I never actually knew how to feel about. I don't think I had a great opinion on how I actually felt about Aubrey. Not that she was any bad or anything, because she definitely had her annoying, irritating moments, but I never knew how I actually felt about Aubrey, honestly. But again, I'm not saying I'm more positive from this time around, honestly, to where I'm not saying she's like an amazing player or anything, or I'm not like super high on Aubrey. She definitely has her moments. She definitely has a really good arc throughout the season. She definitely has her fun character moments. Again, she was responsible on the blind sides and the character moments from the craziness throughout the season. But overall, she was a lot more enjoyable this time around. Then we get to my favorite tribe this season, the Beauty Tribe, where we actually have Caleb Reynolds from Baby Brother 16, who I remember at the time I despised Caleb. I'm pretty sure we all did at the Baby 16, honestly. But here, it's crazy that I liked him more in 9 days on Survivor than his like almost 100-day run on Baby Brother 16. Well, it's because really actually loved that season, and he actually was just really likable. And like, it would be interesting to see what Caleb actually would have done, honestly, if he actually didn't get evacuated. I feel like he had a deep run in him, actually, and I really loved his relationship with Ty. I really wish you guys see more of that, especially Game Changers, but we'll get into that. Then we get to Anna, who, for is definitely a little crazy nowadays, or has done some stuff that production, like, I don't remember, honestly, but Anna was great. At the longest time, I really wanted her to return for a second chance, but I guess from the parents that she did, like, I don't remember the details on that. But now, yeah, Nick, who definitely was a fun villain, had a fun downfall. Julia, a bit more underrated than I remember her being, but she was still fun. Then we get to the two big stars of the season. First up, we have Ty, who is easily one of my favorite characters in Survivor history. I absolutely adore Ty. Ty is just fantastic TV. Like, you can tell from the promo, like, this guy's gonna be an interesting character. And he is. He is quite the character. Even the time where he's kind of being an asshole, and times he just ends up not being that likable, you can't help but just love Ty. You can't help but love Ty whenever he's on screen, especially with him actually treating the chicken very well, which lets you see basically giving him the money. Yeah, you can't help but just love Ty whenever he's on screen. He's just a great, likable presence. And then we get to Michelle Fitzgerald, who at the time was actually and still is a very controversial winner. Most people think that Aubrey deserves to win more than Michelle. Again, I'm not going to get into that big because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get blasted no matter what. But I like Michelle. I really like Michelle. In fact, I actually like to do a lot more on this rewatch. Which she is a very savvy player. She is a little more downplayed and under-edited, but she still has great character moments, has some very savvy moments, and just has great like one-liners and just really nice moments, especially at the final Marine challenge, basically she ends up like kicking on the puzzle after winning. Like, that's still a great moment. Of course, she was the one that actually got that thing in the finale. Basically, she ended up winning a chance to remove a jury, which ended up being Neil. Which that was a good decision because that kind of led to an Aubrey win, honestly. But overall, the cast itself is just fantastic. Again, this season of Scrub has been the most brutal season of show's history, where obviously in like episode 4, we saw like 3 people nearly get evacuated, like Sydney and Debbie just like Sydney and Debbie basically was just like, wow. There was like, damn, like Sydney especially couldn't come every bit and get Caleb, which led to probably the most harrowing and sad evacuation in the show's history. Like, I remember being like so emotional, heartbroken when that happened. Then of course in the merch episode, it was probably going to be a split between Neil and Aubrey. Then Neil ended up getting back with the game anyway. And then we ended up getting a random one at episode 4 of the finale when Joe getting evacuated. But it was definitely a brutal season for a reason. And you do get many great character moments and many insane moments. Again, you get some fun blindsides with the Jennifer episode, which was an insane sequence of events that led to her getting voted out of all people. People get the blindside. You got a moment where basically Aubrey was going for Julia, but then decided to just cross it out for Pete instead. You got Nick's fun downfall. You got the crazy Debbie blindside, which is definitely another insane series of events that led to Debbie of all people getting voted out. And then you got the Scott blindside, which is still an incredible moment on TV. There's also a season to introduce the Super Idol, which basically some players can actually have idols connect, which leads to the Super Idol. Two players can connect the idols together, which combine to the Super Idol, which is the same Super Idol as in Panama, Cook Islands, and Cagliana. I don't know if I mentioned Cagliana, but they also I don't know if I mentioned Cagliana, but they also brought that out about Cagliana called the Tower Pairing Idol. And which is kind of probably one reason, which honestly is probably one of the reasons why Tony ended up making it as far as he did, honestly. Because of that, because he had that. Basically, this guy Jason Ty and basically had his idol. Then when Scott actually got voted out for 422, so I was like, "You do it?" And I was like, "No, not do it." Wow. Again, it's just pure bliss. And I was like, "Yes, yes, yes!" And I told him like, "Yes, yes, yes, yes." And again, the emotional Julia vote out. They're going to get the whole Final Four with Sydney and now going to an emotional fire making challenge. And you got probably one of the most dynamic Final Threes in the show's history with Ty, Aubrey, and Michelle. Again, there's still a lot of debate to this day whether or not it should have been Aubrey or Michelle. I'm fine with either one, honestly. I'm not going to give my 2 cents on that because I'm sure, I don't know if I'm going to blast it either way. But I'm also going to be fine with either one, honestly, especially on this rewatch. Yeah, see that show with so many great character moments, so many insane moments, Stranger Travel Councils, crazy moments, just everything you want to try this season. Kind of so they're basically kind of in a way, because again they also have the same theme. And Disney has definitely bumped up in my how it bumped up. I think it's probably a top 10 season, honestly. I need to assess that, but it probably is honestly. So honestly, kind of wrong. 10 out of 10. Man, I'm talking about 3 amazing seasons in a row, which, wow. Man, again. Well, again, as in I vlogged when I first watched it, but I still love it, so I think it's another top tier season of mine that is Survivor Millennials versus Gen X. There we go. Millennials versus Gen X. Season 1, of course, we bring the time of Millennials, and of course the Gen Xers, which. And it's obviously a reasonable concept, and Kelly does a lot of moments in the first few episodes, but that's the whole. That's why I do don't mind the concept of having millennials versus Gen Xers, which you consider them, say, livings. Like, yeah, that makes sense. Yep, definitely makes sense. I'm gonna be like super high in this season. I think actually with this one kind of wrong is when I actually started doing episode reviews on YouTube. Where after the episode aired, I probably would talk about the episode and what happened and my thoughts on it. Which is I really haven't been doing that much on it recently, but to be fair, I think with new era and certain things and everything, I think I made the right call. And also some episode reviews are hard to keep up with sometimes, so it is what it is. It is what it is, but you do get a pretty interesting cast too. While definitely some players end up being pretty and hell, there's like one early boot then getting professional to the actual boot episode. So when you get part of some of the more underrated players in this season's history, you overall get a pretty good cast with some pretty all-time great characters, and especially two of my favorite players of all time. It's the players that honestly is a kind of shot that they never actually returned in the future season. I think for me, the Millennials are probably my favorite to try, but Gen X is definitely great as well. Like you got like a fun first period Rachel, you got Paul, who's having a fun downfall, And Lucy, that player, mentioned that basically only had no confessionals in the first 3 episodes, but got one in the last episode, but had also fun downfall. Cece also had kind of fun undone run during her time on the show. Chris was definitely a fun presence throughout. Jessica had a pretty interesting arc around the season with pretty interesting arc during her time on the show. And he had a fun rivalry with Chris throughout. Sunday, also not one of the more underrated ones. But still having moments. Same with Brett, honestly. Brett was a great character, fun presence throughout. Ken, who also had a fun presence, had a pretty interesting arc throughout. Had some pretty hard-headed moments, but some pretty fun moments throughout. And of course, you got David Wright, who I think a lot of people say is probably the start of the season, and for good reason. Like, David Wright's probably one of my favorite players just from the season alone. Like, if he was just like a one-time player and didn't end up being an extinction, he still would have been high up on my list of my favorite players. But he's just a very likable presence. Again, he was the one that actually was going to like be a first boot because he was kind of just scared and just terrified. And just very squirmy and just like, but he ends up first round actually found an idol and then formed an alliance with Ken, honestly, had an impressive plan in the fourth Drop Cancer episode, which obviously led to just to get more allies. It led to be a big power player for most of the season. He was probably like the definition of the final boss. For sure, I think it was this moment. So honestly, probably why they actually end up doing the whole forced fire for fight making and here for hustlers, because they also don't want the 5-4 players absolutely, because obviously they don't want like the 5-4 players to like the Fallen Angels to this keep happening to them. But David has probably one of the best character arcs in the show's history. Someone who was very scared and terrified in the first episode, and then kind of like one of the biggest power players like that. So I think you don't see everything in Survivor, but David, keep on pressing, my friend. And then you got different layers themselves. Like you got Mari, who, you got freaking Mari, who of course people know for being on as an actual gamer. And I remember, I was like, wait, is that ridiculous? And I remember from the first second episode, she was definitely a working attention. And then she had one of the biggest blind sides in the season, honestly. And so then you got Figgy, who also had a fun downfall and some fun moments. Michaela, of course, had an epic blind side as well, but she was definitely great. Michelle had her moments, Taylor has moments, especially with the stealing food thing. Then you got Zeke, who had a pretty interesting run for the season, also was a very likable presence. Will probably at the time the youngest player to play Survivor. But also had some fun moments throughout. Jay was just fantastic TV and a great character. It's a shame we never actually saw Jay again after this. But obviously he's not appeared along with the challenge, where he definitely proves how great a character he can be. Then we get to Hannah, who also was just a very great player. Probably a little more underappreciated. Like I'll say, Hannah's probably one of the more underappreciated players in Just history. But she played a lot better game than people get credit for, and she was just another likable presence throughout. And then we get to Adam Clyde, who obviously has one of the most emotional storylines in show's history. Of course, this is probably was his big focus to him winning, and kind of what led him to win, and kind of was his focus. To what he definitely didn't start the best on his first round. He was one of the people that was kind of left down to vote, and he can be a bit hard at times. They can think way too ahead, or just can overstep in terms of planning and thinking you do this and that. And that I can really he basically overextends himself, that's what I'm trying to say. But Adam's still a very likable presence throughout, mostly because he has some really great hilarious moments and great underdog run, but also again has that great storyline I mentioned. Basically, he actually, reportedly, I think he actually was going to compete in Stand With That Sword with his mom, who was also one of the biggest Survivor fans ever, according to him. But unfortunately, she ended up getting sick with stage 4 lung cancer. Like, wow. And then, of course, we ended up getting together, and then he ends up getting this season. And that was pretty much his big storyline in this season, is him doing this for his mom. Of course, we see a lot of that nowadays in the show, and that's pretty much why a lot of people are doing it, but this was one that had one of the ones that had a major focus. And then and it's kind of what Adam playing as much as he did, and why he wanted to win so much. Like you really feel that, especially in that loved one visit, where basically, obviously, Saul's brother, and then he had the war steal advantage that he got, and he's like, I can't use it. And then Jay of all people who was kind of out back for the rival throughout the season, had to actually pick him for the award, and then led to Adam obviously giving Jay the award advantage, and led to this amazing hammock scene and later on the season where basically admits to Jay that he had obviously to Mr. J about what happened, and leads to a very emotional moment. I was like, he's not a beast in my book anymore. He's a good freaking dude and he's a warrior. Like, that's one of the most emotional human scenes in the show's history. That was one scenes I live for in Survivor. But yeah, Adam's also one of my favorite wins in the show's history. Again, where's the one guy that proves that he's not like the best when it comes to gameplay, but that's one of the players I would definitely not mind seeing on any given season. But overall, pretty good. That cast honestly got some nice season filled with many great blindsides and many great moments, like I mentioned earlier. Again, the morning episode was great, where basically we saw Hannah just being so nervous and not knowing what to really do. Like, look. Where Ashley takes a bit, actually, throws the name down. That is still hilarious. Getting the whole Lucy blindsides, while Lucy's kind of a forgettable character. Sorry, something a cough. The whole episode. So was great, honestly, where David ends up playing Alpha Jessica and getting 5 votes and led to a downfall. That's where I get being cocky and blame someone on the bus. And then yeah, I'm actually flipping on voting out Figgy, which you also got a little fun romance with Taylor and Figgy that obviously did not last, but at least it's some very hilarious moments throughout the season. Then of course we got the iconic Michaela blindside, where for some kind of reason Jay and Will decided to actually blindside Michaela, which leads to have her one, which had one of the most like, oh my god, reaction. Like what? 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 And he's like, did you do it? Yes, I did. I'm sorry, I did not do that. Like the Jason co-host for reaction, she's like, what? And he was like, I did not do that. Like, that is just one of the most interesting salty blindsides in the show's history. He also gets a fun Michelle Taylor vote out, again, Taylor end up stealing food, which was hilarious. And it's also nice to see we actually get the return of the Purple Rock tiebreaker. Where we got like a 5-5 one this time around. Raven finds the throwing rocks. And let's see Jessica all people getting the rock. And again, her emotional reaction to that was just heartbreaking. Heartbreaking. And like, wow. And again, you also get the nice character moments as well. We're getting this nice moment between Zeke and Brett with about being gay, which is a pretty nice moment. Again, I live for a weird moment like this in Survivor. And then you got the fun Zeke episode, basically, we have Anna, and they got Ken like testing Will when and then Will starts to make a move against his own alliance. That was actually weird, which led to Will actually get voted out next episode. No, something vote out, but then get an interesting, crazy finale. This is also the first season to actually introduce the legacy advantage, which definitely appeared a few other times later on in the show. So we'll start with the final advantage where they can be safe either the final 13 Tribal Council or the final 6 Tribal Council. That's why I think Jessica actually had it. Well, I think Jessica actually ended up having the advantage first, but then she gave it to Ken when he played Final 6, and yeah, they would actually make it probably the most impressive fake out of the show's history. When Jay ended up finding it, and then led to him playing it, and obviously be like, oh my god, you guys freaking got me, which leads to one of the most hilarious. Like, Disney it has full of hilarious reactions to leaving, and one of the most reactions, especially with Jay, where he's like, go ahead, Jeffrey, snap my torch. And then they get that fun Brett vote out, with basic admins playing inside though. They keep playing with Gunny Felt, and then David finally get voted out, but then they end up pushing the Brett. At least they were finally get voted out, and then basically, there's also the blind season where basically we see like the jurors go one by one and give their speeches. Honestly, I never thought I would miss that, honestly, after rewatching this season, honestly. Now, I'm sure not doing one next time, honestly. Having like just do one by one instead of just the outpoint, legal whatever they've been doing some scheme changes. Again, I every time missed that, but here we are. But Adam's also one of the most resilient ones in show's history, having one of the best storylines, which it's probably why I always looked Adam so highly, honestly. Like I'm always one that's a sucker for a sob story, which means probably why I'm not I'm not towards the sob stories they've been doing the new era, honestly. But I can understand why people are annoyed by that. But I am great one, honestly. Again, season 2 with so many great character moments, so many one-liners, so many crazy moments that I think are more staples in later seasons. So yeah, another season, like it's 10 out of 10. And now we get to one of the most lopsided and strangest seasons in the show's history. A season I definitely was not excited to actually watch, honestly, too well. There definitely are some praiseworthy things about this season, I would say. I wouldn't say it's like a bad season. This is definitely the one season I will get to like that's the most disappointing season in the show's history. And that is Game Changers. The latest return play season in which oh my god. Like I remember another season I was kind of feeling that it was definitely a weird season where basically you got legends competing against more like second chancers, honestly. And they call it Game Changer for some reason, which you can tell they probably shouldn't have done the title, honestly, because again, some of the players are not Game Changers. Again, that's weird, honestly. How it's hard to praise that and all that stuff. It's basically like a half like legends people that are just like big players, and a lot of basically just people that would be much suited for a second chance. And again, it really shows. Honestly, it kind of shows a lot of times that this is season that kind of has changed. And like I'll say, this I wouldn't say Game Changers is like a bad season by any means. There's definitely a lot to praise. I think there's some great moments in the pre-mode, there's some fun character moments. But this season that has some of the most strangely edited choices, with a lot of votes end up coming out of nowhere, and a lot of money not much explained, honestly. A lot of just kind of questionable. Honestly, like, you do get a fun premiere, I would give you that, with a fun Sierra boot, and of course, Tony being Tony. I think at the time, this was just proved that Tony's game was not repeatable. Tony didn't prove that wrong in Worlds of War, which we'll get into. Here's the cast here. Here's the cast. You got Sierra Easton coming back from Bloodborne in Cambodia, which the character makes sense. Tony makes sense. Then you got Caleb from Cal Wrong. Obviously, if they're going to do a second chance season, bring back Caleb, obviously. But yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. You end up obviously actually invited the same day and kind of got screwed up a little bit. And unfortunately, we didn't get to see more of him at time moments. Then you got Malcolm, who was his blind side his vote was pretty insane, honestly. Which it's fortunate that happened Malcolm, and that definitely proved that Adam's vote out this time was just like, damn. Then we get to JT, who somehow played an even more embarrassing game that he did in versus Villains, where obviously he thought was Moon's Alliance, gives out to Russell. But I think it was probably fine the first couple episodes, but it's where the Malcolm brought out basically this was also the first instance where basically they have like when they had 3 tribes, they basically had 2 tribes going to Tribal Council, and like one thing with Tribal Council, and basically he was screwed the pooch by telling the other tribe no longer Sierra, and just him trying to play both sides, which led to Ty plays out for Sierra, and then let the Malcolm vote out. And then went in Fighting Flying Idol, he ends up getting voted next episode, despite feeling he probably should have. Man, talk about fall from grace, man. Talk about fall from grace. Somehow even more embarrassing than he did last time. Then we get to Sandra, pretty much her first of day 16 vote outs, which also wins a war, which she got on day 16, and then got voted out in Australian Survivor Blood and Water, day 16. Obviously, this is the first time Sandra to get voted out, which I'm gonna be like super hyped for, honestly. But also, this can definitely prove that Sandra, I think in any scene she's in, she's always going to be a great character. She's always done the good character moments. Like, she kind of made pretty much pretty fun, actually, with her kind of backboard rivalry with Tony for the first couple episodes. And Of course, him actually getting a JT, being one of our JT, and of course, basically trying to eat all the sugar so that JT will even care about for that. Then we get to Jeff Vonner. We'll get into him. Then we get to Haley, who is just like a little part, just kind of there. And you get to Ozzy, who, from what I was told, the production actually didn't want Ozzy to actually return this season, but he was kind of forced to. And you gotta tell, because he was pretty underrated this season. Like, this is one of the least pro that Ozzy has been on any of his seasons. He's always one of the biggest presence in any of his seasons. Of course, it led to a fun vote out, but yeah, but you can tell, just, yeah. Then you got Debbie, who also had a crazy fun blindside. Zeke, who also had a pretty fun moments. Sierra, again, there. Andrea, again, there. Michaela, great character. Suri, I mean, it's freaking Suri, so of course she's amazing. And of course, her vote out, we'll get into that. We got Aubrey, who has some fun moments. You got some out there I'm going to appreciate a lot more. Ty, still a great character, still a fantastic TV. Troy Zan, probably the most disappointing player on this season. So we're expecting from out episode 3. He's severely underrated this season. And it's pretty much just Brad Culpepper is like lacking for most of the season for to merge. And considering how bigger Trailing character was in One World, it was pretty disappointing, honestly. Then we get to Brad Culpepper, who found out had the same placement as his wife Monica in Love is Water, which is hilarious. But he had becoming a great challenge beast, and was actually a fun character, and had some really good moments. And this was the season that brought the legacy of Sarah Lacina, who of course was the big blindside merge boot in Kagyan. So if we get another chance, it makes sense for Sarah to make a return. Not sure it'll be on scenes like this, but Sarah proved that she definitely was going to play again. Cop play like a criminal, as she says, and one they make her winner, probably one of the more obvious ways. Like, honestly, now that I think about it probably was a lot more obvious than memory being. But she was still the same winner. She still played very well. Had great confessionals, great one-liners. Again, not the most riveting character in the world, but Sarah is just still a great game player, and this definitely proves that. Again, so many great cutthroat moves, incredible gameplay moments. Well, especially at the Sierra vote out and the W vote out, like she is just incredible in terms of gameplay. Again, not the most riveting game in the world, but still a great player nonetheless. So yeah, a very lopsided cast in terms of those players. Again, those are still for good moments. Again, everybody telling the first episode is great. Again, the Maka crazy Chomp Council is still great TV. Again, Sarah Jeffrey and Sandra is definitely great. And Denver is still great. But this is part of the season that definitely proved how crazy it comes to Iron's advantages. Well, people may have thought for a while that Iron's advantages will become way too much in Survivor. This is the season that cemented that for a lot of people. It's really for me, because I never minded it, but this was the season that's when that like, yeah. Just want to slow down on Iron's advantages. And that's meant to prove at the final stage Chomp Council will basically get Brad Culpepper getting immunity, Sarah playing her legacy advantage, Troy Zan playing his out who got in the fucking, I think the 3rd episode, if I remember correctly. And then you got Ty playing 2 idols for him and Aubrey. Now it's just Suri being the only person vulnerable, which let her getting voted out by default. By default! Well, you know what's crazy that if none of those bitches ever played, Sarah of all people actually got voted out. And somehow Suri got more screwed over than she had ever, because he is also known as someone that kind of got screwed over a lot of times on the show. Most those who Magnesian run. But somehow this is even worse. 12. Advantage getting is one of my least favorite moments in history. 12. Jeff does play as like a grand, crazy moment. Which, at the same time, does lead to the big fault with this season. Which, I think that does lead to probably the big issue and the problem with this season. And that's the fact that season tries to go for more big, grand moments than actually developing his cast and characters. Like, it's one of the seasons that don't really have, like, main distinct character moments or main distinct crazy, many distinct moments that if I remember for the season. It tries to have more big random moments, but it kind of sacrifices the actual characters and the actual gameplay, and it makes the ending so lopsided. So again, a lot of the photos, like the Andrew photo especially, feels so random as they kind of made references to one low point, but make it but you feel like both parties going to be Brad, and then Andrew comes out of nowhere. Even the whole McKilla photo to where basically Siri actually trying to play the double that Sarah had. Then Sarah's like, Jeff, the vote's not transferable. And she's just like, oh shit, she never went to find Prince. And then Sarah ends up playing the vote of tie, and then it lets McKenna while people get voted out. Like the ending is still all over the place. What was I saying for that? Oh, Advantage again, screwed up Siri. I tried to be a big random moment, but it's just a mega frustrating moment. And it proves that our advantages are coming way too much in Survivor. And he feels so bad for Suri. Especially when he found out that this time she actually sacrificed missing her oldest son's graduation to be here. Remember, that son actually ended up being Jared, who ended up competing in Big 25, and yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, interesting, that's for sure. Interesting. But I feel so bad for Sri here. And it's probably my favorite game is my least favorite moments from history, along with the whole Jeff Varner situation, where basically, like, I was sorry to see Jeff Varner, like, I was hoping he actually would make the jury this time. And I was hoping the best Jeff Varner will at least make the jury. But he didn't have the best luck this season, losing like a lot of the challenges except for the killer vote outs. And there was a possibility that he probably could have got out Ozzy this episode. He felt the judgment at least a chance that Vonda could have got out. But Vonda got way too desperate. And he was doing something you probably should never do on Show's history, and just call out someone. Basically, what happened is that he called out Zeke for not telling the tribe that he was transgender. You heard me right. Just like, why did you not tell anybody you're transgender? Yeah, he basically tried to tell that as him being deceitful. Yeah. I am not making it up. I am not making that up. Like, that moment is just... It's still one of the worst moments in show's history, because I will say, it doesn't lead to Jeff actually learning his lesson, and he doesn't try to... Like, he does try to justify his actions by doing that, but at least he felt remorse for his actions, or like a lot of these moments that we would normally see, so I don't give him that. But it's one of the most uncomfortable moments in the show's history, and one of the most, oh my god, moments, and thankfully everyone, even Jeff Probst, was definitely on the fence with Zeke. You definitely do feel for Zeke in this moment. So yeah, that's all I got for Game Changers, honestly. It is a pretty lackluster season, and should have been just another second chance season, honestly, or... Like, you can tell they were desperate to do another playing season, but for some reason they wanted a second chance one, so... Does that go for a weird mismatch? Well, there are some moments here, and some great moments that do prevent it from being like a bottom tier season. It's awesome, like I said, this season's probably just a mixed bag overall. It is pretty much a letdown, honestly. Probably one of the AAA seasons I feel so disappointed by the most. So for me, I'm gonna give the season a 5 out of 10. Well, now that Survivor 46 officially ended, it's now time to also talk about my thoughts on the new era of Survivor. Now that I've also rewatched all the seasons of the new era. And era is definitely a very interesting thing to talk about. Of course, I'm talking about every season from 41 to 45. I'll also give my thoughts on 46 that just ended. Now having much more processed thoughts on the season. And I'm going to get a little more quickly than I normally would, because, again, the only big problem with the new era seasons that we have gotten is that pretty much majority of seasons pretty much just feel the same. Since obviously they don't have any themes or anything to distinguish themselves, and they pretty much are mostly the same with 3 tribes, and the migratory twist, and the twist, the block votes, and it's all very same except from the cast. To where I wouldn't be surprised if there's a lot of moments that are like, what season that from again? What moment that from again? Yeah, that's always been a big issue with the new era, and honestly, rewatching this definitely doesn't change that, honestly. Like, it's definitely, and like, there's definitely a reason why people aren't for the old school era of Survivor. And I now thought I went on to do that too as well, but here we are. Like, I'm actually, like, now earning for the old school era now after rewatching these seasons. And not saying any of the new era seasons are bad or anything, help. Like, there's also one I'm not super high on, or one I think it's not good, but I'm not someone that, like, hates the new era. Like, I can definitely, like, honestly, saying that it's been like 40 seasons, I think it would make sense to try to do something different. But I think they might go like the wrong way, and of course I understand. Like, I'm definitely not fine. I'm definitely like okay with 26 days. If you have a more dangerous game and all the advantages and the twists that happen out of the season, like it's very up and down. And I'm probably getting some of these very quick because again, like some of the very samey. So the only thing in my time depth is obviously 46, which just ended recently. So let's just get to it, I guess. 41, the start of the new era that occurred, and I'm sorry, and I really don't like 41, honestly. Like, I think it was high on the season a little bit, but after this rewatch, I'm like, yeah, I'm not a fan of it, honestly. And for me, it is by far the worst season of the new era, I would say, so it's not like the bottom of the barrel, again, I would say it's like true bottom barrel Survivor, obviously, but it's not good, honestly. Like, again, that's because it is still trying to figure itself out of what it really wants to do with this new era, what it really wants to figure itself out, and it really shows. Honestly, a lot of times it's been, explain the twists and explain this and that. Because that, a lot of moments just feel shallow, but a lot of the moments. And not the new eras, they always tend to focus on a lot of idols and advantages and these twists and advantages, and I feel like because that and how they're structured, they don't let a lot of players actually, play sometimes. They feel like they just try to have players just, make some great situations. So it feels like basically feels like they don't trust their players to, play Survivor. Which, well, it definitely is apparent in this new era. It definitely was apparent later on the era, which we'll get into, but it definitely felt that way for a little bit. And honestly, I'm not huge on the cast here. After we watched I'm definitely on some stars in this season, obviously. Like, Voice was definitely a pretty solid first. We had Brian and Jake C were pretty solid pre-match characters. I'm never giving that. Tiffany was fine. Nasir was pretty fun at moments. Shan was a top tier character, top tier villain. Danny and Sean have their moments. Even when Erica has their moments, by her one coming pretty much out of nowhere. Xander also has his moments. Even the car has his moments, but again, the season was still figuring itself out, and of course the pre-edit obviously knows 26 days, then of course they dropped the guys from Come On In guys, which people are still bashing him on to this day, which, well, I think at the time was warranted, like seriously? Though I can never understand the outrage, obviously, because at least how it was executed and how it was handled. And while I don't normally use the term woke very often, I don't think I use it at all. Sometimes I don't even know what woke really is, honestly. It did follow down a little bit in 41, honestly. And then, of course, the twist, like, I still hate the merge story twist, like, or the merge, like, I still can't tell, like, you guys are telling me merge, like, why are we still doing this? Like, you're not the 1.2, why are we still doing this? I mentioned that's some of the recent Metroid episodes, especially like 44 and 46 and 43, and even 42. So, like, aside from 41, 46, the Metroid episodes really have been, aside from 41 and 45, the Metroid episodes haven't been that great, honestly. Like, 41, like, Metroid episodes definitely the best episode of the season, and despite the fact that it was kind of a two-part episode, which, why? Of course, you got the infamous Hourglass twist, which I still hate, like, it's obvious she's gonna break it, like, unless she didn't want me to, why would she break it? Unless she didn't want me to, why would she break it? Why wouldn't she? That's what I'm saying. And of course, you got the infamous Do or Die twist, which I'm glad they got rid of that. Same with the Atlas twist. Like, they admit it was terrible. So I'm glad they got rid of those at least. Thank you, Lord Annapolis. Thank you, Lord. But yeah, those twists definitely weren't that great. And the cast was just lacking, aside from the mystery twist, there wasn't really any interesting moments. They felt like they were more focused on advantages and idols and just not than actual character moments. And again, the winner was very controversial, and I honestly still don't know how I feel about Erica as a winner, honestly, even after this rewatch. Because again, she was, aside from one episode, she's pretty much invisible in the pre-merge, then after that, that's when she pretty much just jumps up in screen time, and basically her win isn't really no one's explained. So, because I still don't know how I feel about Erica as a winner. Most of how she's around the season. And also, Hannah's probably one of the most underrated players in the show's history. So, yeah, again, how many was a good season, honestly, and it dropped significantly on this rewatch. Like, significantly. And for me, I would give Swine 41 a 4 out of 10. Now we get to 42, which basically is a more improved version of 41. It's basically a lot more improved, a lot better of a season than 41, honestly. A lot of that makes sense to the characters, because at least it has a mostly better cast, honestly. I think Mary has at least a lot more better explained winner. I think she's one of the best character winners that we have gotten. And Mike was also a great character. Romy has his fun underdog run, especially during the merch. Much High was great, and Lindsay has her moments, Jonathan has his moments, and Omar was also great TV. Drea definitely moments by her infamous, moments in the toilet, in the Split Tribe episode. It was like Zach had the moments. But again, it's just mostly an improved version of 41. That's mostly what I say about it. Also, the unfortunate thing about these new eras that there really hasn't really been a true great pre-merge. I feel like New Era is one of those days where the pre-merge is kind of the weakest part of the season, but the post-merge is when the games really kick in. That's really comes is best for New Era, mostly because of the free-time format, and with there being no switches until 45, another reason why most of these seasons end up feeling very samey. Yeah, I don't know how much to say about 42. It's a mostly improved version. It has that 3-2-2 Polari vote, and Final 6, which is one of the best blind sets in the show's history. Other than that, there's not much to really say about it. Again, it has a mostly improved cast, has better implant, and as last twist, and the twists still suck. And it does have some off-putting moments. Still, Wardness does feel as blatant aside from the whole Joy situation, where basically in the final 10, after Ross got voted out, she basically was upset by black people. And I guess she got a lot of controversy on that. I think it was most of how it was portrayed and anything Joy actually did, honestly. And it led to not just a vote out that just people just don't actually vote. So, yeah, but I'd say this is still a solid season. I'd give it an 8 out of 10, which again, it's much improved from the 4 out of 10 I gave 41. And now we get to 43, which I think is a much better season than the previous two we talked about 4. I do think it has actually a slightly better pre-merge, actually, mostly because of the character moments, mostly because of the fun interactions, the whole Lindsay situation, especially where she's probably one of the big examples of being so paranoid and so oh my god, am I targeted? Am I targeted? I should be targeted. Oh my god, that she has a paranoia stuff out of the game. Which is pretty hilarious if you really think about it. And also one thing I noticed that also noticed why us done also in the was also the stop stories. I should probably also mention that the stop stories. Honestly, I don't mind them honestly. I'm always a sucker for a good stop story. I think of course the most issue people have is mostly how they're implemented and how they're inserted randomly, and also some of the so frequently to where if contestants not really shown enough much, they get easily end up being voted out in an other episode or the actual episode. Again, the issue is really more how they implement it. I don't have them, in theory, have an issue with the stop stories. Again, I think a lot of us are looking for a good stop story, honestly. I mean, it's probably we watch The Voice and a lot of different reality shows. But I think it's more the issue is just how these stop stories are implemented in the season itself. Not really them how they are in general. But they also bring most of the stop stories that we haven't gotten on, especially Elle's story this season. So when that actually won't seem like a contender in the preseason, but then just there's definitely a lot of fun moments throughout the season, a lot of great back and forth that happens. And when you get an actual fight this season between James and Owen, which is also another issue that don't get a lot of real good fights, like the fights and everything. They focus on more on reinforcements, hell, jump probes even meant that no villains are going to be on Survivor anymore. No villains, more heroic characters. Which, it's definitely kind of dumb and so obviously, because, well, I can never understand that, why they're trying to do that. You realize that villains, that's episodes why we watch the show in the first place. I mean, it's kind of a thing with a lot of reality shows, we don't see, like, actual terrible people, and all that stuff, but like we don't generally want to see like actual people being villains because that causes a lot of so more because we feel like we live in society where basic. You know what? No. I know if I'm gonna go on a tangent on that, so I'd rather say that for another day. I'm saying 43 is great. Give it away probably the most shocking one of the show's history. Like even Cassie and Owen was shocked. I'm also not a fan of the after show as well. Like at least wait till like a day after so they can actually process everything. Cassie and Owen are great characters. Jess is an all-time great player. The Corey Blindside is great. One of the best blinds in the show's history. Corey's also a great character. Carla had a really fun downfall. Sammy had some very fun moments. Noelle had a pretty good backstory. And they kept pushing your face over and over again. Hey, you know that was this now. But it's a pretty good season overall. I give it a 9 out of 10. Survivor 44. So I would say, now I will say, this is not the worst season of the new era. But 44 is probably the season that displays the worst elements of the new era that we have gotten so far. The worst elements, well, again, like I mentioned before, but production just not lane play, it's just, play. We don't really get much of that season. We know the last votes on the fake idols, and they're purposely having fake idols, which, messes people's production a bit, so, yeah. Like, really? And of course, that infamous Final 11 Tribal, which, why? Like, in terms of the Final 10, for us to get like an actual normal round of gameplay, I am not making that up. I mean, you do get a crazy first round council, but again, there's one that's more impacted by twists than production. I feel like they don't really trust that people that actually, play the game. Like, actually players actually, play Survivor. Like, really? And it's not a whole lot you actually said before Survivor, honestly. It's a perfectly decent final season. Of course, Carolyn and Jam, they go two of the best characters in Survivor history. Even Crossing was great as well, but Carolyn and Jam are two iconic, like, the Tika Tree in general are fantastic, and Carolyn pretty much opened the intro, and she is just a character that's just so rare to see in Survivor nowadays. She's a very kooky, off-top character, which I mentioned before, I'm always a sucker for type of characters that done right, and Carolyn is just an amazing presence, along with having a pretty touching story about, never one of the better implant Stomp stories here, but she definitely has a great storytelling that makes her very rootable from the very beginning, and very weird, crazy, kooky, but in the best possible way. And I'll say something with Jam, the winner. To why I probably would film Carolyn to win, honestly, but I'm happy with James. He's also an all-time great character. Even Carson will not be like on top. He's also a great character, not just in gameplay, but of course they pretty much like broke challenges by actually actually make his own challenges. And this proves that's why he needs to actually have new challenges. That's also the issue in these era, honestly, is just I feel like the challenges are just the same thing to where there's not really many, aside from the last couple of seasons, there really have been true great challenge moments in recent memory. And also the issue new eras, pretty much the season just feels more predictable than ever. Even the recent things to talk about, the season ended up just feeling a lot more predictable and a lot more just, well, there's not like the truly shocking moments. Like it's good one or two, but it's kind of real, honestly. So, yeah, not huge at 44, sorry. Against season that plays the worst elements of the new era, and season with season 3 is so focused on. To why you get a couple of good characters in Jamie Lynn, Matthew, Josh was also has some fun moments. Even Frank might have the moments of having actually a genuine romance, which I think is still oriented to financially. Tell me that. 46 is disappointing. Definitely the second worst season of the era. I'd give it 6 out of 10. And Survivor 45 is probably my favorite season of the new era so far, because at least it started to fix some of the issues with the new era that we've gotten, where it's more better paced, and something had issues with the pre-merge, where I think it's probably the best pre-merge that we have gotten. Even though we got a 2 coincidence portion, which is And it's also the first instance of the first returning player with Bruce, who got evacuated in the first episode and day one, so he decided to actually bring him back, and he plays pretty terribly, but it's a great character. And when I'm not seeing him play again, honestly. But he definitely installed the best, honestly. It's also especially with the Brandon guy who basically does regular challenges, one of the worst challenge best ever, but such a fun character in general. The whole Bioshock console is insane, though again, it's a lot more implement that twist and everything, which at least they try actually let them more play themselves at least, so that's good at least. Like, it's not the best pre-merge in the world, but at least he knows at least something at least. Thinking you also got the best mergatory episode in my opinion. Obviously, we're going to kill back with a Charm Dark twist, which is a twist that you're playing in 41. Basically, it's kind of like an arrow, but basically you have a 1-6 shot of being safe, but you also have to lose your vote. Then there's also 1-6, so they only worked once in the premiere episode 44, but that person was now going home, so I don't really count that. This was instance where they actually used Charlotte off to save themselves, and now that's what Caleb did. To now he has the most negated votes ever with 11, which is insane how they really think about it. And that episode is just fantastic, and then you get some great episodes throughout the pre-merge as well. Well, like maybe not the Split Trump console, but also the Kelly Blind side is just fantastic. And that episode is just great. And the Bruce episode, the Emily episode, the finale, the 2-1-1-1 butt-out, which is insane. He also gets great characters here as well. And Tobias is a great much character. Brandon's likable. Maya was a pretty double player, but also a fun character and presence. Sifu was someone that probably should have got more screen time, honestly. Like, seeing someone that named, really Sifu, you think he's someone that actually would be more screen time and be more of a crazy character, but he wasn't for some reason. Caleb was also a great character as well. Kelly's also a great presence as well. Kendra, Bruce, Emily having one of the best redemption arcs in the show's history. Someone who, the period episode probably could be the first boo, but someone who was just not fun to begin around, but yet she got better and was more impressive, and it was just a more fun presence. Who would not? Julie was also great. Again, Julie was basically one member that I actually remember her being, despite her not being the best at times. Couture was also great. Jake playing a similar game to Owen from 43, who basically considered to be the Charlie Brown, was someone that tries to do this great move so many times, try to do this and that so many times, but just failed constantly, not having one single move, which at the same time makes them very relatable. Anyway, to one end upon not going to win, you do like them honestly, and when this prize is 550, we do get Owen Jake making a return. I actually wouldn't mind honestly. Austin actually plays one of the more impressive run-up games they have gotten up until the final 7. And of course, his sandwich art was also pretty hilarious as well. Dio's actually a lot more memorable character than I remember her being actually, and she's probably by far the baby with James as probably my favorite winner of the new era so far. Mostly, especially comes to like gameplay alone. So while who wins probably the most predictable of the new era, it's at least a more interesting. It's at least one that's actually very satisfying. And also the first actual 5-3 votes have the usual 7-1 for the last 4 seasons. And this is actually would be top tier. It actually would be top tier. And of course, one's for the quiz, and one was for the constant lost votes, and one for how they decided to do the auction this season and bring it back after 15 seasons. And then I realized that, yeah, I think people kind of overhyped that a little bit, because especially how they it's mostly how they had to structure the auction. Like, the outcome was good. It's just how they had to structure was just not. Why? But again, 45, still the best season in the era, honestly. Still not top tier, fortunately. I would give it a 9.25 out of 10. And now we're talking about the most recent season that ended, S1-46, which is a season that will be remembered and will be standout actually in the new era for Battle Force. Because this is definitely a season that has some of the biggest highs in the new era. One episode definitely potentially be one of the best episodes in Star Wars history, also have some of the lowest lows of the era. Like, in moments that I was just like, what am I even watching? Like, it didn't sound that way, honestly. I think the premiere episode, I think it's fantastic. Mostly everything along with Jelinski, who I think is going to be following him as one of the best first boots in history. Most kind of his flame out to where I don't think he's like one of the worst route players ever, honestly. Mostly because I think it's, what he does do is actually interesting. It's just more so how he does it that makes him so entertaining and so memorable and so, oh my god, it's just so great. You know, and of course, the iconic Several meets Seven, which is going to live in survivor meme history forever, and for good reason. They even runs that a few times throughout the season, which is crazy. But unfortunately, after that, the season kind of just dips a little bit, to where I think this season probably has the worst pretty much in the new era, honestly. So it's really like a boring Jess Boo, and I don't think Jess is the most interesting character in the world. And then you get 2 episodes that just straight up focused on Banu. Well, of course, that's going to be a member for Better Voice is Banu. Not really anything he actually did in this season. It's just mostly how the show decided to focus on Banu. It's more how the show decided to heavily focus on him as a character and as a presence. And it's more so how they decided to focus on Banu. Banu, and while he does have a rich story and he is a great character, I do agree the storyline was definitely was really just dragged out and just why. And from my guy, he probably has the most confessionals without any pre-rich character, which I think because the show's now 90 minutes and the last 2 episodes were 2 hours, that definitely contributes to that. But yeesh, it made some of the moments really drag. Because I think we'll focus on certain characters that they should, honestly, and you get just a pretty weird evacuation in the previous episode with Randon, who, while being a boy character, was just like, really? Fell asleep in his arm and got back because of that? Okay. And Banu had a pretty weird tribal council and everything, where it's just like, really? He's brought just like that? Okay. Okay. I don't know what to say about that. Again, it makes the moment pretty drag. I mean, it makes the moments pretty drag. And then you get to Jumbo, which I think is a little bit better, honestly, but you do get a pretty good moment, especially with the tribe that ended up losing every single challenge, actually finally getting a win, which was pretty great to win this. But then you also get a pretty lackluster merge story episode, probably the worst merge story episode in my opinion. But and you get a pretty fine double tribal when you have Tim and So probably with the obvious boots, fortunately. But everything after that, I'll say the final 7 to the 7 was top tier Survivor. It was excellent Survivor. The final 10 episode is one of the best episodes in the show's history. That episode alone is great. Most thanks to Q, who I think also that Q is a top tier character. Q is just excellent television. I adore every minute that was on screen. He was definitely one of the biggest pilots of the pre-merge, and he still is, honestly. Most because of his antics, how he went about patrolling, how he actually said how he was causing so much chaos, he said actually ended up volunteering to quit or ask people to vote out, which was pretty insane if you really think about it. Oh my god, that was insane. Insane. And it still led to 10 of all people getting voted out, and a lot of creators on that trial as well. You even get some actually fun challenge moments this season as well. Well, even the story trial, you get the pyramid challenge, which you get some pretty fun one-liners and everything, and then mention Jelinski again. And of course, in Final 10, you also got the hilarious hide and seek moment, which is wow. Oh, what? It really felt like old school. There's some moments that actually did feel like old school Survivor, and that was very refreshing. It really felt like old Survivor, where there wasn't so have other advantages and everything. But I think it's probably one of the only instances where I don't think there aren't that many lost votes. I think there were a couple instances in the pre-merge and even the merge story episode, but other than that, there really isn't any instances where there actually are lost votes, which is pretty great. It's got a fun rights negotiation sequence as well in the episode. That episode was just filled with so many great character moments. Again, I'm someone that lives for character moments. I'm someone that watches these shows for the character moments. And when you're at their best, and when character moments are at their best, it makes for incredible episodes. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's why we go to these shows in the first place, is they're great characters. And we do get a lot of good ones here, honestly. Yeah, like I said, with Jalinsky earlier as well, again. Even Bonnie, even though again, I think the story was like that. Jem had her moments, just was fine. Random was just boring. Moran even had her moments. Tim still had the moments, even though I think they were surprisingly not that well edited in the season. Like, I think that'd be a great character. I think someone like Soda would be like an all-time great character, but she just wasn't that pro on the show. Even Tim was also a great character and great presence as well. Hunter was pretty solid, honestly. I think he's kind of not the most interesting character in the world, but he does have his moments. And also, I mentioned is also also one that also is going to make this season so divisive. It's the fact that they're like 5 times this season, 5 times, 4 of them in a row, when people got voted out with arrows in their pockets. Yeah, 4 in a row. When people got voted out with idols in their pocket. I'm like, oh my god, I'm still cracking up just thinking about it. But it made for amazing moments. Especially that Hunter one where you part of like, I probably should play it. Maybe I should put my idol. And he does it, and it'll be a 4-1 vote, and he can vote out. Just wow. And of course, you got the iconic Liz meltdown in the final episode, which is which is again a moment that really felt like old school Survivor. I think this is the one that made Liz more stand, honestly, to where I was never excited about Liz in the season because I know she's actually a very popular community member from what I got, honestly. I think I actually heard her name, honestly, a lot before the season actually came out. So I was very curious to see how she's going to play. And she's definitely a great character, that's what it should. Definitely wasn't prevalent much in the pre-merge, but I think it's when the post-merge started when she started to really shine. And while Liz's character is definitely not good for everybody, I'm sure Liz as a character is good for everybody, most of how talented she can be at times. Honestly, I always got a soft spot for Liz, honestly. I think she's actually one of the best characters of the season, honestly. And they got Tiffany, who, while not having the best end in the world, was definitely a fun presence. And they got Venus, who, like a lot of people, I generally feel bad for Venus, honestly, mostly because of how she was probably treated throughout the show, to what, yeah, she doesn't have the best social game in the world, and I can see why people didn't trust her. But how people just generally treated her, especially Tevin, like, really? Like, you don't trust her, but wow. Yeah, I actually felt bad for abuse a lot of times on the show. To one, she's not the best gameplay in the world, obviously, but I feel, like, wow. But she was definitely a fun character to watch, honestly. I wouldn't mind seeing her come back, honestly, definitely. And then you get the Q, who's easily my favorite contestant and character of the season. He has so many great one-liners, so many great characters. And every involved in the final 10 episode was involving Q, and it was incredible to watch. And they got Maria, who was just fine, honestly, and I don't have much to say. The only controversial thing about Maria this season is obviously her actually voting for Kinsey to win instead of Charlie, and people were hating her for her reasoning for why, why? Like, and that's that's probably a story off for another day, but I really feel bad Maria, honestly, to where, yeah, people may have different reasons and everything, but it doesn't excuse them to actually, get hate on that. It's not a reason, Maria's not the most interesting kind of world, but I actually felt bad for her after the show, and I don't think she deserved any of the hate she just got. That's just me, honestly, but I don't think she's done so again. Really get mad at her from her reasoning, and saying that the flower hates and terrible things, she's a terrible person, okay. Well, I'll get that one again, but anyways, like I said before, Liz was a great character, Bannon was a fantastic presence, especially in the pre-merge. Definitely did a little better than post-merge, but I think he's a great character. And I get to Charlie, who's definitely one of those characters that one of those players that I'm like, it's kind of like 2 halves on this, where I think he's kind of a boring character, being honest. I don't think he's as great a character as people make him out to be. He does have his moments, but he definitely easily has one of the best runner-up team that we have gotten so far. He actually was very impressive for the season, honestly. I can see why people were upset that he did not win the season. But overall, I'm happy because he won, honestly. I am personally happy with the kids who went to a. Yeah, the finale itself wasn't the most interesting in the world, and I think the that's also definitely a bit weird, honestly. At least more so, I feel like it should have been a more explosive. Like, oh my god, Kenzie won! But I'm happy Kenzie won, honestly. To be honest, she's definitely the baby D is probably the most predictable one of the new era. Mostly because she had great storyline from the very beginning, had an impressive social game throughout the season, while she definitely has a questionable moments as gameplay. Can't help but still like her whenever she's on the screen. And I guess he's one of those winners that I'm not. If that was going to be the big one that she should win, again, another example, what should be social, if it's strategic. I guess kind of similar to the Michelle and Aubrey. I guess kind of similar to the whole Michelle and Aubrey debate that come around that's still going on to this day, honestly. But I think in terms of a story perspective of the season, I think Kenzie win makes sense, obviously. And honestly, I'm happy. I'm happy about it. I think it's actually a very satisfying one, honestly. Maybe the one could have been handled a little bit better, more so execution. But overall, I am happy for Kenzie win. I am honestly very happy with her actually winning. One guy which we didn't actually get to talk about, honestly, though I know Charlie probably ended up winning that, but that actually been pretty interesting, actually. But overall, I'm happy for Kenzie win, honestly. I think her win actually set up 5 seasons to her. I never really had the feel about the season, honestly. Like I said before, it has some of the biggest highs. Again, the Q episode was his meltdown. I also really feel bad for Liz, honestly. Not just the meltdown, but also how she got treated after that moment. Even from her own community members that she was, people that really supported her, like, oh, I feel so bad for Liz, honestly. Like, I feel so bad for how some people are treated, honestly, by the season, mostly because of, obviously, people decide what people do is one terrible thing, they're decided it's a terrible person, and they get said pretty much hate. To where unless they actually said like pretty racist stuff or just tell people in general, I don't think they deserve it, honestly. Like, obviously, unless they say like very like racist stuff or said pretty terrible stuff, like maybe it's about habit hate, but if they don't do anything just not offensive, like. But again, story for another day. Overall, I think in the end, all that makes for 46 a pretty solid season in the end. I still had a lot of enjoyment. I think that's gotten better as it goes along, honestly. To what? I don't think the pretty much is the greatest. It's probably the worst pretty much in the era, and the finale is just fine. There's definitely a lot of great elements that do actually elevate the season to where I think they're all still going in the right direction, honestly. Again, there are a lot of moments this season that felt like old school Survivor. They felt like, oh, this is the Survivor I missed. And of course, I'm still excited for 47 for him to actually have someone that actually competed on the college Survivor season, which is pretty interesting, actually. I'm definitely excited about that. So, yeah. For me, I'm going to give Survivor 46 a 7.5 out of 10. I think that's perfectly good. A 7.5. Well, I wasn't originally planning on obviously rewatching every Survivor season, but honestly, I'm glad I did, honestly. It also made me have a newfound appreciation for the show that only was my favorite of all time. I've definitely lost you, I did appreciate a lot more, and a lot of seasons where I kind of went down a little bit, and some I'm still kind of thinking about, but I'm glad I decided to do this rewatch series, honestly. It's actually been kind of fun actually doing so. I know that I was thinking I might do this in the actual seasons, and if I do those, I might make them the actual set of videos. Who knows? I might do this in Big Brother at some point. We'll see. And I figured before I officially end the series, I figured I'd give again an actual ranking where I bring all current 46 seasons of the show. And to really think about my ranking, and this is just my personal ranking, so here's my official ranking of all 46 seasons of S5. Number 46, Thailand. Number 45, One World. Number 44, South Pacific. Number 43, Island of the Idols. Number 42, Kiramoan. Number 41, Nicaragua. Number 40, Worlds Apart. Number 39, Redemption Island. Number 38, 41. Number 37, Ghost Island. Number 36, Game Changers. Number 35, Fiji. Number 34, All Stars. Number 33, Samoa. Number 32, 44. Number 31, Heroes vs. Hustlers. Number 30, the most recent season, 46. Number 29, Edge of Extinction. Number 28, 42. Number 27, Africa. Number 26, Vanuatu. Number 25, 43. Number 44, the Amazon. Number 23, Ciudad del Sur. Number 22, 45. Number 21, Guatemala. Number 20, Marquesas. Number 19, the Australian Outback. Number 18, Palau. Number 17, Cook Islands. Number 16, Philippines. Number 15, Tocantins. Number 14, Exile Island. Number 13, the OG season, Borneo. Number 12, Cambodia. Number 11, Blood vs. Water. Number 10, Millennials vs. Gen X. Number 9, Winners of War. Number 8, Gabon. Yes. Number 7, China. Number 6, Karung. Number 5, Micronesia. Number 4, Pearl Islands. Number 3, Hero vs. Villains. Number 2, David vs. Goliath. And my number 1 favorite is still Kakian. So all the most rankings are still the same. Some of the time it's pushed off a little bit, so I'm happy I decided to do this rewatch series, but I hope you all enjoyed this, honestly. Let me know what your ranking is down below in the comment section. Let me know what other sort of content you guys want me to see down below. I have a lot of exciting ones, but let me know which ones that I see the most from this channel. This is Star Wikipedia, signing off.